I'm not trying to tell you. I'm just hoping that that soon moves first, because otherwise, who knows how long. Oh, she, oh, good. So you're already good, because she's gonna be one of the main people.
Works for me. So many phones, so few answers.
Tell me about it.
I just turn mine off because nobody ever calls to help.
That's the luxury I do not have, but I wish I did.
You work for the good people of the 4th of Wisconsin?
That's right. I am one of the good people of
I know you. Yeah, I've seen you.
Oh, okay, so you're familiar with one more. Fresh off the plane from Milwaukee, celebrating her 72nd birthday.
Excellent. That's my birthday. She's my age.
Oh, really? You're a 51er?
I beg pardon?
You're a 51er?
Yes, I am.
Cool club to
We
be
are
in.
great. We are fine. We're the class of 69. 51. Ever show you my baby picture? I found this at my mom's house.
Yes, it changed one bit.
Yeah. Look at this. Prettiest baby in the show. Well, I was 3rd place. Look at that. I don't know, but the first 2 must have been damn good looking. Real. Can you imagine if- Can you tell it's me?
Oh, yeah.
When I got a 4th place women in my track meet, 4 competitors.
Last time you called me, I put you in a text message.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, nobody's ever going to. Nobody's ever going to pick that thing up. You can't even pick it up with 2 hands.
Huh?
Yeah?
I think so.
Not
Those
those
are
last
the
4
first
seats
stamp
there.
over there. camera for every member.
Six.
One, two, three, four, five, six. That's enough. One of my favorite moments of the entire all last year was here one day when there was some gun measure they were trying to, the Democrats were trying to pass. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was arguing constitutional law with Jamie Raskin. As I said, it was one of my favorite moments of the year.
One side.
Committee will come to order. We are here to consider
2811.
H.R. 2811, the Limit, Save, and Grow Act of 2023, and H.J. Resolution 39, disapproving the rules submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation duties and estimated duties in accord with the Presidential Proclamation 10414. Good afternoon. Our business today is to consider two items. The first I'll discuss is the Limit, Save, and Grow Act of 2023. The United States has a serious spending problem. Our national debt today exceeds 120% of our gross national product. More than $6 trillion of that debt has accrued in the last 2 years due to the fiscally reckless policies of President Biden and congressional Democrats. It's out of control spending level is unsustainable. Given that more than 3 in 4 Americans feel that the national debt should be addressed, you'd hope that the President and congressional Democrats would focus on this pressing issue. Instead, his administration began with a partisan $1.9 trillion reconciliation package on top of money previously spent on the COVID pandemic and on top of our normal annual federal spending. President Biden and congressional Democrats then approved another partisan reconciliation bill with over $500 billion in new spending. And after that, President Biden tried to use executive orders to put forward an illegal and unconstitutional student loan cancellation scheme. If allowed to stand, it will add over $400 billion to our national debt. Spending, spending, and more spending has been the theme of the Biden presidency. We're already facing the ramifications of this spending spree. We have reached the statutory limit of our national debt, and the nation cannot borrow any more money without raising that limit. It's high time President Biden and congressional Democrats recognize the reality of the spending problem. We've been told for months that it's their way or the highway, that we must agree to lifting the debt limit without conditions, and that they will not negotiate with Republicans on this. President Biden's position on this is stunningly irresponsible. We cannot keep doing what we've been doing and expect that everything will work out in the end. If we keep squandering money the way we have been, all we will leave behind for our children and our grandchildren is a mountain of debt, a broken economy, and a destroyed national currency. At least there are a few congressional Democrats that believe the president's position is untenable, urging the president to come to the table. Unfortunately, it is yet to change the president's mind as he continues to stonewall the speaker. Doing nothing is simply not an option, which is why we've put forward the Limit, Save, and Grow Act as a way to responsibly raise the debt limit. This legislation will accomplish 3 goals. We will limit future federal spending, we will save funds that are not necessary to spend, and we will grow the economy. And having put the nation on a more sustainable fiscal path, we will raise the debt ceiling through next spring. I want to remind my friends in the minority that there have been many occasions in the past where significant fiscal reforms were enacted on a bipartisan basis in tandem with increasing the debt limit. I believe we will ultimately do that again. We will take action to increase the debt limit and avoid a national default, and we will pass important fiscal reforms into law to put us on a more sustainable course. But we cannot do that until President Biden and congressional Democrats stop derailing consensus. The House taking up and passing the Limit, Save, and Grow Act is an important step forward in this process. We can take another step forward when President Biden stops refusing to entertain any reforms and agrees to sit down with Speaker McCarthy at the negotiating table. Our second item today is H.J. Res. 39, a joint resolution disapproving of the Biden administration's rule lifting import duties on solar cells and modules produced in Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam using components produced in communist China. The United States has had import duties in place on solar cells and solar modules from the People's Republic of China since 2012. Those duties arose under U.S. anti-dumping and countervailing duty law and were imposed after a Department of Commerce investigation concluded that China was unfairly subsidizing their solar panel manufacturing industry, making it impossible for American manufacturers to compete. But rather than continue to hold Communist China accountable for their anti-competitive behavior, last year President Biden issued an executive order suspending these import duties. He placed green climate ideology above the best interests of the American people. Today's resolution will change that. It will ensure that Communist China is held accountable for their behavior, and it will ensure that American solar panel manufacturers are able to compete on a level playing field. It will allow American innovators and manufacturers to be leaders in this space, and it will help bring American supply chains home where they belong. I now yield to my good friend, our distinguished ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see you, although the legislation that we're dealing with today is far from great. Let me begin by saying I can't imagine anyone ever thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiation wedge. It's a very, very sacred thing in our country, the debt ceiling. We can never play with it. Mr. Chairman, that may sound familiar because it's the words of former President Donald Trump in 2019, who acknowledged that then Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer agreed not to use the debt limit as a weapon. In case anyone forgot, Democrats behaved responsibly and kept our word. Now, 4 years later, House Republicans have not hesitated to use the debt ceiling as a political cudgel. This is extortion. If Democrats don't give Speaker McCarthy everything he wants, Republicans want to literally push the entire economy off a cliff, causing catastrophic, lasting, irreparable damage to America, even though the GOP voted 3 times to prevent default when Trump was president, even though 97% of the debt was accumulated before President Biden took office, and over 25%, and let me repeat that, over 25% of the debt was accumulated under Donald Trump. Even though Republicans had no problem adding trillions to the debt with their giveaways to big oil and Wall Street CEOs, even though their first bill this Congress added $114 billion to the deficit, now they want to play Russian roulette with our economy and refuse to pay our bills unless we make devastating cuts that would hurt everyday people. This is an all-time high in recklessness and stupidity. To make matters even worse, Mr. Chairman, this bill has not even gone through regular order. No committee hearings, no markup. I'm told the CBO score is going to be coming soon. We haven't seen it. Speaker McCarthy promised a more open, transparent, and regular process, yet on a major, consequential bill like this, we get none of those things. Maybe that's why we're moving so fast. Maybe Speaker McCarthy doesn't want people to realize what's in this bill. And I don't blame him. This is a ransom note to the American people that makes devastating, draconian cuts to programs that help the poor, the hungry, the sick, and the vulnerable, children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. This bill cuts food safety inspections, lets more drugs into the country, makes hunger worse, increases wait times for government services, and makes life harder for our farmers. Now, I'm going to cover much more of this later on, but some of the stuff that's in here, quite frankly, is just plain mean. Republicans tell us that they don't need to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, but when it's programs that help regular people, we need to cut, cut, cut. They say that not a single dollar can be saved at the Pentagon. In fact, Minority Leader McConnell says we need to increase the Pentagon's budget. But then they also say that billionaires can't pay another cent in taxes. But to balance the budget, they want a nickel and dime moms and dads, workers, and everyday families. That's what this bill does. And all I can say is thank God it will never become law, because let's be clear, we aren't going to sit here and pretend like this is some kind of a reasonable negotiation. Not when the Republican leadership says the alternative to this plan is pushing our economy off a cliff. The bottom line is that you don't negotiate over whether or not America pays the bills. That's our job, and we should do it. We're going to consider another bill tonight, HJ Res 39, and we all know that we need to make more energy in America, so I look forward to a robust discussion on that. But my message to my Republican colleagues and to Speaker McCarthy today is simple. Do your job. Do your job. Pay our bills on time, stop messing around with the debt ceiling, and do your job. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like again to welcome our witnesses here today. I thank them for their time, look forward to their testimony, and I yield back.
I thank my friend. I just remind him that $6 trillion of that debt was under President Biden. That's a lot more than 6%. It's more like 20. And frankly, we'd like to do our jobs with the president. We just like him to come to the negotiating table and sit down and actually have a discussion with us. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included for the record. I'd like to welcome our first panel, Chairman Jason Smith, Representative Gwen Moore, from the Ways and Means Committee, Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle from the Budget Committee, and Chairwoman Granger and Ranking Member DeLauro from the Appropriations Committee. Chairman Smith, welcome back to the Rules Committee, and I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member McGovern. It's a pleasure to be back before the Rules Committee. I have missed all of my friends since the last time we were here. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the solutions that Republicans have put forward in the Limit, Save, and Grow Act to responsibly address the debt limit while at the same time tackling the nation's fiscal crisis and the stumbling economy. To put America's fiscal house in order, we have to end Washington's reckless spending habits, and we need to grow our economy. Thankfully, both of these goals reinforce each other. If we can get spending back down, we can take some fuel off the fire of inflation that has dropped real wages by 3.5% over the last 2 years and driven prices up nearly 15% since Biden took office. It would also give the Federal Reserve less reason to keep raising interest rates, which have made life tougher for everyone we represent. And what better way to help grow our economy than to help more Americans achieve the dignity of a day's work? The work requirements in this bill will help more Americans get back in the workforce. Today's workforce participation rate is still behind where it was before the pandemic. At the Ways and Means Committee, we looked at TANF and the loopholes states use to not fulfill their required workforce participation rates. This legislation closes many of those loopholes and helps return the program to one which can help lift people out of poverty versus keep them trapped in it. As chairman of Ways and Means, we have started this Congress by holding field hearings in communities across the country to understand better the state of the American economy. During those hearings, individual after individual has said they do not want more money coming out of Washington. Instead, they want Washington to stop taking money out of their pockets, whether in the form of higher taxes or higher inflation. Time and time again, Congress has instituted spending reductions and restraints alongside a debt ceiling increase. President Biden, he voted for such agreements when he was a senator, and he negotiated them when he was vice president. I understand that my Democrat colleagues may object to some of the policies in this bill. Perhaps you may disagree with the provisions that roll back some of the special interest tax breaks you gave to big corporations and the wealthy in the Inflation Reduction Act. More than 90%, Mr. Chairman, of green subsidies in that bill go to corporations that make more than $1 billion. Financial institutions alone take home 3 times more money from the special interest green corporate welfare in the Inflation Reduction Act than any other industry. Yet I know many of my colleagues on the other side are also disappointed with how the White House has chosen to implement the IRA, drifting far away from what you voted for and essentially thrown away the law's domestic content protections. This is making it easier for American tax dollars to flow to China, enriching the Chinese Communist Party and allowing the country to continue dominating critical mineral supply chains. You may object to our efforts to protect the middle class from a supercharged IRS by repealing the funding for 87,000 new IRS employees. As recently as last week, the Biden administration was claiming taxpayers would be handing over an additional $400 billion to those 87,000 employees. If so, a sizable portion of that is coming out of the pockets of working class families. When it comes to those historic audit rates we hear so much about, well, we crunched the numbers and found such audit rates would mean 1 million additional audits. And over 650,000 Americans who make less than $75,000 a year will be audited. So I say to my colleagues, do not stick your head in the sand and say there can be no discussion about how we get America's fiscal house in order. The American people deserve the discussion. When at the same time we are asking the American people to stomach another increase in Congress's credit limit. Let's do right by America, America's working class, and get our economy moving again. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Moore, welcome back to the Rules Committee, and you're recognized for your opening statement.
I think it's on. Thank you so very much, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm so happy to be here before the Rules Committee today, here with my colleague, the Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith. Before I give my testimony, I just want to reflect on how much it has meant to work with the two of you in particular. Mr. McGovern, you know, you've always had your fingerprints all over making sure that we had SNAP, food stamps, so that we could meet the needs of the most vulnerable people. Basic needs, just eating, nothing high tech, but just, and especially for our children. And I just want to let you know how much I appreciate that in view of our, you know, debating over budgeting. I just want to appreciate how strident and firm you have been with making sure that food doesn't become something we negotiate away. And Mr. Cole, you know exactly how I feel about you. And, uh-oh. I want to get you in trouble, but I do appreciate your long-standing effort to help lift people up and truly lift them out of poverty. You know, we have provisions in this bill that claim to lift people out of poverty, but you truly, in your stewardship in this body, have made sure, as you sat at those tables, that low-wage students who come from low-income backgrounds, whether it's in West Virginia, in rural areas, or in Chicago or Detroit, you know, whether they're, you know, first-generation, you know, Mexicans or Native Americans or Black students, that when people have talent, you enable them to not only escape poverty, but to move into the middle class through really helping them. And I just want to take this extraordinary opportunity to thank you all for hearing me today. I'm really happy to be here to represent the Ways and Means Committee. I had a much more narrow interest in the bill, but as in the absence of Mr. Neal, I'm going to take advantage of this time and just talk a little bit about some of the provisions in this bill. The green energy tax incentives, as I pointed out in our field hearing in Georgia the other day, I'm old enough to have been through the various iterations of our energy economy. And I had my very first asthma attack shoveling coal into a furnace. So I am a person who has come to appreciate the evolution of energy, how it's going to help us decarbonize, and how it's going to help us create jobs. We have about 9 million jobs projected to be created just by renewing our energy grid. I have seen recently in a trip with the Congressional Black Caucus Institute, places where they've got charging stations everywhere in California, where they are really, really bringing low-wage workers up to speed and training them to do these jobs. And this is something that the Ways and Means Committee, the Democrats, are really proud that we were able to create through our green energy tax incentives. The IRA, not only will it create 9 million jobs, but it's going to help domestic manufacturers in the critical domestic supply chain. All of us have suffered, individually and collectively about the breakdown in our supply chain. And the Inflation Reduction Act will enable us to build the capacity to close those gaps. I'll wait until our other testimony to go into specifics in case you may have questions on our energy products. The IRS funding cuts. My colleague mentioned that there would be IRS agents. We've heard tales about how they're going to be gun-toting AR-15 IRS agents at the door, and they're going to bother ordinary citizens. Well, let me say, I just filed my taxes, and the IRS has no problem finding me and collecting my taxes. They know exactly how much I make. I have a W-2 that I fill out. We get 1099s, and they have no problem collecting taxes from us. When we were charged with reviewing the audit program for former President Trump's taxes, what we found is that the IRS really couldn't do it because they didn't have the capacity to audit complex tax returns such as his. Tax returns that included 500 individual companies with which Mr. Trump was associated. And they just simply didn't do it. We have strategically, for whatever reason, reduced the numbers of IRS employees such that I don't think that our IRS agency has had this few employees since the early 1990s. And as our tax laws become more sophisticated, we do need to make sure that when people file their taxes, that they're paying their fair share. Tax cheats cost money. We always talk about not having a spending problem, not having a problem with revenue, always having spending problems. But it's spending when we don't collect the taxes that are due. And there are estimates, conservative estimates, that probably $500 billion to $1 trillion a year are lost in revenues that are owed the United States Treasury and our voluntary tax system, because tax cheats know that we don't have the ability to do it. Not only that, innocent middle-class people find themselves frustrated because IRS agents simply don't answer the phone. Wait times are 30, 40 minutes, maybe never. These IRS agents will help alleviate that as well. And so I think that this is long overdue, and that I would hope that the committee would see that this is a good investment in our economy rather than an expense. We also talked about clawing back some of the COVID relief. I just want to remind you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, that much of that COVID relief money was promised to providers. And it's also money that we are using in developing more and newer vaccines. That as we continue to see mutations of COVID-19, this has informed us that we should not be flat-footed and wait on the next pandemic before we continue to put money into improving outreach, which I think was flawed when the pandemic caught us. And I think it would be ill-advised for us to claw back that funding and to enact those rescissions. I am very, very I also want to talk about this. This bill doesn't necessarily talk about making cuts to Social Security. But I can tell you that if we default on our debts, that Social Security will in fact be impacted. We've already heard from the IRS that the receipts to date are not as robust as they had hoped that they would be, which means that on any given day that the bills for Social Security, for example, or Medicare come in, if we don't have the cash flow to pay those bills, we will essentially default a little bit at a time. And so, the notion that our safety net programs like Social Security and Medicare will not be impacted is really absolutely not the case. I want to talk about the work requirements in the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program. And as we go on, I hope that I have another opportunity to go into detail, but I'll just say this. We ended welfare as we know it. 80% of the people who might be eligible for this program with the financial and non-financial criteria are driven away with the deliberate bureaucracy and program of the program that is really designed not to give you any aid. Here's a program, so literally the only people who are on this program are typically women of color, many child-only cases with grandmas taking care of the children, and people who have tremendous barriers to working. And the program is designed such that it's impossible, really, to lift yourself out of poverty. In my state, Mr. Cole, which has not expanded Medicaid, for example, if someone were diligent and they found themselves one of these $7.50 an hour jobs, and worked every single day, worked 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, they'd earn $15,080 a year, just enough to make themselves ineligible for Medicaid. So the trapezoid nature of these programs, wonderful. I've heard so many Republicans say that welfare traps you into poverty. Yeah, that's right. This one traps you into poverty. You can't make a dime over the poverty level to qualify for any of these programs. And so what we are basically doing, Mr. Cole, Mr. McDermott, Mr. McDermott, my good friend, Mr. McGovern, I'm just so nervous being here. What we're doing really is financing the low-wage workforce. We, with women of color, young mothers, telling them that if you don't take these jobs where there's no education and training, very narrow sorts of work opportunities, if you try to get education and training, you won't be eligible to receive that. And if you don't go to work on these unreliable shifts, working at a bar, working at a restaurant, we're not going to help you with health care. We're not going to help you with child care. You're not going to get sick days. You're not going to get paid family leave. You're going to work in poverty for the rest of your life. And the program, the government program, is designed to be in cahoots with a business model that relies on impoverishing workers. And that would include women, immigrants, and numbers of other people who find themselves trying to negotiate very hard times. And so I look forward to a robust conversation about this. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank you very much for your comments. Chairman Arrington, you're recognized for your opening testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. McGovern. It's an honor to be here. I want to say I'm especially honored to serve with Brennan Boyle, my ranking member. He's a good man. He's a thoughtful lawmaker. I respect him a great deal. We have different opinions, obviously, but I trust him. That's important. I could say amen to everything you said, and I could say I couldn't disagree more with Mr. McGovern's opening comments, respectfully. I want to walk through this Limit, Save, and Grow Act. This is what I believe a responsible approach to the debt ceiling conversations that are going on. Nobody can look at our balance sheet. Nobody can look at the CBO budget outlook and not shudder at the rapid deterioration of our nation's fiscal health. As chairman of the Budget Committee, I can't stress enough to the American people what a financial mess we are in. You mentioned some of the numbers. All you have to do, if you can put your bifocals on, is see the clock ticking away at my friend Thomas Massey. 31 trillion. 123% gross debt to GDP, the highest level of indebtedness in our nation's history. And it's getting much worse really quickly. CBO, nonpartisan, projections over 10 years, double our annual deficits from $1.5 trillion to $3 trillion. Our interest payments from $0.5 trillion to $1.5 trillion, triple the interest payments in 10 years. We're so in the red that we'll spend more to service the debt. That's just paying interest in 2025 than we will spend on all of national defense. Now, that's the fiscal state of the nation. Our national debt is certainly unsustainable, and I think that's indisputable, but it's not unfixable if we don't change course, and soon. We won't just be trying to stave off a recession. We will have a full-blown sovereign debt crisis on our hands that will threaten not only our economy and our national security, but our way of life and America's leadership in the world. This legislation is just a first step. It's an important step, but it's just a first step toward getting our fiscal house in order and a good faith effort to bring the president to the negotiating table, where he's been as vice president and where he was when he was senator. This proposal will reduce deficit spending and save taxpayers $4.8 trillion over 10 years, $1 trillion over the next year. This legislation would require Washington, us, I would suggest over time, we've all contributed to this. And I will continue to say that because I believe that to be true. And by the way, this isn't the $31 trillion and the projections, this unsustainable debt, this isn't a Republican problem or a Democrat problem. It is a mathematical reality that we have to deal with. And all we're asking of our colleagues and the president is do what the American people are doing all across the country, namely because of the inflation and their shrinking paychecks and the rise in the cost of everything, the cost of living crisis. What are the American people doing? Suffering a great deal. And they're having to tighten their belts, reevaluate their spending, and survive. What are we doing? Just business as usual here in the people's capital. First, this legislation would limit federal spending by reining in and right-sizing the federal bureaucracy. This proposal will bring FY24 discretionary spending levels to where they were just 4 months ago. 4 months ago. Going forward, we'll cap discretionary budget at 1% annual growth over the next 10 years. Pray to God it works to relieve the current inflationary pressures on working families and reduce wasteful Washington spending to the tune of over $3 trillion. Second, This legislation would save taxpayer dollars by reversing some of the Democrats' reckless spending items. Here are just a few. There are more, but these are the ones that we've chosen to put forward. Reclaiming tens of billions of dollars in unspent COVID from the partisan COVID bill that spent $2 trillion with $1 trillion of COVID relief still on the table. That's what ignited this inflationary firestorm, and states and local governments can't even creatively think of ways to spend this money, and we're just saying, let's claw this back. Time to tap the brakes on Washington spending. Defunding the president's army of 87,000 IRS agents, repealing the Green New Deal special interest tax breaks for the largest green energy corporations, and rescinding President Biden's unconstitutional student loan bailout. Thirdly, this proposal will grow the economy by returning to pro-growth, pro-work, pro-energy policies that will unleash American prosperity once again. It stops the assault on U.S. energy production and restores American energy dominance. That's good for consumers, it's good for the climate, it's good for our nation, and it is the lifeblood of our economy if we are to come out of this nosedive into a recession. Our proposal will prevent trapping people, as my friend Gwen Moore said, and she'll disagree with me. People are trapped, and by paying people more to stay home, which at one point we were just throwing a bunch of money at a problem that we were trying to solve that was unprecedented. Then we knew better, and we warned our colleagues, don't pay people more to stay home. And for heaven's sakes, don't relax the work requirements. It's not good for the people. It traps them in a cycle of poverty and dependence, and it will never be able to recover from this if we have a labor shortage, and we've already touched on the 3 million people prior to COVID that we are below the labor participation rate. The bill will also combat Biden's unprecedented barrage of regulations. That's a major drag on the economy and our recovery. It's an unbearable burden for small businesses, especially in rural America. And it will, like taxes, lower wages, and it will increase the cost of goods for working families. By the way, President Biden and his administration is on track now to double the Obama White House in the cost and the total burden, compliance included, paperwork included, of President Obama. And it's 8 times more President Trump. Lastly, Republicans recognize it is responsible, in fact, to raise the debt ceiling. We agree. But it would be irresponsible to do so without meaningful fiscal reforms. In fact, it would be nothing short of negligence. Mr. Chairman, let's be clear. We should pay our creditors and protect the good faith and credit of the United States. But we cannot give a blank check to any politician, Republican or Democrat, to continue to bankrupt this country. And that's what's happening. Republicans have put forth a plan worthy of the people we serve. Now I'm asking all of us to put aside our political pettiness or small-mindedness and rise to meet this, the greatest 21st century challenge, in my opinion, before it's too late. If we fail to meet this moment, we risk being the first generation in history to leave our children with a weaker America, fewer opportunities, and a lower standard of living. That's unacceptable, I believe, to everybody in this room. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I look forward to answering questions.
Thank you for your comments. Ranking Member Boyle, welcome to the Rules Committee. You're recognized for your opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first time testifying before the Rules Committee, and I want to thank our committee's chairman and my good friend Jody Arrington for the very kind things he said about me, and I share all of those sentiments and more about him. I hope and believe that we have set a tone for the Budget Committee of seriousness and mutual respect, and certainly all of our committee hearings thus far have been conducted in that way. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, I thank you as well. And Mr. Chairman, I would be remiss if I didn't, on behalf of all of my constituents in Philadelphia, thank you and the good people of Oklahoma for Jalen Hurts. That is probably the most important thing I will say here today for many of my constituents.
Certainly the most popular with the chairman, so.
And I have a feeling Ms. Scanlon would associate herself with my remarks. But on to the very important topic at hand. With the threat of default looming, our nation needs decisive action and responsible leadership. Democrats have proven that Congress can deliver for the American people while promoting fiscal responsibility. From galvanizing a record-breaking and world-leading recovery from the COVID pandemic, which did not happen by accident, to the creation of 12.6 million jobs under President Biden, itself an all-time American record, to rebuilding our nation's infrastructure, to making major investments in America's economic competitiveness, and yes, to passing legislation to reduce the deficit. Now, I wish we were here today to talk about how we can build upon this historic progress and improve the lives of our constituents and grow the economy. But we are not. Instead, we are here debating whether or not House Republicans are going to do their jobs and ensure our nation pays its bills, like we have for our entire 247-year history. Republicans had no qualms whatsoever about raising the debt ceiling 3 times under former President Trump. But now that there's a Democrat in the White House, they're refusing to act unless their unpopular policy demands are met. Now, Republicans will claim that they are being, quote, fiscally responsible. But let me be clear. There has never been and never will be anything fiscally responsible about threatening to refuse to pay America's bills. Killing millions of jobs is not fiscally responsible. Neither is knowingly unleashing a recession or purposefully disinvesting in our nation and its people for years to come. I had hoped that when the Speaker referred to the budget process and the debt ceiling as, quote, apples and oranges, it meant Republicans finally understood the real-world ramifications of reckless brinkmanship. After all, as Ranking Member McGovern pointed out, former President Trump once said recently, quote, I can't imagine anybody ever thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiating tool. Republicans claim their draconian spending cuts are the only way to pay down the deficit. This is false. The President and congressional Democrats have already achieved historic deficit reduction, and we have done it without sacrificing Americans' health and well-being. In fact, the President's latest budget, which he unveiled in my district on March 9th, reduces the deficit by another $3 trillion over the next 10 years, while still making responsible investments to improve Americans' quality of life. But instead of working to responsibly raise revenues by closing the tax gap and ensuring the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, Republicans are here to let those tax dodgers off the hook and instead impose extreme and devastating cuts at the expense of working Americans. This bill does not simply, quote, roll back spending, as some would have you believe. The bill amounts to the biggest single cut to non-defense programs in our nation's recorded history. First, it demands an immediate cut of at least $142 billion to the vital services and protections Americans value, need, and deserve. And then it hits even deeper, imposing trillions of dollars of devastating cuts over a decade that disinvest in our nation and its people. By capping key investments in our economy and Americans' health, safety, and well-being at unworkable levels for an entire decade, resources in 2033 would be lower than they are today. Republicans and all those supporting this piece of legislation are knowingly kneecapping our economic potential and undermining our ability to meet the needs of American families now and years to come. Republicans took our economy hostage because they know their extreme agenda is deeply unpopular and dead on arrival. This Default on America Act is also DOA, and we all know it. There is no way Congress will coalesce around 10 years of destructive caps and cuts in exchange for staving off default for less than 1 year before we have to go through this cycle yet again. The Republican majority could put an end to this entire fabricated crisis right now. Just put a clean bill on the House floor so America can pay what it owes. And then we can move on to negotiating future spending like we do every year. But instead, the People's House is spending its time attempting to convince Republicans not to default and plunge our nation into a completely avoidable economic catastrophe. The catastrophic impact of a self-inflicted default cannot be overstated. And I think actually most of us recognize that. But this DOA agenda has steep costs as well. Moody's Analytics estimates Republicans' cuts, quote, would meaningfully increase the likelihood of a recession and result in almost 800,000 fewer jobs by the end of 2024 compared to a clean debt ceiling bill. How does that help any of the American people? There is no reason to subject our economy and our people to more Republican chaos, crisis, and confusion. House Democrats are ready to support a clean bill to prevent a devastating debt default. But we will not bend to a ruinous ransom note or this DOA act. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you for your comments. I love you all, but you'll all recognize the next two are my favorites. So I want to begin by recognizing Chairwoman Granger for her opening comment.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member McGovern, for allowing me to testify on the Limit, Save, Grow Act. I want to start by thanking Speaker McCarthy, Leader Scalise, Ways and Means Chairman Smith, and Budget Chairman Arrington for their hard work on this bill. I hope the President will come to the table and work with us to ensure our nation does not default on our debt. I want to highlight one very straightforward idea included in this package to rescind funds that are not needed at this time and redirect them to other priorities. For example, as much as $60 billion that was appropriated more than 2 years ago for COVID remains unspent. Now that the national emergency is officially over, we should be able to take back those resources. There's also no reason for the IRS to be holding on to billions of dollars for future years. These are just some examples of where we can limit spending and save money. We can and will find ways to prioritize. Excuse me on that one. We plan to do this without harming our ability to provide for our national defense, take care of our veterans, and secure our border. I just returned from the border, and the case is clear. It's a crisis. Other government spending simply has to be lower on the priority list. Finally, the American people expect us to be good stewards of funds, and this bill sets the House on that path. We'll mark up appropriations bills this spring and summer as the next step in this process. I look forward to getting to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much for your comments. And now we turn to my good friend, Ranking Member of the Appropriations Committee. Mr. Laura, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman, and it is a delight to be with you this afternoon and with Mr. McGovern. As I said in the past, we have spent the last several years, whether as chair or ranking member, with each one of us managing for the first time in a very long time to produce the labor, health, human services, and education bills, and bills that I am enormously proud of, and enormously proud of the work that we were able to complete together. And delighted to be here with my colleague, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, Congresswoman Granger. And as we move forward in the appropriations process, I'm sure that, not sure that many know this, but you cannot pass the government funding bills without there being agreement by Democrats and Republicans, and that's both in the House and in the Senate. And there are very, very few bills that we deal with here that require that kind of cooperation. I'm enormously proud of the work that we did in March and the work that we did in December in order to keep the government funding for 2023. And so pleased to be with my colleague, Congressman McGovern. We share the conviction that what government is all about is to help to be transformative in the lives of people and to provide people with opportunity, especially at a time when they may suffer challenges to be able to move forward and to provide themselves with their families with economic and financial security. I'm honored to have the opportunity to appear before you to discuss H.R. 2811, the Default on America Act, a debt default and cuts that puts our nation's economy at catastrophic risk. I wish the circumstances were different. In fact, I wish I was not here speaking on this bill at all. But the appropriations process has been dragged into the conversation, putting our nation's economy at risk. Preventing a default is an obligation that we have as members of Congress, and I do not support linking it to the annual process of funding federal programs. This tactic all but guarantees more chaos and increases the likelihood of going from one debt limit and government shutdown fight to the next. The bill before us holds the economy hostage in exchange for slashing investments important to American families. According to my Republican colleagues, the price of averting a default is drastic cuts in 2024, compounded by capping investments at austere levels for the next 10 years. 10 years of cuts for less than 1 year of preventing a default. Making no mistake, in less than a year, we will be back here again with House Republicans demanding even more extreme cuts to the programs that today's bills already seeks to decimate. The bill before us takes food off of people's plates, tells them they cannot go to school any longer, denies them health care, and takes away their homes. It would kick 300,000 children out of child care and Head Start. It would slash nutrition services for more than 1 million seniors, and it increases heating and cooling costs for about 5 million households. It makes college more expensive by taking away the opportunity for 80,000 people to attend college and reducing the maximum award by nearly $1,000 for the 6.6 million students who receive Pell Grants. And you know what else? Taking away opioid recovery services from 29,000 people destroys families. It costs lives. And these are costs we cannot afford. Not only does this bill do nothing to protect veterans, but it rescinds $2 billion from veterans and puts their well-being at risk by delaying access to health care and benefits that they have earned. And this is shameful. In addition, it would rescind tens of billions of COVID relief funding, including resources to prevent the next pandemic and disaster relief funding, which continues to support response to natural disasters in many of the states that are home to my colleagues in this room. It would also wipe out funding for critical oversight. I do not understand what my House Republican colleagues are doing, and I am sure that some don't understand that either. A good example of this is that despite their rhetoric on the border, House Republicans' cuts would allow hundreds of thousands of pounds of drugs across our borders. They would cut law enforcement by taking cops off the street. Is not that defunding the police? They make it less safe to travel by shutting FAA operations at 125 air traffic control towers and increasing TSA wait times to more than 2 hours at large airports. This should outrage all of us. For months, I have heard Republican colleagues claim that defense, veterans' health care, border security would be protected. This reckless bill does not give that assurance. As I already explained, it immediately rescinds $2 billion from veterans. And it either puts defense, veterans, and border funding on the chopping block, or it forces further cuts to other critical government programs by more than 22%, including rescissions. There is a $1 billion rescission in disaster relief funding, which continues to support our response to natural disaster. It eliminates every remaining dollar provided in COVID relief legislation from critical oversight. House Republicans do not want to return non-defense programs to their 2022 level. They want to slash these programs by a minimum of 22%, taking us back years and years. Speaker McCarthy's bill is an extreme proposal that it would amount to the biggest cut in non-defense programs in our country's recorded history. As hard as they might try, Republicans cannot have it both ways. These caps are cuts, and cuts of this magnitude would be devastating, no matter how you slice them. Everyone in this room knows that there are not enough votes to pass all 12 appropriations bills at these levels. I urge my colleagues to prevent a catastrophic default and have a separate conversation on discretionary investments. And I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lorraine.
Thank you, and thank all of you. Yes, sir.
Can I issue unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Small Business Administration which states that Republican spending cuts would have a very real and damaging impact on our small businesses, communities, and economy and competitiveness. They specifically note that almost 300 fewer small businesses would be able to participate in their entrepreneurial development program.
Without objection. Again, thank all of you for your very thoughtful questions. I have just a few questions of my own before we open it up for the rest of the panel to ask their questions. Chairman Arrington, let me start with you. I want to, get your reaction. I've often heard discussion about the debt limit, that raising the debt limit should be done in a, quote, clean way or without any other provisions attached to it. Is it normal for Congress to pass debt limit increases without any changes in spending at all?
Well, I would say that the best fiscal reforms in modern history have come as a result of negotiating a debt limit. So this is not unprecedented. People are going to fearmonger. They do every time this comes up. But, Chairman, it's very simple. The debt limit is here, and we have to make a decision because it's a check on our indebtedness and the indebtedness of our country and the impact on the future of our country and the future health of our country. And we had a hearing, an oversight hearing and budget. I think every member, Republican and Democrat, agreed our current path, our debt trajectory is completely unsustainable. Now, we may have different ways to go about it, but if that's true, and we've done this for 100 years and never defaulted, and the most significant, most meaningful structural reforms that have reined our spending and our debt in, I don't know why we would, I think it would be irresponsible to move forward without having a good, honest, bipartisan discussion and landing on raising the debt limit, paying our bills, and putting financial controls in place going forward. It's happened numerous times. It can happen again, but it requires leadership.
Isn't it frankly almost always what we do? When we raise the debt limit, we attach something to it to try and correct the spending that bumped us up against that limit?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So, yeah, so it's pretty common practice what we're talking about doing
Yeah,
here.
it is.
And obviously, if we pass something through the House, it doesn't mean it'll pass the Senate or be signed by the president. It's an opening position in negotiations. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. We've been asking respectfully for our colleagues and the president namely to join us at the negotiating table. We don't have all the answers, but we can all agree there is a big boulder of a problem rolling downhill, and it will have catastrophic, and I fear irreparable.
Thank you. Chairman Smith, let me go to you next. Obviously, you used to be chairman of the Budget Committee, so you know the situation we face pretty well. Could you explain why it's actually important to begin to address these high levels of debt?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Put it this way, knowing our fiscal state, being in debt of $31 trillion and growing, that creates huge risk. And when you're looking at the proposals to increase the debt limit, a clean debt limit couldn't even pass the United States Senate. Democrat senators have said they would not vote for it. If they could pass a clean debt ceiling like what the president has called for, they would have already sent that over to us. So it is reckless behavior for Biden, House Democrats, and Senate Democrats not to come to the table to negotiate with Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans. They're the ones that's risking the potential of a default because they can't even pass that in their side. If they could, they would, Mr. Chairman. Our debt is a huge issue to working class Americans, huge issue. When spending caps fell off in 21, we saw under one-party Democrat rule of Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer, increased spending by more than $10 trillion. Increased spending in 2 years with no caps. $10 trillion. And you know what that resulted in working class Americans? Inflation has gone up almost 15% in those 2 years, 14.9%. Real wages have decreased 3.5% in those 2 years because of those policies, increasing the debt, increasing the spending. And that means every American's paying more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. That is devastating. And that is why the American people's calling on Congress and the White House to address this fiscal insanity and figure out some way to come to a common ground. The Speaker and House Republicans have been crystal clear. There's two red lines. One, it's just not going to be a clean increase to the credit limit. And two, there's not going to be tax increases included to it. Other than that, we'll work with you on anything. So come to the table, don't be reckless, and let's accomplish this.
So just to be clear, Senator Schumer could pass a clean debt ceiling today if he had the votes?
He absolutely could, but he does not have the votes. He has had Democrat senators say that they would not support a clean debt limit. And as narrow as that majority is, they simply don't have the votes.
And, you know, you made this point, but I think it's one to drive home. We've had the worst inflation in 40 years. As a matter of fact, it was not just Republican economists, but Democratic economists like former Secretary of Treasury Larry Summers, Steve Ratner, who managed the car crisis for the Obama campaign, Jason Furman, I said Thurman, Furman, who was, I think, chair of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Obama. All of them warned that American Rescue Plan would result in inflation. And you talked a little bit about this, but I'd like to drive the point home a little bit more. Who gets hurt most by inflation?
Working class families who's living paycheck to paycheck. Inflation was 1.4% the month before passage of the American Rescue Plan. When that $2 trillion spending bill came in effect, that's when inflation started to rise. And it's gone up 14.9% since that happened. Larry Summers, Democrat economist Larry Summers, just like you said, Mr. Chairman, warned that our economy did not need this $2 trillion, and it would lead to unintended consequences. And unfortunately, it's at the cost of working-class Americans who's just struggling to get by.
Thank you very much. I want to turn now again to my favorite chair of all the chairs, as much as I admire each and every one of them. Chairwoman Granger, you made this point a little bit, but I think it's important. I want you to elaborate. On April 10th, President Biden actually signed Mr. Gosar's legislation that terminates the national emergency as it relates to COVID-19. I can tell you, I watch state politics in my state a lot, and I can tell you the state legislature is trying to figure out how to spend huge amounts of money that the federal government has sent them on things that have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with COVID relief. So can you just give this committee a sense of the size of the funds that could be recaptured and returned to the federal taxpayer if this bill were to become law?
The last number that we saw, looking at that, this number you're asking are 60 billion. 60 billion.
So since an emergency's over and we don't need that money for that emergency and that's what it's appropriated for, don't you think we should bring it back?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll turn to my very good friend, the ranking member, for any questions he cares to pose.
Yeah, well, thanks. I have a few questions, quite a few questions, actually. But let me begin by, I want to get something straight right off the bat here. So I keep hearing from our witnesses that this is a reasonable proposal. The proposal is you want to make 10 years of deep, devastating cuts to programs that help regular people, my constituents, 10 years of cuts that will probably impact this country for generations, an entire decade of austerity, and in exchange, if I get this right, you have agreed to not push the entire economy off a cliff for about a year. I mean, does that sound in any way reasonable? What happens a year from now? You demand even more cuts to pay for bills that we've already accumulated? I mean, what's next? You take our firstborn for another 20 years of cuts? I mean, how does this end? This is absurd. This is not the way we should be doing the people's business. This plan, and I use that term loosely, is no different than an extortion. It's really interesting because my Republican friends champion these tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires and big corporations that added trillions to our debt. No talk about the impact on the deficit or the debt. None. Don't worry about it. It's not an important issue. But now, when it comes to dealing with programs that impact regular people, we talk about cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting. Let's balance the budget on the poor. That's what my friends are suggesting here today. Now, with that said, let me begin by talking about the process first, because this bill was introduced less than an hour ago, which is interesting, less than an hour ago. And I think we all deserve, and the American people deserve, some answers on the process here. So for months, this Republican majority has been promising a more open process. Yet today, we're considering yet another bill that has not gone through regular order. And not just any bill, this is a massive 300-page plus bill that will hurt communities and hurt everyday people. No hearings, no markups. I think we just got the CBO score about 15 minutes ago. Certainly no input from Democrats. Drafted behind closed doors, I assume in the Speaker's office or in some office here. So much for keeping promises. Speaker McCarthy said, and I quote, "You can't just throw something on the floor. That's why the committee will be a better process. You can't just throw something on the floor." That's not me talking, that's Speaker McCarthy. So I guess for my Republican friends here, I guess my first question, and it's a yes or no question, do you agree with Speaker McCarthy that going through committee is a better process? Chairman Smith or Arrington, or, do you believe that going through committee is a better process?
I always believe regular order is the way to do it. Unfortunately.
Okay, why didn't you do it then?
And I'm not in charge.
Well, who's in charge?
But when you say we've had hearings, we've had numerous hearings in the Ways and Means Committee in regards to every proposal that is in this bill from the Ways and Means. In fact, we had a hearing last week on all the green credits that we're repealing. And in fact, just 30 minutes ago, JCT reported that it's not costing us $271 billion. It's, at minimum, is over $570 billion from your Inflation Reduction
And
Act.
so were all those bills,
had
all those
those
hearings,
hearings.
were there markups on these legislations in the Ways and Means Committee, on all this legislation that's incorporated in this?
I think you know the answer to that.
Well, the answer is no. I mean, and I think some members may be confused about the phrase regular order. Recently, my Majority Whip Tom Emmer said last Thursday, and again I quote, "On our side, everything is going through regular order. This is the debt ceiling. This is something that was done by the committee as the whole," this is his quote, "which is the entire conference, and it effectively has gone through that process." Freedom Caucus Chair Scott Perry, and I love this, seems to have the same misunderstanding. He said, and I quote, "This is regular order. If we have consensus, I'm not sure we need to go through a committee markup." That's what he said. So it sounds like my GOP friends think that because the entire Republican conference got together and wrote this in secret, that means it went through regular order. So just another simple question. Can any of you define what regular order is? I'll help you. I mean, hearings, markup, then you come to the Rules Committee, then you bring it to the floor, have votes and debates, and this bill has not gone through that process, no matter how you want to stretch the definition. And to be clear, consensus among one party does not mean you can skip a markup and go straight to the floor. And again, these are the issues that you raised here when I was chair. I mean, these are the issues you all complained about. You said you could do things 1,000% differently. And on a major bill like, I'm just keeping, you're the ones who complain, so I'm just trying to keep you to your word here. Yeah, I mean, so, for the first time in my life, I actually have to say I agree with Congressman Andy Biggs, who said he is, quote, "pissed off" when asked if it was okay that the debt limit bill was not going through regular order. He went on to say it's a crying shame. We have been doing these things, we could have been doing these bills individually. I mean, I don't know whether you want to comment on whether you agree with Congressman Biggs or whether he's just plain wrong. But I'll give you the opportunity to support him or criticize him. And Mr. Chairman Arrington, do you?
I think regular order is always the best process. And I think we have proven to be committed to that. We didn't see much of it in the last 2 years, but we're seeing a preponderance of our legislative activity go through this process.
So I think 6 of your 30 bills so far, this Congress have gone through regular order.
One point I would make, and I'm not trying to reverse this and ask
No.
you a question, except to say, when every Democrat around this table and everyone that has spoken said it's reckless to even talk about this issue, who would we be debating? What kind of process? The president asked for terms that we could all agree on as a Republican conference, and that's exactly what we're doing so that he will come to the table.
Yeah, I'm not saying it, my comments were not meant to, it's not reckless to try to deal responsibly with the budget. What I meant by reckless, what I said there's an all-time recklessness and stupidity was that you basically playing Russian roulette with our entire economy. What I thought was reckless was the fact that the burden of balancing the budget falls on the most vulnerable in this country. So here we are in the Rules Committee, late in the afternoon on Monday. You've said that we'll be considering this bill, I think, tomorrow. I think this is going to be up to the floor tomorrow. No hearings, no markups, so this is it. But that's fine, that's okay. Says a senior Republican aide who told the press, and I quote, "It's still going to be debated within the House Rules Committee and on the floor, where almost everyone will have an opportunity to weigh in. We're just skipping a few steps for the sake of timing." That's all we're doing here, skipping a few steps for the sake of timing. 23 of 30 rules that this Congress has brought forward have been completely closed. That's 77%. Republicans are on track to beat their own record from the 115th Congress of being the most closed Congress in the history of our country. The Rules Committee has made in order only 91 amendments so far this year, and at the same point in the last Congress, the Democratic majority made in order 199 amendments. The majority has blocked 290 amendments. Today's hearing notwithstanding, 92% of Democratic amendments have been blocked so far. Even half of all Republican amendments have been blocked. But don't worry, we're all just skipping a few steps for the sake of timing. And Republican leaders, Mr. Chairman, can I have order? I can't hear myself talking.
Gentleman makes a fair point, so I would ask my colleagues, they need to have a conversation, just to step outside.
And Republican leaders, thank you. Republican leaders in this House have decided, even before we gavelled in today, even before they knew what amendments would be submitted, that no idea, no matter how good, would be allowed to be offered. And I'm saying that based on a quote yesterday from Republican Whip Mr. Emmer, who said, and I quote, "I was told it's closed. It's not getting changed." Well, since this is the one and only hearing this bill will get, I have a few questions, so let's get to it. Last week, Speaker McCarthy gave a big speech unveiling House Republicans' quote, "clear plan," end quote, to address the debt. And I thought we would finally be getting some specifics about what House Republicans think we should cut. After all, President Biden released his budget almost 2 months ago, and his budget was actually incredibly detailed, and it laid out proposals for spending in 2024. The president's budget would cut taxes for families and American workers by restoring the full child tax credit that Mr. Lauro has championed and making the earned income tax credit permanent. He talked about reducing prescription drug costs, including by capping the price of insulin at $35 a month for everybody. And let's talk about that for a moment. Democrats already put this $35 insulin cap in place for senior citizens. It is now the law, and folks on Medicare cannot be charged more than $35 a month for their life-saving insulin. Does anyone know Does anyone know what that law is? I mean, it's the Inflation Reduction Act that was contained in. The same law that you guys want to repeal. So let me continue. The president's budget would also improve college affordability by increasing the size of Pell Grants. It would keep our kids from going hungry by enabling schools to provide healthy, free meals. It would extend the solvency of Medicare by at least 25 years. It would provide almost $21 billion to implement the CHIPS and Science Act that we passed this year. And it would do all of that while reducing deficits by nearly $3 trillion. So we know what the president's plan is. I mean, he put it out there in great detail. We know who it is intended to help. Now, contrast that with the bill that we're considering here today. There are no fine details about where these cuts would come from or how they would impact American families. That's because the Republican leadership doesn't want to talk about where the cuts will come from. And that's why the bill doesn't explicitly state that critical programs like Meals on Wheels and the WIC program will have to be slashed to make their math work. Now, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, and I said at the beginning, has not only said he won't go along with any cuts to defense spending, he said that he expects substantial defense increases. And my good friend Chairman Cole, and I don't want to misquote him, but I think he's reported as saying, we're not going to cut defense. I just promise you that, and I suspect we will increase it, end quote. So we're being told that the Pentagon cannot save a single dollar, and the wealthy can't pay another dime, but don't worry, we will slash the deficit by taking resources from everyone else. And we're supposed to believe that nobody will get hurt. So if cuts to our defense programs and veterans' medical care are off the table, as many Republicans have claimed, and by the way, I think that cuts to veterans' medical care should be off the table, this bill will require cutting non-defense discretionary programs by at least 22%. 22%. that would be absolutely devastating for millions of American families. For example, it would mean that nutrition services, such as Meals on Wheels, would be cut for more than 1 million seniors. 2 million vulnerable individuals and families, including rural and underserved populations, would lose access to health care services. And the Social Security Administration would be forced to close field offices, and some applicants would wait an additional 2 months for processing claims. So here's my question for Chairman Arrington. Specifically, what programs will Republicans actually cut to save trillions of dollars?
You bet. I laid that out in the presentation. The student loan bailout, which is $500 billion that the president unilaterally executed. I think it's unconstitutional. Probably the courts will overrule him. We've got unspent COVID monies that 2 years later, tens of billions of dollars. You've got mandatory spending reforms like the Bill Clinton era common sense welfare to work reforms. That would reduce the deficit. So there's a number, and then you've got the discretionary piece where we basically go back 4 months. CBO said we'd be spending $330 billion less than we're spending today in 2019.
Well, so let me ask you specifically. The administration has warned that cuts at these levels are 22% non-defense discretionary funding we're talking about here, but that the administration warned that cuts at these levels would cause over 1 million of our seniors to stop receiving Meals on Wheels. Do you support cutting Meals on Wheels for over 1 million of our seniors?
The vulnerable populations and veterans will not have to have any interruption in their funding. But there's a long list and a boatload of climate-related, there's a lot of expansion of government control health care. You've got a $27 billion EPA slush fund. I could be here for hours.
But we're doing a
literally.
22% across-the-board minimum cut. And we don't know if we raise defense spending, that might be more. The acting Social Security Administrator says cuts this severe would significantly affect their ability to serve the public. Do you support forcing the Social Security Administration to close dozens of field offices and have longer wait times when Americans call for help?
I support the reasonable and responsible reining in of an oversized bureaucracy that has come through COVID and is now, by all measures, including Obama's budget, in his last year, he said we'd be spending at 22 levels. That we're going back to Obama's budget.
Well, the Social Security Administration was not created during COVID. So, and I'm reporting to you figures that they have provided us. The Department of Homeland Security says that under these budget levels, they would have to reduce their air and marine patrol operations by over half. They say this plan would lead to hundreds of pounds more of fentanyl illegally getting into the U.S. every year. I can't believe you support that.
I don't, but the president does, because of in his budget that he just submitted to our committee, we had 2 oversight hearings, he reduces Homeland Security funding by $600 million.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna cut it by 22%.
He pluses up EPA by 1,200 full-time employees.
Secretary Fudge says that 640,000 families would lose their rental assistance under a 22% cut. Do you support making our seniors homeless by cutting housing choice vouchers that they rely on?
This is, to me, predictable rhetoric that you would suggest that any cut would have to come from a vulnerable population or a veteran, and you've listed all of them, and it's stunning that you all could be so consistent in the list of people that you think will bear the brunt of these cuts. And I would suggest to you, with all due respect, Mr. Governor, there is a lot of waste, there is a lot of woke, and there is a lot of bloat in this government, and we got to get to cutting and reducing it, and we don't have to impede on or disrupt any funding for the folks that you are listing.
The Department of Justice said that these cuts would lead to the elimination of 11,000 FBI personnel. Secretary Buttigieg says that these cuts would lead to 11,000 fewer days of rail inspection and 30,000 fewer miles of inspected track. Secretary Cardona says a 22% cut will mean no funding through their state and local grant programs for over 100,000 teachers nationwide. Secretary Vilsack says that cuts this severe would take food away from over 1 million women, infant, and children. I mean, I hope you don't support any of these things, but these were requests anticipating what you were going to come up with here today, to ask specifically if you had to get a 22% cut. And by the way, these aren't the only things that are going to be cut, right? So what we're hearing today is that my Republican friends want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to say they're for making huge budget cuts, but also claim that popular programs won't be cut. The simple truth is that cuts of this magnitude are impossible to make without hurting the American people. It is frankly irresponsible and cruel. You can't. This is about arithmetic, right? Ranking Member DeLauro, is it possible to make these draconian cuts without hurting vulnerable Americans? And can you talk about who will be hurt by these cuts?
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just want to correct the record for this. We're not talking about going back 4 months. This is intentionally misleading. What we are talking about, this is such an extreme proposal, and it's the biggest cut in non-defense programs in our country's recorded history. You don't want to return non-defense programs to the FY22 level. You want to slash the programs by a minimum, I say a minimum, of 22%. If, as has been predicted with Leader McConnell talking about an increase in defense, if you're going to increase defense, if you are going to hold veterans harmless, if you're going to hold other pieces harmless that are your particular interest, we are looking at where else this falls. You're looking at potentially 30% cut in some of these areas. A couple of other things that I really want to say. You know, appropriations, discretionary appropriations are not the driver of the deficit or debt. You can talk to Ways and Means, you can talk to budget, to Congressman Boyle, Congressman Moore. It's about our revenues. But the fact is that you don't want to deal with revenues, and revenues that look at the wealthiest and the biggest corporations making sure that they pay their taxes. There wasn't a peep out of people when you said 1.7, almost $2 trillion in a tax cut to the richest 1/10 of 1% of the people in this country, or to the biggest corporations. Let's put this, let's get the truth on the table. For my part, you know, I negotiated, along with others, in March and in December, government funding bills that came to a compromise on what we were going to spend. No one is suggesting that we shouldn't have the debate on that or a discussion, but to link it with the debt ceiling and to hold this nation's economy hostage is really reckless, and it really is a shameful direction to go in. And again, I don't know how many at this table have negotiated the final bills in March and December, which got our government funding, and not everybody got what they wanted. It was a give and take process, but we got the bill done. I just want to, this I think, and I want to make this something that people on the committee would understand in terms of these cuts and who they affect. And to my colleague, Mr. Reschenthaler, cares deeply about defense and veterans. At least 22% cut in non-defense discretionary programs, over 272,000 fewer veteran outpatient visits in Pennsylvania. It would leaving veterans unable to get appointments, wellness visits, mental health services, substance disorder treatment. Congressman Burgess, you were a proponent of investments in infrastructure, airport improvement program, 22% cut on non-defense discretionary spending. Shut down in services at least 24 air traffic control towers in Texas. It would produce wait times of 2 hours or more at some large airports. Congresswoman Fishback, you're a proponent of rural housing. Bill would force at least 22% cut in non-defense discretionary programs. 8,900 families in Minnesota will lose access to rental assistance, older adults, persons with disabilities, families with children. Mr. Norman, you're a proponent again for veterans. 22% cut in non-defense discretionary programs, Almost 55,000 fewer veteran outpatient visits in South Carolina, leaving veterans unable to get appointments for care like wellness visits, mental health services, substance disorder treatment. And my dear friend, Chairman Cole, I know how you feel about Head Start. We've been joined at the hip in so many of these areas. The bill would force that 22% cut on non-defense discretionary programs. 3,300 children in Oklahoma lose access to Head Start slots. It's not a slot, it's a kid in a Head Start program. And 1,700 would lose access to child care. So I could go down and down the list of issues that people care about. And when you take the very hardest look at what is contained in this bill, you will find that it is, we can't go there. You can't go there in terms of reckless endangerment to the services that we provide to the American people. I thank the
Yeah,
gentleman.
and I'm just going to say, making this bill even worse are the drastic cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF. And under this bill, 10 million people are at risk of losing their health insurance, and hundreds of thousands will lose their SNAP benefits. And I've heard Mr. Arrington and Mr. Smith in public statements, you have been calling for harsher work requirements in SNAP. And, you know, and I'll open this up to anybody, but do you know how many food insecure people are in the United States of America right now? Food insecure people.
I know.
A lot more since the price of food has gone up.
34 million, 34 million. And do you?
9 million children.
Yeah, and do you, Mr. Arrington and Mr. Smith, know what the average SNAP benefit is per person per day, what people get on the benefit? What the average benefit is? It's $6 a day, you know, so $2 per meal. $6, that's the average. And can you tell me anything about the very strict work requirements and time limits that are already in place in SNAP before you add on these other things? Do you know anything about what's already in place?
Well, nobody is suggesting that the benefits, by the way, which were increased by 21%, which is over
$2 a day,
over-
$2 a
yeah,
meal,
I'm just-
$2 a
I'm
meal.
I'm just stating a fact.
And that's an increase.
I'm just stating
Right.
a fact that the benefits were increased by 21%. We're merely saying, if you're an able-bodied adult, not a pregnant woman, not a parent of children, not an elderly or disabled person, if you're an able-bodied adult, then
So-
it's reasonable and responsible
So who is
for
that-
the individual
Right,
and
yeah.
for taxpayers and for our economy to expect that they work. And we're just tightening that up so that that is in fact the outcome.
I'm going to yield to Ms. Moore in a second, but I just want the record to be clear. So before President Biden got in, the average SNAP benefit was about $1.40 per person per meal. Then they used the Thrifty Food Plan to move it up to $2. That was as a result of a Republican farm bill that asked the administration, I think they had hoped the Trump administration would have been in place, not the Biden administration, to review to see whether it was accurate. So they moved it up to $2. The pandemic benefit moved it up to $2.40. That ended, it's now back to $2. But $2 per person, per meal. That is this benefit that we're all so worked up about. And I just want to say that, and this is why hearings would have been helpful. Has anybody done any hearings on who this able-bodied adult population is? Because the majority of people who are on SNAP, who are able-bodied, actually work. Do you know who this population is, who's, quote, able-bodied, who is not working right now?
Well, there are 17 states that have a full waiver over their state. There are 9 states that have a partial waiver.
Right,
So
but-
just
but do you-
doing the
do you know
math,
who these people
26
are?
Half the states in the country are not enforcing what the American
And the
people.
reason why-
If I may just finish
Yeah,
the sentence.
sure.
What the American people believe is reasonable. Wisconsin had a ballot initiative. They said 80% of the people of Wisconsin said, we expect people who are able to work, to
Right.
receive public assistance.
Right.
So we're just trying to
But
follow
of-
through and make good
Right,
on
no,
that.
right, but just, this is why hearings are important, because it's important to know who these people are. Of the able-bodied adults, again, the majority who are able-bodied, who are on SNAP actually work, I mean, that's just a fact. Of those who don't work, it's a complicated population. Many of them are veterans. Many of them are children graduating out of foster care. Many of them are people with undiagnosed mental illnesses. I mean, there's a reason why some of these states move to provide waivers, because this is a very vulnerable population. I'll just say one other thing, and then I'll yield to Ms. Moore if she has anything she wants to add. Does anyone here know the average time that somebody who goes on SNAP is actually on the benefit, what the average time they are on the benefit is for? It's less than a year. Less than a year. So this notion, this kind of stereotype, that there are all these people who just don't want to work, and by the way, are kind of doing nothing because they get this great benefit, which is $2, per person per meal, is so just wrong and offensive. And by the way, and I'll follow up with you on this, I mean, if you could show me the studies that you have, that you've referred to, that documents that work requirements, actually are helpful to getting people into the workplace like this, because I have a whole bunch of research here that talks about how the current ABOD rule doesn't increase employment or earnings, but it does abruptly cut people off, and people who are very vulnerable, who fall through the cracks. I don't know, Ms. Moore, if you wanted to add something.
Thank you so much for lifting up this. And I was eagerly trying to hear who Mr. Arrington thought were these able-bodied people, and he referenced a commercial that ran in Wisconsin. And I saw this young white boy who was playing video games saying, "Mom, bring me some more chips. Why should I work when I get free stuff?" That person doesn't exist any more than the welfare queen does. The non-financial criteria for being eligible for TANF, number one is that you have kids. That white boy didn't have any kids at home with his mama playing video games. He was probably some rich, entitled somebody who didn't have to, he was somebody acting for a commercial. And they deliberately aired it in my state, in Wisconsin. And if such a person existed, that able-bodied young man, he would not be eligible for TANF. Mr. McGovern raised a good point. Most of the people who receive TANF are children. And they're not just children, they're children under the age of 12. And most of the TANF cases are child-only cases, where you do have grandmas raising their grandchildren because of catastrophic problems that have occurred within those families. These able-bodied people who are capable of going to work, if they were able to go to work at a job that provide them with a sufficient amount of income not to need TANF benefits, they wouldn't be at your door. They would not have educational deficits. They would not have, problems with childcare. They wouldn't have multiple children that they had to tend to with limited income. The person that you are describing does not exist. This able-bodied person who does not work does not exist. As Mr. McGovern has indicated, 80% of the people who receive SNAP are working either the year before or after they are no longer receiving SNAP. If you live in the state of Wisconsin or any of these states that provide Medicaid, and many states like Wisconsin have not expanded Medicaid, unfortunately, then you will find that a person who works for $7.50 an hour, 40 hours a week, if there's no such job as that, nobody hires somebody part-time to work in the kinds of places that we saw. Mr. Smith and I went to Atlanta to a field hearing, and our witness talked about these wild animals don't want to come to work because we give them free stuff. And this person happened to be the owner of a bar, restaurant, grill, and he admitted he doesn't provide them with health care. He doesn't provide them with full-time work. He doesn't provide them with sick leave. And when I spoke with him and his wife, their response was, well, we don't have health care either. Begrudging these people health care. If you worked every single day, 5 days a week, and earned the minimum wage, all that would get you is to be ineligible for Medicaid. And so what I am saying, that it is immoral for the federal government to design a trapezoid-type benefit where no matter how hard these people work, they will only be available if they need assistance to the low-wage workforce, to those employers whose business model requires them to exploit people. Seasonal jobs, immigrants, I don't know how you wait tables or work bar when the owner calls you at any time of the night and say, can you get in here in 30 minutes? And so this able-bodied person that you're talking about does not exist. Many of these people, as Mr. McGovern said, deserve to be reviewed by Social Security for hidden disabilities. Many of them have not attained a high school diploma or a GED. But yet, the proposals that you're making in this program to rescind some of the, to claw back and to stop states from putting in their own maintenance efforts money to try to help people get off welfare are things that you want to stop them from doing. We had one witness in our committee that talked about a person that they were so proud of helping them become a CNA. But the fact is that that organization got dinged because they kept her in a training program too long, and it counted against their workforce participation rate. That if you truly try to help people get out of poverty, then you won't be able to meet the work participation rate. You talked about the two states, California and New York, who give people small checks, maybe $10 of TANF, so that they can include them on their workforce participation rate because they are in fact working. California and New York have state constitutions that require them to help people. And I don't know if you've checked lately, but it costs a lot of money to live in places like New York and California. So when they give people a $10 check, it is so that they can qualify for SNAP. That all they're trying to do is to give people probably the only safety net program that is more universal than say TANF. They're trying to help people in very hard budgeting times that are in fact working. So this white boy that you saw on that commercial, I'm surprised you saw Wisconsin commercials, quite frankly. I saw them. I don't know what you were doing looking at them. Maybe you placed them there. But there is no such person as that able-bodied white boy telling his mama to bring him some potato chips while he plays video games that is eligible for free stuff. He's not getting Medicaid. He's not getting SNAP. He's not getting food stamps. That person does not exist.
So let me wrap this up here.
May I just?
Sure, you may, yeah.
Are you suggesting that there aren't any white families or white children that are born in
I talked about the white boy. No, West Virginia, places I didn't get a chance to go there. There are lots of poor white people.
But Ms. Moore, how do you know?
There are lots, including the small business owner who said, well, people who work for me don't have health care and I don't have any either.
Imagine, as your colleague and friend, how you would react if I said that black boy in that commercial. I can't imagine how you would respond to that.
If they didn't put a black boy, they
help.
did it deliberately.
I
Don't change the subject.
I suggest we help people who need help. and who
That's
can't
right.
work. And those who can
And
work
that- and let
ought
me-
to work.
that-
And I think that's.
And I'm just telling you that TANF,
I would suggest you just have an exchange one at a time.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm saying is that the criteria for eligibility to participate in the TANF program, number one, you have to be a parent. And that commercial, that white young man was not a parent, nor was he a pregnant person, to use a more woke vernacular these days. He was not a pregnant person. So he would not be eligible for TANF. And if he were at home playing video games, he would not be eligible for this program. That was my only observation about that commercial.
Going back
I
to,
would just allow Mr. Herring to make whatever point he wants to, and then I'd sure return time. to my
Thank you
friend.
thank you for your indulgence,
I just
Mr.
want,
Chairman.
for the record, for this committee and the public to know that I did not place that commercial, nor have I seen it. But the ballot initiative that asked the good people of Wisconsin, a purple state, by the way, do you support the notion that if you are able to work and receiving public assistance, you should work? And the answer to that question by the citizens of Wisconsin was overwhelmingly, yes, they should. And that is what we're proposing in our debt limit legislation. That simple. And at one time, Mr. Chairman, if I may, at one time, half the Democrats in this chamber supported that in 1996.
I wasn't
when
here.
President Bill Clinton
I
signed it.
definitely wasn't here.
well,
Mr. Chairman.
if I can reclaim my time.
I am restoring the time to the gentleman from
Thank you.
Massachusetts.
Yeah. And again, going back to the issue we were talking about originally, which was SNAP, and the reason why I asked you whether you could tell me who this population was is because it is a very complicated, vulnerable population. And you guys have been talking about making these cuts for months and months, and these new requirements, this is not a new thing. And it doesn't appear like that anybody took the time to actually study the program or learn the impact, or learn about how it will impact people. This population is incredibly vulnerable. Many are homeless, many are veterans, many have a high school degree or less. They are typically low-income, low-skilled workers with limited jobs. They face barriers to work like unstable living conditions, underlying mental and physical health problems, and lack of transportation. If we had done hearings
And they are female.
and if we had done hearings and we actually understood who we were talking about, maybe our job as leaders would be to tell people who have a different impression about what the reality is, that this is the reality. And I sent a letter to my colleagues back in March saying, if we're going to go down this road, we will bring families who will be punished by what you are trying to do to come and talk with you so you can understand who they are. And here we are with this bill going to the floor, and you can't tell me how many hungry people are in the United States, or what the average SNAP benefit is, or what the average time somebody is on the benefit, and yet we're making all these different decisions here. And it really is, to me, this is not the way we should be doing business here. The bottom line is we have an obligation for the most vulnerable people in this country, those who are poor, who are struggling to put food on the table, and there are millions of people in that category. Let's not make their life more miserable. Let's not stereotype them. Let's not try to put out a narrative that doesn't represent the reality here. And I'm telling you, there are studies, there are statistics, there are figures. I will bring you people to tell you that what you're trying to do are going to hurt people that I don't think you really want to hurt. And I'll just close by saying this. The problem with all of this is not only the process, but the product here, and the dishonesty about what's happening here. I mean, this bill is a slap on the back to the defense industry. Let's be honest. I mean, the defense budget is going to increase. It's not going to be held at current levels. I mean, we've heard over and over and again from people, they're going to increase the defense budget, but it's a slap in the face to regular Americans, and especially to those who are vulnerable.
And Mr. Ranking Member, just, if you would yield just for a second, I just want to mention one factoid. That if you cut every dime out of the TANF program, it would not balance your budget. So I would yield back to you, sir.
Anyway, I thank you for indulging me, but this is important stuff. And there are a lot of Americans whose lives literally are in the balance based on how all this plays out here. And I'd just like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report by Mark Zandi of Moody's Analytics, which states that Speaker McCarthy's radical cuts would meaningfully increase the likelihood of a recession and result in 780,000 fewer jobs by the end of 2024, compared with a clean bill to avoid default. So this bill will make the job market more difficult for people to find work. And then at the same time, you know, you guys are wanting to raise work requirements. I ask this to be put in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Hey, the very patient gentleman from Texas, my good friend, the Vice Chair of the Rules Committee, is recognized for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just have to say, the Chairman of the Budget Committee, ranking member of the Budget Committee, I appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you've approached this. The hearing on the fiscal State of the Union, where Mr. Zandi, in fact, was a witness, I thought was very well thought out, very well presented. And even Mr. Zandi, at the end of it, I think his comment to Politico was he couldn't believe how thoughtful the whole exchange was. So please let me just, for people who don't think this has been approached in a thoughtful way, certainly the work that's been done at the Budget Committee, I think, has been extremely thorough and thoughtful. And Mr. Arrington, I'll just say your admonition to us about what is down the road if we don't fix some of these problems is very real. I think you used the words, a weaker America with a lower standard of living. And when I read the stories about the replacement of the dollar as the reserve currency with the yuan, what is that going to mean for our children? So if we don't get our fiscal house in order, what is it going to mean for our children, our grandchildren?
Well, the massive amounts of debt are already squeezing our ability to fund our priorities. And I'd say the first and most important job of the federal government is to provide for the common defense. And we have evolving threats, we have great power adversaries, and we have reduced per capita or per GDP, however you want to do it, but it's apples to apples over time. We are at decade-low levels of investment in our readiness. So that's just one example. We hear people talk about infrastructure. You could talk about the safety net insolvency for seniors, the food supply chain and a farm bill. Everything is getting squeezed because of our rising deficits, debt, and especially the interest. In addition to that, the debt is starting to crowd out private capital. And so we're losing the opportunity to have growth momentum to come out of this recession, and maybe a sustained recession. And then you've got the ultimate crisis, which is what you just mentioned, a crisis in confidence in our institutions, in our monetary and fiscal policy, and in our currency. And we're already seeing it. We're already seeing nations park their reserves in other forms of currency, not in treasuries. We just saw a trade, an energy trade, between China and another country conducted in the yuan, which was a break from about 20 years of tradition. So if the dollar as the global reserve currency is undermined, and we cannot borrow the $1.5 trillion in annual deficit today, $3 trillion in 10 years, how are we going to fund these programs that everybody's talking about that they've listed out as somehow is in the list of cuts that are being presented, which is not true? How are we going to pay for senior safety nets and make Social Security and Medicare solvent? How are we going to have anti-poverty programs when we can't borrow at a trillions upon trillions clip? How will we fight the next war if we have to? Because of, God help us, something that China does vis-a-vis Taiwan or another adversarial threat. How do we fund that? What if another COVID strikes? How do we fund that? At some point, the day of reckoning comes, and it will undo this republic, my friend, Mr. Burgess. And the one stakeholder that I have not heard one iota about in this important conversation, and that is the future generation of Americans. My 3 children, I suspect your children and grandchildren, where is their seat at the table? Where do they get to look at the list of these programs that you're saying are so critical, mission critical, like $8 billion for low carbon buses and ferries? I mean, tell me where my children are at the table to say, wait a minute, that's not a common defense. That's not the general welfare of the public. That's not securing my liberties. And you could go down this list. Good sir, there are tremendous amounts of waste. There are tremendous amounts of inefficiencies and duplication on the discretionary side. I agree, though, with my colleague. The big driver long-term is the mandatory side, and we all ought to get very serious about that. By the way, those things are also expressed in our debt ceiling legislation. Just enforcing the intent of the Bill Clinton signed welfare to work is one example of mandatory reform. That's what people expected when they passed the law. That's what President Clinton, I assume, expected when he signed it. And that's what 80% of, I believe, Americans across the country expect. And all we're doing is trying to follow through on that. And so it's a serious issue, and we don't have a lot of time left, so we better roll up our sleeves and learn to work together to address it. But you can't do that if my colleagues aren't at the table. If they refuse to talk about this or negotiate because they don't want to negotiate around the debt limit, which, by the way, is the process for checks on debt and its implications on the financial health of our country.
Sure.
So it seems reasonable to me.
It does to me as well, and you mentioned mandatory spending. The Congressional Budget Office, when they put out their review of your bill, and thank you for doing that bill, by the way, it does reduce interest on the public debt by $500 billion over the next 10 years. That's a real savings, mandatory spending, because you've got to spend the money that you've, interest on the money that you've borrowed. 4.8 trillion over the next 10 years, which is, I mean, that's a deficit reduction act, if you ask me. So, look, Stephen Moore today in his column talked about the fact that the COVID emergency is over. Earth to Washington, COVID is over. Why in the world are we spending and borrowing so much money? The red ink is running $400 billion higher than at this stage last year. That's a pretty legitimate question to ask. If COVID is over, why is our deficit spending actually higher this year than last year? And either the chairman of Ways and Means or the chairman of the Budget Committee, if you have a thought on that, I'd appreciate hearing it.
I think my colleague and chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, my committee, said that it starts with $10 trillion in 2 years of spending, $6 trillion of which was added to the national debt. It also makes sense. We spent a lot of money through this pandemic, some of which was necessary, much of which was not necessary. But we're coming out of it, and we're way over what CBO pre-COVID predicted we'd be at. We're over where the Obama budget projected we'd be. The federal government, ladies and gentlemen, is 40% larger today in 2023 than it was pre-COVID in 2019. Now, if we collectively, and being intellectually honest with the American people, don't believe we can find the 9% reduction, $130 billion, I am aghast. And I'm losing hope because we're just right-sizing the bureaucracy after all this COVID spending, and then we're putting forward some of the mandatory reforms and growth policies that will be necessary to save the country.
And let me give you an idea of one of the places where we might look. We did have a hearing in the Energy and Commerce Committee about a month ago, and we invited in the inspectors general from Department of Commerce, Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Energy, and Natural Resources. And here was their consensus that there is so much, you don't normally think of the velocity of federal spending, but that's what they were describing. The pressure of pushing those dollars out the door is so intense that they can't do their jobs as inspectors general and assure Congress that those dollars are being well spent. So they were coming to us asking for more money for the oversight of all of this stuff that we were already pushing out the door. And as I told the hearing, I said, I feel like I'm in a Franz Kafka novel. You come in and tell us you're spending more money you've ever spent before, but now you need more money because otherwise we're going to be robbed blind by these programs that are pushing money out at a volume that is unprecedented. So those are the places where we can, in fact, achieve those savings that you're talking about. And I just got to tell you, I'm grateful that you've done this work, Mr. Arrington. I'm grateful to all of the witnesses for being here today. This is important work. We owe it to our heirs and assigns to get this right. So I appreciate everyone's, yes, Rosa DeLauro, I'll be happy to
Thank you so
yield to
much.
you.
I really appreciate what you've said. But in terms of looking at the bill and rescinding the tens of billions from COVID relief funds, including funding being used to prevent the next pandemic. This is, and this is, I'm just not making this up. It's $2 billion from veterans programs. It would put their health care in jeopardy. You mentioned.
Reclaiming my time, then, I would prefer that we take those dollars back from those special interest groups that Mr. Smith articulated and reappropriate those. And that's what we do in the appropriations process. So I'm grateful you're there to do that.
Well, it's $169 million. It would take back $169 million oversight funding from those inspectors general that you were just talking about, the GAO and the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee.
Yeah, they say they can't do their jobs with the dollars they've got. They need more money because we're spending so fast. I'm sorry, Mr. Arrington, you had it.
If there was such concern about those dollars from COVID, the ARPA flowing to these groups of people, then why use COVID relief to fund the bailout of union pensions? That was in there to the tune of $100 billion, not million, $100 billion. How about not paying schools, if I may? Sure. How about not paying schools who didn't open their doors COVID assistance? How about not giving stimulus checks to people who were not economically harmed? Listen, too little of that COVID relief actually went to COVID relief. And you're going to pick one group that got millions of dollars, but you're going to fail to discuss the hundreds of billions of dollars that went to things completely irrelevant to COVID and to our recovery.
But I don't know that cutting over $1 billion for the Native American tribal programs with regard to their behavioral health visits, medical center, vaccines. I mean, yeah, but what this bill doesn't do, I'm with you. What this bill doesn't do is discern between what is a positive, good thing to do and remove what isn't. It makes a general blanket statement.
Well, reclaiming my time. That's why we have an appropriations committee. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'll yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Thank you. First, can I've got a unanimous consent requests to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Homeland Security, which states that the proposed cuts from this bill could lead to more than 2,400 Customs and Border Patrol agents and officers losing their jobs and a reduction in the department's ability to prevent illegal drugs such as fentanyl from entering our country, leading to over 150,000 pounds of cocaine and over 350,000 grams of fentanyl, avoiding seizure, and therefore potentially 200 million fatal doses of fentanyl being allowed in the country. So I'd seek unanimous consent on this letter.
Without objection.
Thank you. So we're gathered here today to debate a bill which makes good on the Speaker's threat to hold the economy hostage by refusing to raise the debt limit until he forces cuts to spending that the American people count on. There's no reason why this Congress shouldn't raise the debt ceiling, as it has done almost 80 times since 1960, including 3 times under the last president. In fact, rather than pushing through this destructive legislation, maybe it would be a better use of our time to consider whether Congress even has the power to willfully default on the national debt. The extreme cuts required by this bill would affect critical things like health care coverage, food and housing assistance, public safety, and countless programs that keep this country and our economy moving forward. The effects of these cuts would increase costs for working families, slash health care for Americans, and gut investments in law enforcement, small businesses, and clean energy, while making it easier for Wall Street billionaires to cheat on their taxes. This ill-considered bill continues the efforts of the far-right House majority to take from working families to pad the pockets of the rich. And now they're willing to risk tanking the global economy to do it. Experts at Moody's, as we've mentioned previously, the nonpartisan financial analysis group, predict that a default on U.S. debt obligations would trigger a loss of 7 million jobs, push the unemployment rate over 8%, eliminate $10 trillion in household wealth, and reduce real GDP by almost 4%. To give a localized perspective on the enormous impact of this plan is that in my district alone, the cost of default would jeopardize Social Security payments for 93,000 families and disrupt roughly $175 million a month in total Social Security income for families in my district, which would in turn have a devastating impact on our local economy. But it doesn't end there. This extremist bill would also strip food assistance from hundreds of thousands of Pennsylvanians. The harsh new SNAP eligibility restrictions would threaten food assistance for up to 405,000 Pennsylvanians. It would end Vital WIC nutrition assistance for 54,000 women, infants, and children, increasing poverty and hunger, which we've already seen go up since the ending of the incredibly necessary expanded child tax credit. And if all of these dramatic cuts aren't enough, Republicans are proposing an almost $30 billion cut to veterans funding. This means reduced access to health care, fewer staff to process claims, longer wait times for benefits, less support for national cemeteries, weakened VA cybersecurity and telehealth services, and a further deteriorated VA infrastructure. Instead of slashing funding, we should be supporting our veterans. And Democrats did just that during the last Congress by voting to pass the Honoring Our Pact Act to provide benefits and care to over 3 million veterans who've been exposed to toxic substances. I was proud to lead an amendment to the Honoring Our Pact Act to ensure that newly eligible veterans are able to actually access the earned benefits and health care that that act will provide in a timely manner. But all of these cuts and caps in this bill will make it harder for families to make ends meet and threaten the health of both our local and our national economies. As we've heard in this hearing today, House Republicans are explicitly going after the climate rescue provisions that we passed just a couple months ago and going after student loan forgiveness. But this bill is going to require many more devastating cuts, cuts to Meals on Wheels, opioid treatment, Pell Grants, and housing assistance, in addition to cuts to law enforcement, air traffic control, and rail inspections. Really, rail inspections? Hidden in this bill is also a proposal completely unrelated to the debt limit and congressional spending, the REINS Act, that would make it almost impossible for the federal government to put in place the rules and regulations needed to implement the laws that Congress passes. It's a goal of the far right to make our federal government dysfunctional, and the REINS Act would do that.
If the gentleman will yield for one moment, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee needs to be excused, and we're going to replace him with the capable doctor from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy. Thank you, and you may resume.
Welcome, Representative Murphy. So the bottom line is, my constituents don't deserve to be pawns in this game, or gamesmanship, whatever it is, and Republicans need to get serious about paying our bills and stop using the full faith and credit of the United States as a bargaining chip. Representative DeLauro, can you talk about how this bill will impact veterans, particularly those who are suffering from toxic exposure to burn pits, Agent Orange, and contaminated water at Camp Lejeune?
Thank you.
In addition to whatever else you wanted to comment on.
Thank you very, very much for the question, because I don't think it's truly understood that if you overall do what has been suggested, and the cuts were made across the board here, we're looking at overall a 9-10% cut across the board of everything. Now you want to talk about, some have talked about, though the bill does not protect defense or veterans or anything else, so that's at risk. But if you take out defense, hold defense harmless, you are then looking at an 18 to 19% cut. With regard to veterans, that is almost $32 billion in cuts to veterans' health. And then you've got some who say that, they want to hold veterans harmless. Well, then you are talking about 22 to 30% in terms of cuts for everything else. But what is really intriguing here is that people don't understand that the veterans piece, there are many Republicans that pledged to further cut veterans programs by underfunding the VA's request of $20 billion for the Cost of War Toxic Exposures Act. What is that bill? That is the PACT Act, that everyone in a bipartisan way agreed that veterans who suffered, in all wars, who suffered, from toxic chemicals, from burn pits, et cetera, that we would allow their health care needs to be met. This $20 billion cut for the PACT Act undermines the promises that we made. In order to force those cuts under the discretionary cap of looking at steeper cuts to the non-defense programs that the veterans depend on, there are housing choice vouchers that veterans depend on. SNAP, and it's critical to understand that part of that hunger problem in the United States with regard to veterans is that they are not getting the benefits. I know we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago where Susan Collins and Roger Wicker and others, including Jim McGovern, talked about veterans who are going hungry, and so that we have an obligation to do something. I've mentioned that the whole panoply of the COVID pieces, and no one is suggesting that one shouldn't look at what's there, that we should be rescinding or not. But overall, when you talk about rescinding all of it, it is $2 billion. It is billions in funding that supports the medical care, that limits the ability to provide health care service both within and outside of the VA. It curtails improvements that the VA has made in whittling down the backlog of veterans' claims and appeals. There are drastic cuts to veterans' programs and veterans' medical care costs. I've been of the view that we do have an obligation to our veterans. Mm-hmm. I have, for the last several years, said that we should deal with defense, non-defense, and veterans, because we can't continue to take the rising costs of medical care cuts that veterans have, they need, and we should be responsive to that out of the discretionary spending. Otherwise, everything else will go under. This is a serious, serious issue, this piece of legislation, with regard to veterans' health care and our reneging on our promises.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, and I'll get back to you, Mr. Boyle. I just entered a letter into the record from the Department of Homeland Security talking about the devastating impact that cuts there would have. And I know that our local firefighters depend heavily upon funding from Homeland Security. We have a battalion chief from New Hampshire in the audience today who happens to be my brother-in-law and has already lobbied me on additional funding for our fire departments. We know it's a huge issue in Pennsylvania where we have so many volunteer fire departments that lack a steady stream of funding. So will this bill have an adverse impact on our fire companies that rely upon federal funding to renovate their buildings, to purchase equipment, to train their personnel?
All of our law enforcement, our firefighters, and our police, there will be serious cuts to the various grants that they rely on for equipment. I met with my firefighters not that long ago, my law enforcement folks. It is a serious cutbacks. It would take hundreds of cops off of the street, and it would greatly curtail what our firefighters can do and the equipment that they need, and with EMS and the life-saving measures that they're engaged in. Burn grants, all the grants that they are, that is all cut back. That's why I say, I don't think people understand the depth of the cuts. I'm not suggesting we don't negotiate. I just say don't couple a debt ceiling with these drastic cuts, which are destined to hurt everything and the services that our community rely on for public safety and for the whole variety, again, of housing, everything that we fund at the federal level.
And Representative Boyle, I think you had something you wanted to add.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. I appreciate this. I tried to get recognized earlier when Mr. Burgess controlled the time. Just to say a few things. First, I wanted to thank the gentleman from Texas for his kind remarks about the Budget Committee at the beginning of his time. Second, I want to make clear, because I don't want any misunderstandings. As I said during that Budget Committee hearing that we held, where Mr. Zandi and others spoke, I happen to share the concern about rising debt as we look into the next decade. However, as Mr. Zandi testified, as well as others I recall, the reason for the increase in projected debt in the next decade and beyond is not because of the relatively small percentage of our budget that is represented by non-defense discretionary programs. Frankly, most Americans are quite surprised when they recognize what a small percentage of our budget is actually spent on all of these things that we've been discussing. The biggest driver of our challenge in the United States as we look in the next decade and beyond is also the driver of the challenge in France, UK, Germany, Italy, Japan, and I could go on, and that is a demographic challenge. That the portion that is 70 and older of our population will be such a higher percentage of our overall population due to this rather large generational cohort named as the baby boomers. That is a challenge that we're all going to have to deal with and face next decade. If there are folks who seriously want to engage on that challenge, I welcome that and I want to be part of that. Third point, this bill does not address that. I hope that we take heed of, I referenced it in my opening statement, Mr. McGovern has now introduced the report into the record. What Moody's Analytics says about this specific piece of legislation in front of us, it would lead to 800,000 fewer jobs by the end of 2024. It would greatly increase the risk of a recession. A risk, by the way, that given what the Fed has done over the last year, we should all be talking about and take a little bit more seriously than we are right now. So I make those 3 points. Yes, this is a challenge for the next decade and beyond. Let's identify what is the real driver of that challenge, and let's not in any way attempt to further restrict the already ridiculously small percentage of the federal budget that we spend on non-defense discretionary. And with that, I thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Yield back.
Thank you, and I would yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
I thank the good doctor from Texas. How long can we do it? How long can we go on spending beyond our means? I just wonder, until we're no longer the reserve currency. How long will that take at the current clip? I don't know. It depends on the other countries, really, who are, if any of them are managing their fiscal policy better than ours. How long can we go on spending beyond our means until the welfare benefits that the Democrats are so concerned about here today mean absolutely nothing because of inflation? It's already happening. I think it's been mentioned here today how much SNAP pays per meal for a meal. I don't know if the number was correct. It was something like $2. $2 doesn't go very far today. Thanks to what we have done here in Congress, thanks to the spending we have undertaken without doing anything to pay for it. How long can we go on spending beyond our means before it all crashes or before we get into hyperinflation? I think the irresponsible thing to do is to raise the debt limit without taking any measures to take us off of this path, this road to hell, paved with great intentions, but with no fiscal responsibility or accountability. If I could offer one amendment to this bill here today, it would be to prevent the Treasury from borrowing this money from the Federal Reserve, who would create it out of thin air. I'm afraid that's going to happen. And some of this will get borrowed from China, and some will get borrowed from Japan, and maybe some from our allies in Europe, and some from our own Social Security funds, and some from Americans who hold wealth. But I am worried that we're going to do, when we raise this debt limit, without sending a signal to the markets that we're serious about taking care of the overall problem, that one of our options, and what may be our only option to make up the difference between how much people want to loan us and how much we need to borrow, is going to be the Federal Reserve creating this money out of thin air. That's what they did during COVID. $5 trillion have been created out of thin air. Now, it shows up on my debt clock as debt, because on the paper, we borrowed it. The Treasury borrowed it from the Federal Reserve, but they borrowed money that didn't exist until the Federal Reserve waved their magic wand and said this exists. So what is the Federal Reserve doing now? They're raising interest rates. Why are they raising interest rates? Because they have to, because they printed so much money. They're trying to get inflation under control. So they, usually, or it's said that when you have a hyperactive economy, you raise interest rates and try to dampen it down. We don't have a hyperactive economy. We have hyperactive inflation at the moment. And so they're throwing a wet blanket on an economy whose principles aren't that great right now. And the very people you're trying to help at the bottom end of the socioeconomic scale, the ones who the biggest portion of their income goes to housing, goes to food, goes to energy, are seeing increases in the cost of those three things because of what we're doing up here. We're just spending, and we're saying it's for their good. It's for the benefit of the people at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. But most of that COVID money ended up in Wall Street and banks. Yeah, the stock market did fine during COVID. But the people down at the bottom were struggling. After the $1,200 and the $600 and the $1,400 checks ran out, those don't make up for the lost wages that occurred because of inflation. So if I could offer one amendment to this, it would say, when we do raise the debt limit, because it's going to go up, the question is, are we going to do something real to keep from being back here in the same position in a year? My amendment would prevent the Treasury from borrowing money that was just newly created from the Federal Reserve. Hopefully they're not going to do that. But we should be in control of that policy. We say, oh, they should operate independently of the government. Well, they don't operate independently of the Treasury. How does the Fed operate independently of the Treasury? They're calling each other up every day. Okay, well, I'm going to need you to create another $500 billion today, and then we will borrow it at this rate. They're working hand in glove. They're not an independent agency. They're working hand in glove with the Treasury so they can create money, and you can't create wealth. You can create money, but you can't create prosperity by printing money. Oh, I sit here thinking, what else could we do? We could require the Pentagon to pass an audit. Are they audited? Yeah. Have they ever passed one? No. Where's the money going? That would be a good amendment to offer here. We could offer, we're talking about unobligated COVID funds. I'll yield if you got some more
I'm
ideas.
happy to support the gentleman on the Defense Department amendment. And I got good news for you. You're on the Rules Committee. You can offer amendments.
Yeah, I think we're offering, since the gentleman's such a strong proponent of regular order, we're going to offer a bipartisan standalone bill to do that and to audit the Pentagon. You may already be on it.
Yeah, I may be. But regular order is also, Rules Committee, you can offer amendments. So I'm happy to support the gentleman on that.
Well, to the point on regular order, I prefer everything to go through committees as well. But the Democrats' position on the debt limit is it shouldn't go through a committee of jurisdiction. It shouldn't go through the Rules Committee. It shouldn't even be voted on the floor. The Democrat position I've heard is that this is an archaic process that we are undertaking to vote on whether we should issue more debt or encumber that debt, and that it should just be automatic, like deemed to the debt limit to increase whenever we spend money. I thought that was the Democrat position, just to get rid of not just regular order, all order, put it out of order. But here's one of the ideas, and this gets to the unobligated COVID money. I think we should retract the billions of dollars of money flowing to Big Pharma. Look, COVID, I just flew from an airport in Miami to DC today. Not even 1% are wearing a mask now. And we are still paying for ads. We're still funneling money to Pfizer. They're still being underwritten, hundreds of millions of dollars. Why are we doing that? I think the fact that they're making so much money off of the government is the reason the president insists on keeping the vaccine mandate after the COVID emergency's already been declared over. But that's a place we could save money. Quit spending the COVID emergency money. Anyways, there was, many years ago, it used to be an order on the floor to offer an amendment, a privileged amendment, to rename a bill as soon as it passed. You had to be at the microphone. Not too many people knew you could do this. So I went to the microphone a few years ago, and this is when Trump was president, and there was a bill. I think the Democrats might have been in charge at the time here in the House, but certainly Trump was president. And I offered an amendment to rename the debt limit increase at the time, a bill to kick the can down the road and for other purposes. Yeah, my good friend here remembers that. Well, everybody got a chuckle out of it until I demanded a recorded vote. But we had 5 Democrats vote for that. And I remember one of them that was sitting close enough we could hear. A Democrat came up to him, I won't call him out, and said, "Why are you voting for Massey's amendment?" He said, "'Cause it's the damn truth." So I included for other purposes, because there may have been other purposes I didn't know for raising the debt limit. But our other purposes in this bill should include, if there are other purposes, the sort of things that we've got in here to get us back on a path to sanity. And so as not to take up too much more time, I know we've got votes coming up. I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. What a wonderful table here, right? It's great to see all of you. It's great to meet those who I've just met, to have these really important discussions. Because this is, like you, our ranking member, Boyle, this is my first time on rules, my first year. And sadly, for the last, first 100 days in Congress, here in rules, we've been talking about a lot of bills that really were about really hard issues to think about and talk about in the sense that they were about banning books. They were about banning reproductive health care for women. They were about taking away the freedoms to learn, to make personal health decisions, to place our most vulnerable kids to be there to be bullied. But these bills are actually something that is going to have an impact. It's not a messaging bill. It's not something that's just about like getting people mad. This is about what are we going to do with our budget. And we need to remember, and I always remember, that the budget is really a reflection of your values. And the budget is two things. It's both what you spend and it's what revenues you raise, right? So we have the budget, we have, Chairman Arrington and our ranking member, we have Ways and Means, and then we have appropriations here, telling about each of those three things. And I think that I'd like my questions to talk a little bit about those two pieces of it. Because when I look at this bill, I see a bill that's going to really hurt the people from my communities that I care much about, and from the communities across this country. Especially, I represent a rural area, so I'm always talking about the rural areas here, that this bill would place so much harm and hurt for our farmers and our ranchers, for those kids who are in housing that's actually provided by the USDA, not by HUD, right? Those kids who are in those rental housing units, the ones who are depending on the nutrition programs that ranking member sort of talked about so eloquently. And it reminded me, in thinking about those kids, from Oklahoma, I think, Mr. Chair, our Teacher of the Year award was from, the Teacher of the Year for America was from Oklahoma. And I loved her statement about there are no other people's children, right? So when we talk about the impact of this bill on children, we need to think about these children as our own. Because we are sitting here making decisions about what will happen to them. How will they be able to learn? How will they be able to get health care? How will they be able to use those $2 a meal to be fed and to not be hungry? And it's those children that I have in mind when I'm thinking about what we need to worry about here. And how do we actually, make sure that we don't value the most powerful and the most wealthy at the expense of those who really need our help? And that's why the idea that we are getting pushed towards this debt limit crisis is so scary. And Mr. Massey, I think the idea of being able to rename a bill would be great. And I think we should rename this, I heard it today, the Default on America bill. Because that is where we're headed if we continue on this path. But thinking about revenues, the Trump tax cut benefited the wealthiest among us, and that contributed nearly $2 trillion to the national debt. So that's on the side of where are we getting our revenues, and why do we even need to be having this conversation today? Part of it is the tax cuts to the wealthiest corporations have cut our revenues, and if we keep them in place, they will cut our revenues even further. So let's remember who is standing with those wealthy corporations wanting to keep those tax cuts in existence as we look down the road, and what that means for our children. And when we think about that, what we have done in the last 2 years is actually accomplish what we have heard they want to do today, which is reduce our deficit. Democrats realized a $1.4 trillion reduction while pulling us out of a real pandemic. The reason we spent so much in the last 2 years was because we were facing something we had not faced in a century, which was a global pandemic which was killing our children, our elders, our most vulnerable. But we pulled ourselves out of the pandemic, so we can indeed, Mr. Massey, get on that plane without our masks. Thank heaven we did that. And we did it by adding 12 million jobs, investing in our infrastructure, increasing benefits for veterans, lowering health cuts, and so much more. We reduced the deficit. That's what we need to focus on, is how do you go about reducing the deficit? You know, and the other thing that we've done is spurred private investment. We have spurred so much private investment, about $435 billion in private sector manufacturing. So for those of us who want to see what we need in America, made in America, we are doing that with what we did in the last 2 years. But I want to talk a little bit about that revenue piece, about the moment we're in. And Chair Arrington, in terms of deciding how we address the debt limit, how many times have you voted to raise or suspend the debt limit without imposing automatic spending cuts?
Well, I haven't voted on a clean debt limit, and in fact, the one that I voted on restored the deep 20% Obama cuts to defense. I thought that was the most important thing to do for our country. It created a bipartisan, bicameral debt and budget reform process. I was the only freshman on that committee. By the way, I started a bipartisan group after that for 2 years with Scott Peters. And so, you know, we were talking about the unfunded liability, the mandatory spending, the broken process that keeps...
But what's the vote? Did you actually, as I understood it when I looked at the record, you voted to suspend the debt limit twice under Trump.
I know of one time where we did a biennial budget, so that was preventing the start and stop CRs that are also inefficient and cost taxpayer monies. So, you know, you make judgments. We're worse off today. We should make these considerations every time, but it was not a clean debt ceiling. It wasn't like my colleagues, Democrat colleagues, are suggesting here. Do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not a debt commission, not a biennial budget, nothing. So I haven't voted for a clean debt ceiling.
Okay, I think when there's a reference to what our Democratic colleagues are doing, what I clearly heard from Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro was that we need to do the debt limit separately and then go through the appropriations process to determine what we would do in terms of what we spend, because then we could have a discussion of what should happen, who is going to get hurt from them. I really appreciate, Chairman Arrington, that when we have raised these issues of the most vulnerable, you have expressed your concern for those most vulnerable. And you said we do not intend to hurt those. But if we have, if we pass what we're passing here, there is no guarantee that we're not hurting them. And as we've heard from Ranking Member DeLauro, there is indeed a great likelihood that we will hurt them because we cannot afford to do a 22% cut otherwise. So I appreciate your concern for that, but what we really looked at, when we look at the math, Ranking Member DeLauro, I think you said at one time, it's a math issue, right? The numbers don't lie. So Ranking Member DeLauro, are we right to be concerned about what will happen to the most vulnerable?
It is a question of the math. You can't say that, as was said earlier here in some place, that we don't even know where those cuts are. No. The dictate is that we will go to the 2022 numbers. It isn't 4 months. It is going beyond where the 2020 numbers. And if you take if you take a look at what the percentage cuts are, and you take a look at $142 billion, and then what you need to do is you go through and you just say, what would this cut? And if you just take a look at all, and I asked all of the federal agencies to send me information about what the costs, the consequences would be. And it is a simple question of mathematics. You apply that dictate, that template to the budget across the board, and those are the numbers that you come up with. You can't. And then what hasn't been really discussed here much is the 10 years of 1% growth, which is extraordinary. And if you take a look at that, you're looking at 2033, where you're looking at below the numbers that we are there now. So it is locking in not only the numbers now, but the percentage growth over that 10 years, which is really cutting the heart out of domestic investments, public investments. Again, it's the fact. Just apply the math to the budget and to the various programs and across the board. Now, if you're going to do it across the board, you take a look at defense. That is a 9% cut to defense. Is that good for you?
So, Mr. Chair, we have been called to vote. Shall we take a break and so I can
We
continue
will
questioning?
advise you when we need to take a break. You can continue your questions.
I'm
But we
sorry.
will advise you when we're going to
Okay.
recess.
Great.
I would just point out that this comes from the Department of Defense tonight, that our whole of government's response to, in other words, if some suggested that the Defense Department be exempt from such reductions and the entire burden fall on non-defense discretionary agencies, the cuts would be just as harmful, even if distributed differently. And that is coming from Michael McCord of the Department of Defense. So that.
Thank you, and I would like to, and thank you very much for asking the different departments to set out what it looks like in real terms if we actually pass this bill. I asked unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Interior detailing how these cuts would endanger the lives of our constituents. They specifically note that a 22% cut in funding would result in a 40% cut in the number of firefighters they employ to respond to the record number of wildfires, and that it reverses the bipartisan efforts to build capacity in the wildland firefighting workforce. As somebody who is very appreciative of the work that was done to fight fires, as we lost 543 square miles of forested land. This is scary and serious. I'm also concerned, and it's set out here.
Lady, have another document, or is this the one?
This one, I just wanted to point out.
Without objection, I just wanted to.
Thank you. I would just point out that also with regards to this letter, it also detailed the significant cuts for tribal funding, right? Significant cuts for tribal funding, where we have indeed a problem of murdered and missing Indigenous women. And the reason we have the problem of murdering and missing Indigenous women is we do not have enough law enforcement officers on the ground. And so there is a sense of the predators feel like there is an opportunity to take advantage of that jurisdiction. Mr. Laura, do you have that, the letter? I think you might know that it would result in 1,700 fewer law enforcement personnel for the BIA. Is that correct?
Hang on a second. Yeah, I think funding from the BIA registers to 7,000. It could be reduced by over 1,500 personnel. Instead of addressing the additional need tribes have identified to keep communities safe, they will instead face a steep reversal triggered by this proposal. So it's so it's 1,500 personnel that would be going. And the same document talks about the Bureau of Indian Education. You know, the cuts would lead to over 500 fewer teachers and other school staff, roughly 25% less funding available for basic education programs and services at BIE K-12 schools, and stop work on or force significant delays in much-needed BIA school repairs and facility construction projects. Currently, 83 or 45% of BIE schools are rated as in poor condition, reflecting a legacy of chronic underfunding.
Thank you. Once again, thank you for raising the issue of the impact on our education, because we are the sole funders of the education of those children living on reservations and attending the Bureau of Indian Education schools. And so when we think about that, every child is a child we need to be concerned about. That is, I have a very big concern about that, because those schools have been underfunded so long. I want to talk a little bit more about the spending cuts in the bill and their impact on Americans. In Arizona, because it's not just in New Mexico. I have some numbers that are scary, but in Arizona, increased college costs would be for 275,700 students, including the $1,000 reduction in the Pell Grants. For those of you who know people who have relied on the Pell Grants to get them through, those Pell Grants have gotten to be a smaller and smaller percentage of what we need for people to be able to go to college. And yet, this would cut the Pell Grants. In Texas, we'd have 710 fewer rail safety inspections. In Ohio, 2,000 people denied access to opioid treatment. In Iowa, the elimination of 2,900 preschool and child care slots, and thank you for saying they are not slots. They are children who want to learn. They are children who need to learn, and we now know that those early child care and early childhood learning experiences are key. Ranking Member Boyle, you voted on debt limit suspension before. You voted on a debt limit suspension where there was a Republican administration, is that correct?
That is correct. I, as a Democratic member, practice what I preach. I have voted for debt ceiling increase even when there's a Republican in the White House, because I recognize the debt ceiling is about past spending that we have already voted on. It is not about future spending.
So what we are doing is we are simply, as that says, we are recognizing and keeping healthy the fact that we've made these commitments, and we are honoring the commitments that have been made. The full faith and credit of the United States is at stake when we're talking.
That is correct, and I'd make 2 quick points about that. The first is, as I mentioned before, it is about past spending that Congress legally appropriated, voted for, often members of both parties, and that presidents, also of both parties, have signed. Second, I also recognize the reality and the history, and I was going to bring this up earlier, that the reason why the debt ceiling was created, it was created during World War I because Treasury wanted to make it easier to pay the debt rather than more difficult. I think those who created this mechanism more than a century ago would be quite surprised to see the way in which it is practiced by modern-day Congress.
Thank you. Last Congress, last year we recognized the great need for better health care services for Native Americans when Congress passed, and I thank the chair for advocating that and for his continued advocacy of advanced appropriations for the Indian Health Service for fiscal year '24. I'm alarmed about what could happen with regard to those health care services. Chairwoman, the impact of reduced IHS funding by 22%, do you have a sense of what that might look like actually on the ground for people who need to go in and get care?
Well, that's, the services would be, as you pointed out, when you're looking at public safety and justice. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's on. Thanks. That in every capacity here, whether we're looking at public safety, justice, law enforcement, education, social services, health care, child welfare, all of this is subject to at least a 22% cut, which is, Indian Health Services, as we've talked about many times, has been underfunded. We were able to do something about the advanced funding, which was necessary. But if you begin to then pull back and roll back, I mean, I just think it's backward to be able to hold these children at risk, to hold Indian tribes at risk for their health. I want to see a greater support of health services on our tribal lands and for children and for adults. I think we have woefully let let that go. And I thought for the first time in the last go-round, we were doing something. And
Gentlelady will suspend. We have reached the time that we need to go and vote. Before we do, Mr. Fleischman will be coming to represent the Appropriations Committee. I believe you have another engagement, Madam Chair. So what we will do is we will recess. Please go down, cast your first vote, immediately cast the second vote, come back. Gentlelady can resume questioning once we're back in session.
Thank you.
All right. We're in recess.
thank you.
Nice being on a panel with you.
Thank you. You're so knowledgeable. You have obviously a very good background.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I've done a lot of research on this topic over the last several years.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating history.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 3. It sounds good. It sounds great to me. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. My fault. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ranking member, Mike, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, yes. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, that's better. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, okay. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 1, test, test, test. Witness table 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Witness table 1, 2, 3. Witness 1, 2, 3, 1. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'll start here in the end. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1. Yes, yeah. He's on the end. So he's on 1, 2, 3. Bring it up. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. I don't hear it in the room. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There you go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That was good to start. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. This one's just loud. This one's loud. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. That's better. That's better. And this was the loud. This one's really loud. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. That's better. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Miss 1, 2, 3. This one's really loud too. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's better. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This one's okay. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. This one's loud. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. This Chairman's mic, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you have to bring that one up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. Now bring it up, so there you go, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, that's it. No. How about right there, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3? Well, it's starting to get noisy in here again, so 1, 2, 3, 1, oh, that's better. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's about the same. The one in the middle. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
committee will reconvene to consider or continue consideration of H.R. 2811, the Limit Save Grow Act, and H.J. Res 39. In the interim, we have had my good friend Representative McCullough come, and she's temporarily sitting in for Ranking Member Delora, and that which may come. Of course, my good friend Mr. Fleischman from Tennessee is here in place, and I think for the remainder of the hearing probably, of Chairwoman Granger. We interrupted our friend Representative Ledger Fernandez, so you may resume questions.
Thank you so very much, Chair, and welcome. It's nice to see new faces at our lovely discussion. We're having our lively discussion. I would yield a few minutes to the ranking
I
member.
just want a unanimous consent request to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Agriculture detailing how these Republican budget cuts would lead to more than 1 million new mothers losing WIC assistance, raise the risk of homelessness for tens of thousands of Americans, and lead to thousands of farm families not having access to the credit they need to continue to farm.
Without objection.
Yield back.
Thank you, and thank you for raising the issue about what happens in our rural communities, because for really far too long, our rural communities, like my district is, my biggest town is 80,000 people, and we have been underserved for way too long. But what we've started doing is federal investments like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and recent appropriation levers, we're finally starting to catch up. But USDA programs like rural communities, facilities, rural business development grants, the water and waste disposal grants, things that are essential to make sure that these communities have clean water, they have wastewater, they have what we expect any community to have. And my position is rural America deserves this as much as urban America or suburban America. We need to make sure everybody has these. So I wanted to perhaps ask a question of Chair Arrington. You know, as we talk about what these budget cuts could mean to our communities, what is your thought on, what do I tell, you know, my small communities who have been planning on making sure they rely on, like, the funding we provide for wastewater and water, where they don't have enough people to actually use the utility bill to pay for it, and they require the funding through USDA to make it. What do I go and tell them when we're going to make these kinds of cuts of 22%?
Well, I think you should tell them that we have to prioritize to protect the future for our children, but we ought to fund those things that are core to the federal government that provide meaningful value to the American people. And in prioritizing, you have to ask yourself, and your folks and my folks, you're my neighbor in rural America, and say, does a $150,000 tax credit, does a tax credit rather to someone making $150,000 to buy a Tesla make sense when we're borrowing $1.5 trillion every year and our interest payments are $500 billion? Does it, in rural America, we talked about the RAINS Act, and we talked about the devastating effects on our economy, on small businesses, and on people paying higher prices already with the reckless spending, in my opinion, but regulations add to that. You've got Waters of the U.S. that would be horribly punishing to the people.
If I may, Chair, you know, when we talk about those things, I like the fact that you pointed out priority. And I prioritize, and I think that that's the difference. That's the difference of what we are doing, what the Democrats have been putting forward, and often in bipartisan. That bipartisan infrastructure law was indeed bipartisan. That we have been prioritizing creating the infrastructure and creating the opportunities for our communities to thrive, and that what this bill would do with its cuts across the board that do not, you know, that we might be hearing that, well, we're not going to hit them and we're not going to hit them. The bill doesn't do any of that. And so that is the concern. Ms. Moore, I think you wanted to add some to the conversation with regards to, from a ways and means perspective on some of these cuts.
Well, specifically on the Indian Health Service, you were asking Rep. DeLauro about how a 22% cut, what impact that would have on the delivery of health care to the IHS. And I just wanted to weigh in as a member of the Committee on Ways and Means that, not only is there a dearth of healthcare providers in Indian country, for all the reasons that we know that there's a dearth of physicians, but part of the reason is that we also, scholarships for Indians who receive it under the Indian Health Services program, they have to pay taxes on those loans versus those students who are loaned through the national programs for doctors. And so it may not seem, as we're all talking about the burden on taxpayers and the results therein, we ought to really consider doubling down on our efforts to increase healthcare in Indian country. And that's a great place to start, I think, by not taxing the loans that are given to medical students.
Right, and that goes back to the issue that these are decisions about where to raise revenue and where to invest. And that by the Trump tax cuts and some of the other tax cuts and tax decisions impacting the wealthiest and the wealthiest corporations, when we favor them, we are actually de-investing in our rural communities and places where we need to build that infrastructure.
Well, I mean, that's a perfect point. And I think that as I have sat here for many hours now, listening to my colleagues, I think people don't think that tax expenditures are spending, that somehow, monies that we provide, for the wealthiest people in our community, that somehow that's not spending. It's only the money you give to children who are on WIC is spending. And tax expenditures are
Right, it's a revenue and taxes. Revenue through taxes.
It's foregone
appropriation.
tax revenues.
Yes. So, going to the clean energy tax credits that would be impacted by these bills. As I noted, we, in New Mexico, we faced a fire that was started by the Forest Service, but it roared through our forest because of the drought, because of the fact that New Mexico is one of those places that is going to be at ground zero for the climate crisis. In fact, much of the rest is going to be at ground zero. Texas has been suffering through some of the most extreme droughts, and we need to begin addressing those. Some of the cuts that we would have with this bill would really impact the monies that are available for resiliency, for climate resiliency, for dealing with drought. But then we have these clean energy tax credits, which actually many in my district are really looking forward to have. Since August of 2022, the clean energy industry has announced $150 billion of investments. That includes a new project in Belen, New Mexico to support wind energy projects throughout the Southwest. It translates to 46 new or expanded clean energy manufacturing facilities being announced across the country. In fact, E&E News found that 21 of these projects that are being spurred by the tax credits that they would eliminate with this bill are actually in Republican-led districts. So Republican-led districts are benefiting from the Inflation Reduction Act. And because when we do our legislation, we want America to benefit. We do not look at issues. We want to make sure America benefits. So these are projects for wind turbine tower manufacturing in Colorado, battery manufacturing in New York, a wind blade manufacturer facility in Iowa, and another battery materials facility near Charleston, South Carolina. So when this Republican bill would repeal these clean energy tax credits, they will repeal this progress that we are making. So that's why I have an amendment to remove this bill's attack on the Advanced Energy Project Credit, 48C, and Advanced Manufacturing Production Credit, 45X. So that will prove that we want to invest in America and continue doing that. And so I'm hopeful that the amendment will be included as we look through this.
Yep, let me just quickly, just for the record, just note that Ranking Member Delora has now returned and replaced Ms. McCollum on
Thank you. And Chair Smith, do you support the announcement by a company named Qcells to expand and build new solar manufacturing facilities in Georgia?
I'm sorry, I'm much better looking than the chair.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, just for your edification. It's Murphy, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Please, that's great. We often get confused. Would you mind repeating the question?
Well, what it is, are we going to be supporting the expansion and building of new solar manufacturing in many states throughout? Like, why would we not support these as they move us to a place that addresses the climate crisis, while also creating good-paying jobs, manufacturing facilities? That's what we said we want to have, is to create that. So I guess that was my question, is why would you not support such a project?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think there's a balance here to obtain between what is interest in the American people, what is interest in our government and in our future, in trying to have a balanced plan for energy in the future, but also at the same time basically flooding money into communist China, because at each of the inception of each of these buildings or each of these solar plants, each of these windmill factories,
I would suggest
it's all coming from China. And this is what we're doing, which China has a clear and present announcement that they plan for world domination. In our pursuit of these things, regardless of the inception of where their plant is, all the base materials have to go to China. And in these instances, we are essentially feeding our greatest adversary.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And I think one of the exciting things about this announcement is indeed what we are working on is so that we don't continue to rely on China, and that we build what we need here. And when we repeal those tax credits, we are going to stop doing that. So our intent is actually to build up the manufacturing facility here in America. And it's abundantly clear that that's what we were doing with the Inflation Reduction Act, with the CHIPS and Science Act, with these programs that we have already passed, that this bill would negatively impact. I'm going to go a little bit to the issue about Medicaid. In New Mexico, about half of the residents receive health insurance through Medicaid. So I'm very concerned about this bill taking away their care. And, what we're also concerned about is when we've seen this happen in other places where they impose workforce requirements or they make it more difficult, that there isn't much of a difference. We know, according to CBO, when they looked at, for example, in Arkansas's former work requirement for Medicaid, according to CBO, there was a small or negligible effect. But what we do know for certain is that 23% of Medicaid recipients in that state lost coverage. I don't want that to happen in New Mexico. I don't want that to happen in any of the states we're looking at. So in closing, I saw our wonderful Representative Byers. If you had any comments you would like to make from the perspective on this.
Before you do, again, I did not want to interrupt the gentlelady, but I just want to note again for the record that Representative Byers is now here representing
Ways and Means.
Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your question. There's so much has been said already. The only one thing I'd like to add, and it's a small detail. Many of us, we worked in a bipartisan way on suicide prevention these last many years, and great success of rolling out the 988 number last July. I think there was a 500,000 call surge just in August alone, which is dramatic. I spent a whole day at the Suicide Prevention Lifeline in Northern Virginia a couple of years ago, and at the end of the afternoon, I said, well, how many people did you lose last year that they called? And they said one. Out of a couple of thousand calls, only one person actually died by suicide. So one of the things that jumped out at me in the long list of what the potential cuts would mean is 1 million people unable to access support through the 988 Suicide Lifeline because of the cuts. In the car business, we have a rule: if the number sounds too good to be true, cut it in half, then cut it in half again. If that number is really only 250,000 people that can't access the Lifeline, that's a great crisis for us. And I think if we extend that to issue by issue, there's not a reason not to look seriously at everything that we spend. Our our appropriators do that every single year. We need to make sure that we're not cutting anything that's going to dramatically affect people's lives.
Yeah, and thank you very much for that, Representative Byer, because I think that that is a big issue. You know, and we had a little bit of a conversation around veterans and veterans affairs, because, you know, we know that it's not enough to thank veterans for their service. We're always thanking veterans for their service, and it's the right thing to do. But what we also must do is provide the services to veterans that they have earned by serving our country. And the potential cuts to this bill, because this bill does not protect veterans' health. It does not call that out. There might be those who are going to work hard to make sure it is, but this bill does not do that. And one of the issues that I am very concerned about is the federal funding that pays for essential veteran care, from prescriptions to prosthetics to suicide prevention. They tried to close 4 veterans clinics in my district, and I spent hours listening to probably about 435, we counted them, stories of the veterans as they told me how important it was to have access to the VA, and that without that access, they wouldn't be there in the room. I mean, one of the veterans was talked down from the chair where he had the noose around his neck. These are the kinds of stories that play out every day with the vets, where they have gone through so much on our behalf. Representative Rosa DeLauro, you talked a lot about the importance of continuing the service and the issue that we'd also cut $2 billion just from veterans. Can you talk a little bit about that? Would include healthcare and mental health and suicide prevention. Is that right?
Yeah, this view that there's no, it sounds good that what we're going to do is, and I hate this word, is to claw back the money from COVID. And as I said earlier, one ought to take a look at what the pieces are there and make a determination of what should be rescinded. But this is an overall rescission, in which case you're looking at immediately $2 billion for veterans' care, health care, services, et cetera. And why would we want to do that? And that is immediately. It doesn't. So I think one needs to really pay very, very careful attention to what is being proposed in this in this bill. And you know, it's strange. Everybody stands up and talks about you know, the service that these people have given us, and yet this is willy-nilly that says no. And in addition, as part of there's the discussion of cutting $20 billion from the PACT Act. We passed the PACT Act in a bipartisan way. We said veterans of all wars, if you were subject to toxic chemicals, to burn pits, that yes, we would treat your medical condition. That we're reneging on a promise to our veterans in doing this. That doesn't seem to me to be where most people, most members on either side of the aisle want to go.
Right. We must honor our obligations to our veterans, and it shows out in the budget. I mean, it does it through what we appropriate. So I'm hopeful that we will reconsider what we intend to do, what the majority intends to do here with regards to taking us to this precipice. And even in taking us to the precipice, we've already entered into the record some of the considerations of how much more it's costing Americans, and just from the threat of default. And it is simply not right to hold Americans hostage when we have a budgetary process, we have an appropriation process by which we can look at these things without holding America hostage. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. You know, there's a very prominent Democratic politician who voted repeatedly to raise the debt limit, but only when it was tied to spending reforms. He was in the Senate for a very long time. He voted 4 times for a debt ceiling increase, again, attached to spending reforms. It was in 1985, 1987, 1993, and 1997. And guess who that Democratic leader was?
Must be Joe
Wait
Biden.
for it. Wait for it. It was Joe Biden.
I was going to say, must
Amazing.
be Joe Biden.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Delora.
You were going to say.
Chairwoman, I didn't hear you say that. Otherwise, I would have recognized it. But yes, you're correct. It's Joe Biden. In fact, Joe Biden has a great quote from 2004. This was one of the votes that he missed, but he entered into the congressional record, which I'll enter into the record here in just a second. But he said that he would have, and I quote, would have cast a symbolic vote against an extension of the debt limit. Today's fiscal mess, the transformation of historic surpluses into record deficits, is not an accident. It is inevitable. It is the inevitable outcome of policies that consistently ignored evidence and experience. My symbolic vote against raising the debt limit would have been a protest of the policies that have brought us to this point and a demand that we cannot change course. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent that the congressional record from 17 November 2004 be entered into the record.
Without objection.
So I just think it's interesting that we have the president saying that we need to have a clean debt ceiling. We have prominent Democrats saying that we have to have a clean debt ceiling. When the leader of the Democratic Party is on record saying what he just said, that he would only vote for a debt ceiling increase if it was attached to spending reforms, and then before that voted 4 times to have debt ceiling increases only with spending reforms. So it's amazing how the Overton window has shifted here, how far left the party has gone. But I want to talk about China. Chairman Fleischman, earlier this month, an Appropriations Committee budget hearing was held with the Interior Secretary, and it was amazing. She admitted that green new energy policies and the rush to a green agenda actually benefit China. After admitting that solar panels and the critical minerals for solar panel and wind turbines come from China. Additionally, I think you were there for this hearing, Secretary Granholm, DOE, doubled down when she was testifying in our committee on praise that she gave to China for how they handle their environment. Chairman Fleischman, is it true that China emits more greenhouse gases than the U.S., the EU, the whole EU, and Japan combined?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Rethenschaller. The answer is yes. It's unequivocal. They're one of the worst polluters, if you will, in this regard. And if I may further say this in support of your position, we're here today because when we are fiscally irresponsible as a whole, as a macro whole, China buys our debt. We owe China. So one of the reasons we're here, whether by Republican or Democratic, for the American people, vis-a-vis the Chinese, our largest competitor in the world right now, is they are winning this debt battle because we are not fiscally responsible. That's why I think we have got to address this in the way that the majority is doing.
Well, additionally, we have to make sure we don't strengthen China by giving them playing into the market share they have on critical minerals. So, for example, isn't it true that China accounts for 63% of the world's rare earth mining and 85% of the rare earth processing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and am I also correct that China accounts for 70% of global EV battery production?
That is also correct.
So, and this could be for Chairman Fleischman, it could also be for any of the witnesses, really, but how do Green New Deal tax credits passed in the Inflation Reduction Act benefit China?
I'm interested in hearing from all of our colleagues, but the reality is, unfortunately, China controls so much of this market. Too many of these indicators, whether it's what you just alluded to or the like, or as I alluded to with the overall debt that they're buying up American debt, all of it, and the fact that they're the world's largest polluters by wanting the rest of the world, including the United States and Europe, to play by a very strict set of rules, and they do not. All these indices are pointing to the fact that we are at a detriment to our world's largest competitor.
Thank
But I
you.
would defer to,
Dr. Murphy, you're here representing Ways and Means. Would you like to talk about these Green New Deal tax credits and how they actually strengthen China?
Yeah, I'll go even further than my colleague, because, you know, given the illusion that one part of the world does not get connected to another part of the world with pollutants, it now is part of a theology, if you will, that if we have an incremental increase over here, we're not going to pay attention to the fact that the 10-fold, 15, 50-fold increase over here. So our new Green New Deal, tax credits go directly to the Communist Party in China. So we are paying for our greatest adversary. I'm not even going to say competitor, it's adversary, because we're literally at war on every front, on college campuses, intelligence, freedom, etc. So we are funding our enemy, essentially. And for every solar panel or for every windmill or something that we're able to create in this country, and then for every electronic battery that we're able to create or get from China, there is a massive, disproportionate amount of pollution, CO2 emissions that go into the air. And so now we're basically not only funding our greatest competitor, adversary, person or country we're at war with, we're actually funding them to pollute the world and create more green gases.
Yeah, thanks. And just for the record, if you were to take every automobile on the U.S. market today and overnight make it an EV, it would only reduce our CO2 emissions by 1.8%. I mean, this is an absolute joke, and all we're doing is strengthening China. But I need to move on to some comments that my colleagues made.
Mr. Rosenthal, may I just quickly comment?
Chairman Arrington,
Open
absolutely.
it up to the panel. There's an article that says Chinese manufacturers could earn up to $125 billion in U.S. renewable energy tax credits. $125 billion. Now, when my Democrat colleagues proposed the IRA, they said it was paid for, but the tax credit score has gone up exponentially. The score was about $275 billion. Now it's twice that, could be 3 times before it's all said and done, because it's uncapped. A lot of them are refundable. It's just straight cash. By the way, I've heard a lot about corporate tax welfare. 90% of the companies that get these tax credits have $1 billion in sales. These are corporations, they're Wall Street corporations. And also, by the way, the corporate minimum tax that was passed in the IRA by the Democrats, they said we've got to have corporations paying their fair share. These green energy industries are carved out and do not have to, comply with a corporate minimum tax. I won't bore you, but this is stunning how much China owns of the component parts of solar, of wind. It's extraordinary. We have unilaterally surrendered, in my opinion, to our greatest adversary, our energy independence, which is not just the lifeblood of our economy. It is one of the most important geopolitical advantages that we've had to keep our nation safe.
Ranking member, just one second. Can you give me the site on that so I can ask unanimous consent to enter it into the record?
Yes, please. ProsperousAmerica.org. I'd like to submit this for the record.
I'd ask unanimous consent that be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Sorry, the lawyer in me was dying inside. I couldn't move on without entering that into the record once it was referenced. Ranking member DeLore.
I just have a very quick comment. I thought we passed the CHIPS and Science Act, as a matter of fact, to provide $52 billion to American manufacturers to bring back manufacturing and solar panels and everything else. I quite frankly don't know how many of the folks here, I know I voted for it. I don't know if others here voted for it, if we're so consumed by the question of China and whether or not what we're doing in the U.S., we should be doing all of that here. It would seem to me that a $52 billion investment in bringing back industries that in the past have been sent overseas would be a very, very good way to combat an adversary in China.
And if we release the stranglehold on our domestic supply chain with respect to critical minerals. We could be independent and would have a more responsible way to transition. So just throwing a bunch of money at it and having this sort of Chinese industrial policy mentality, where we're just throwing a bunch of cash and grants and direct pay tax credits, I think it's the wrong approach. We should do structural tax reform with the R&D permanence. We should have business expensing made permanent. That way you're not picking winners and losers, you're giving the incentives. If you couple it with deregulation, which is part of our debt ceiling bill, I think you would see all the above energy production growing like gangbusters.
Mr. Byer, I'll come back to you.
That's fine.
Ranking Member DeLauro
No,
looks
no,
like.
that's fine.
Okay,
Mr.
Mr.
Byer.
Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Reschenthaler. Just very quickly, I agree with the chair of the Budget Committee that making the R&D expensing permanent is a smart idea. The permanent expensing is a great idea, both of those. But three things I want to push back on. Number one is that in the short run, and I hope it's the short run, we're buying batteries from China for the electric vehicles. But we're also, because of chips and science, trying to build major battery factories here right now. And if we eliminate the tax credit, the incentive to build those batteries will go away. So yes, it's a short-run problem. And if you look at it in the larger issue, I still believe that the biggest issue that we're dealing with is climate change. And this is the bravest thing that we've done to try to address that. The second thing is, and I want to be respectful of Mr. Reschenthaler, but given that transportation generates 25% of our greenhouse gases, the complete electrification of our automobility fleet, including the 600,000 school buses and all the commercial vehicles, which have a 30% tax credit, has to make more than a 1.8% difference. Should make more like a 20% difference rather than 1.8. And that's a lot. And third, as we fight back against our adversary competitor, China, let's not forget that we're bringing in 200 million packages a day from China to serve our consumer needs. And nobody's complaining about that. It's filling up the stores at Walmart and everywhere else. And let's think about that too, because that's just as big an issue as trying to save our environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Byer. Your party keeps saying that we have an addiction to petroleum and foreign oil. The real addiction here is cheap Chinese goods. So I'll agree with you there. That's the real addiction. But going back to emissions, like I said, if you took every car on the U.S. streets right now, turned them into EVs overnight, you would have a reduction of 1.8%. That makes sense because I think the stats you're referring to, just look at the tailpipe out. It's not taking into account the energy that's going into actually charging the EV. It's not going into the battery, rather. It's not going into the CO2 outputs of actually mining rare earth elements. So if you factor all that in, you have a very slim improvement in CO2 emissions. Also, we're neglecting the human costs that are taking place. You're getting a lot of the rare earth elements from Africa where they're using slave labor, child labor. So in a lot of ways, these EVs, I compare them to the new blood diamond. We're back in the 80s and 90s. Let's face it, rich white people were buying blood diamonds that were coming at a huge cost to people in Africa. The environment was suffering, and why? So white, affluent yuppies in the West could feel good about themselves. Fast forward now, thank God we've fixed a lot of the problems with the diamond market, but fast forward to now you have the same thing, only instead of blood diamonds, people are buying these EVs to feel good about themselves, totally ignoring the human suffering that's going on around the world and the environmental degradation that's taking place. But I have got to move on to some comments. A few of my colleagues across the aisle were talking about there's going to be cuts to veterans' health care. Chairman Fleischman, there's been comments that health care is going to be cut, VA health care is going to be cut. Is that true?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, we have been unequivocal that veterans' health care will not be touched, that bill will not be touched, so this will be protected. You're absolutely right. Our veterans will be protected, and I think as we engage in this rhetoric, when we're talking about something as sacred as veterans' care that should be cherished and is cherished by both sides of the aisle, we should be very mindful that we do not want to scare that population who served us so well. So no, veterans' care will be protected, sir.
Well,
I yield to Mr. Chairman,
Thank
thank you, I appreciate that. I will always yield to my former chairwoman from Approach.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I think that is dealing in la-la land, excuse me, that if then now, we have seen here that we're not going to touch defense. As a matter of fact, we're going to increase defense. And we are not going to touch veterans because with this proposal, we are looking at $32 billion in cuts to veterans' health care. I don't make up the numbers. So now if that's not going to be touched, then quite frankly, what are you going to cut? It is going to be the rest of non-defense discretionary spending, domestic spending. And I want to tell you this, that when you do that with regard to veterans, they are not immune from the rest of the discretionary spending. They deal with, veterans depend on housing support, 50,000 veterans through housing choice vouchers, job training, other supports to 4,200 veterans suffering from homelessness, job training programs that affect veterans. So that's what you're going to cut, is all the rest of that. So you really are speaking out of both sides of your mouth on whether or not you're going to cut veterans or not. You just can't say unequivocally that you're not going to do that. You are doing that. Look, be upfront about it. Let's have it. That's why let's deal with the debt ceiling on what's in, and a clean debt ceiling, and then let's deal with appropriations separately, which is what we have always done in terms of a government funding bill. I just want to make one question, which is what we were talking about before. I hope I can garner your support with regard to a thing that I didn't get into the CHIPS Act, but we're looking at a potential executive order, and that is setting up an outbound review mechanism that says to our manufacturers that if you are going to send your product overseas, that you must come before a committee or commission, that you explain what's going to happen. Is that going to get in the way of our supply chain? Is this going to hurt American workers? My hope is that it is bipartisan at the moment, I might add, and my hope is that I can garner that support because the people who have been the most opposed to it are those very same manufacturers who have the most to gain from that $52 billion that we're trying to provide them to bring back U.S. industry.
Thanks, Ranking Member. Okay, I just want to take it back to the veterans
Yes.
funding issue. I know you had your comments, but it's my understanding that Chairman Cole already entered into the record a statement from Chairwoman Granger saying that Republicans are not going to cut these programs.
Check Section 201. Section 201 of this bill rescinds $2 billion in veterans' medical care. I didn't make up the section. It's there. Have a look at it.
I'll look into it, but I know into the record you have a statement from Chairwoman Granger saying this isn't going to be cut. Additionally, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter in the record remarks from Judge Carter at the budget hearing for the Department of Veterans Affairs, and I just want to quote here. Judge Carter said, "Congress has always prioritized veterans and will continue to do so. I anticipate we will fully fund veterans' health care and other programs in FY24.
Without objection.
Thanks. So I just wanted to get that in the record because there's disagreement. Now, finally, there has been some talk about the IRS and the repeal of the IRS agents. We keep hearing from the left that the IRS needs 87,000 IRS agents to go after billionaires. Does anybody have any idea how many billionaires there are in the United States as of 2023? 735. 735 billionaires. So you're telling us that you need 87,000 IRS agents to go after 735 billionaires? It's an absolute joke. It's laughable. They need these 87,000 IRS agents to go after small businesses. That's what they need them for. Also, if you just concede that, okay, maybe we got to go after billionaires and millionaires, Heritage Foundation found in August 12, I'm sorry, the 12th of August 2022, Heritage Foundation released a study where they found auditing every single taxpayer with income over $1 million would require only 25,000 new IRS agents. So clearly the math doesn't add up. Again, they want 87,000 IRS agents to go after mom and pop businesses and everyday citizens. There was also talk that the IRS isn't arming up and doesn't have guns. I would like to enter into the record a New York Post article from 16 August 22 entitled, "How many of Biden's new IRS agents will be packing heat and how many of us will they target?"
Without objection.
Thanks. And in that article, I'd like to just point out that according to the article from the New York Post, the IRS is stockpiling or has stockpiled 4,600 guns and 5 million rounds of ammunition. Let's talk about the kinds of firearms. Of the 4,600 guns, that includes 3,282 pistols, 621 shotguns, 539 rifles, 15 fully automatic weapons, and 4 revolvers. So 87,000 IRS agents armed to the hilt. I think that's suspect. I would applaud this bill that we repeal the 87,000 IRS agents. I think we need to look more into why the IRS is arming as if they're going into a war. But with that, I'd like to yield back. Thank you for the generosity of your time.
Thank you. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for questions.
The New York Post, what a citation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really, the dregs.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of the witnesses. Grateful for all of you being here today, and certainly appreciate your testimony on such an important topic. There's a lot to unpack. I want to start with the conversation that my friend from Pennsylvania was engaged in with our colleagues from the Appropriations Committee regarding veterans' health care. As I read the bill, and I'm grateful to our former chair, Ranking Member DeLauro, for stating with simplicity the specific provision of this bill that I think is at issue. As I read the bill, I don't think there is any ambiguity that it provides no protection whatsoever for veterans' funding from the drastic cuts and the caps in this bill. Specifically, it takes back $2 billion in funding previously provided to the Department of Veterans Affairs to support veterans' medical care. Am I reading this provision wrong,
You're reading
Madam
it
Ranking
right.
Member?
That's absolutely the case.
Mr. Chairman Designate, Representative Fleischman, I want to make sure I give you the opportunity. I guess where is the discrepancy here?
It's my understanding, once again, that we have unequivocally stated in the record that we are not going to touch Veterans Care, Defense, or Homeland in this bill. I think the gentleman in reading this may be comparing some pre-existing COVID funds.
Correct.
In effect, what would be viewed as one person's cut would be another person's non-cut. So I think it's a matter of semantics, but we would maintain.
What does that mean? What do you mean?
It means that veterans' care will be fully protected in this bill, as has been unequivocally stated.
Your bill calls for the rescission of unobligated funds in the amount of $2 billion that have been allocated to the Department of Veterans Affairs. That's in the bill. So I don't understand this representation you're making that somehow your statements here today
Certainly.
override the text of the bill.
I would be glad to address that, and I would look to my colleagues to supplement my comments. If we do things in regular order, like we should through the appropriations process, through the 12 appropriation bills, including the Veterans Bill, which we have unequivocally stated on the record will not be cut or touched, in addition to Defense or Homeland Security. What I think the gentleman is referring to is pre-existing COVID funds that were in another bill, not done in order in the appropriations process, so that those funds, in effect, would be not apples to apples. This would be, you'd be talking, if you will, apples to oranges. Our position is going through this these funds, as we appropriate to a fiscal '24 level, will not be cut. Veterans care in regular order will be left and will be left protected.
Ms. DeLauro?
I find this just unbelievable. You have a bill, you have pieces in the bill, sections in the bill. You want to tie this bill to a debt ceiling holding our economy hostage and passing this piece of it in tandem. And a part of it says, it's there in black and white. It says that you will rescind immediately, the word immediately is there, $2 billion for veterans' health care. You also have talking about, within your bill, going back to 2022 budget numbers. If you go back to 2022 budget numbers, we are looking at cutting veterans' health care by 22% or more if you decide you're holding defense harmless. And that includes, as I mentioned before, you've got there housing support for veterans, job training, people who suffer from homelessness, mental health issues that veterans have. All this is going to be cut. Then you have people talking about cutting, underfunding the VA's request of $20 billion for the PACT bill, which was a bipartisan piece of legislation. You know what is the sentiment? You can put lipstick on a pig, but it's, and call it Monique, but it is still a pig. This bill is very explicit as to what the cuts are going to be doing. Now, you can't speak out of both sides of your mouth when you're talking about these bills. Reconsider. That's all I'm suggesting is reconsider where you want to go. Don't tie this to the debt ceiling. Think about what you want to cut or not cut when it comes to the appropriations bills. You all have elided the two, and you can't get away from that.
Let me just say, I'll give you a moment, I'll give you in a minute. Because I empathize with the ranking member's frustration here. And here's why. I think we can have a debate, and of course the committee's been engaged in a debate, on underlying merits of the proposal that you put forward. Discussion about the various tax credits, Mr. Reschenthaler engaged, Mr. Harrington, Mr. Beyer, on the propriety of those credits. We have a position with respect to those. You have a different position. Let's have that debate. I understand your argument about the regular order consideration of appropriation bills and your argument as to how you make the case in your view that the bill doesn't provide for cuts to certain programs that we contend exist. I don't agree with your argument, but I understand your argument. But I want to give you another opportunity to at least concede the plain language of this bill as it relates to the unobligated COVID funds clearly states that it provides for a rescission of $2 billion from the Department of Veterans Affairs. If this bill passes tomorrow in the House and passes the Senate and is signed by the President of the United States, the Veterans Affairs Department is immediately deprived of $2 billion of funds that were previously appropriated under the law. It's not, this isn't a gotcha. I'm just, if you can, you have an honest answer. I mean, and you can make the case. You can say, that's our position. We don't think the Department of Veterans Affairs should have that particular allocation. But let's have an honest debate about the issue. I'm happy to yield to my colleague here, if maybe you can clarify this.
Well, first of all, either the federal government, the state government, or the local government has failed the veteran. If there were $2 billion that should have gone in service to our veterans for some purpose that hasn't been articulated, but I believe what you're saying. 2 years. 2 years, $50 billion or more for various and sundry things. We said we're not cutting the recurring support for veterans in discretionary. We're not cutting recurring, if I may.
I know, of course.
Recurring funding on the mandatory side, and then you've got $50 to $60 billion that has been sitting out there for 2 years. Either it's not necessary anymore for whatever purposes that would accompany those monies, or some government entity at some level failed. And so I think it's a great conversation, and I would say come to the negotiating table, because maybe we can make this a better set of provisions if we can negotiate. But
I want to drill down on this, because again, you're making an argument about the propriety of the rationale for the decision you've made in the bill, and I understand your argument. But so you at least concede the bill does do what I'm saying, right? You're not denying it.
Reason to believe that you're not telling the truth.
I mean, I'm reading the bill. The bill you all wrote. I mean, again, I'm not. This isn't a gotcha question. I just want one person to concede that the bill says that unobligated COVID funds are being withdrawn. You all are. You're advertising it. It's one of the reasons that you're pursuing this bill. I don't understand why folks are denying it.
May I address the clarification? Sure. I think there's just a little misunderstanding in language. The COVID funds, right? This is money were spent for COVID. It's PPE, masks, air filtration systems, whatever. The Veterans Administration, 4 months ago, maybe even 6 months ago, withdraw any of the obligations, any of the commitments that had to be said for these type of things. So basically, we're not spending the money that doesn't need to be spent, because we're out of the pandemic. This money was allotted to the Veterans Administration for spending during the pandemic for COVID issues. And the fact now that the VA gets a budget, in fact, in Veterans Affairs, where I was a few months ago, the the Director of the Veterans Affairs came forward and proposed his new budget. So the $2 billion, one, has not been spent on anything COVID-related and doesn't need to be spent on anything COVID-related.
And so, again, I'll try to ask this question one more time, because I think you're conceding it, but I don't.
No, it's money that's not needed, and so it doesn't need to be spent on COVID.
And so your position, you concede the bill contemplates rescinding the $2 billion that the VA could spend under existing law,
Well,
that it no
was
longer.
intended
I understand the
for
argument.
COVID
Hold on.
and doesn't need to be spent on COVID.
I understand the argument you're making. The point is, Mr. Fleischman, a few moments ago, earlier, when I posed this very same question, denied that this bill deprives the Department of Veterans Affairs of any money, including with respect to the unobligated COVID funds.
Well, this is
That's
not
all
in
I'm
the regular.
getting
Yes,
at.
sir, I
So
understand.
that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
And at least, so now, let's talk about.
This is
I'm gonna-
extra money that was being
Okay.
sent to the VA
So
for
let's-
the purpose of COVID.
I'm gonna,
COVID's over, so we're taking it
I'm
back.
gonna give my colleague, the ranking member, an opportunity here, because now that we have all agreed to the same set of facts, I think that can be stipulated for folks who are watching, that this bill would deprive the Department of Veterans Affairs of $2 billion that the United States Congress appropriated to it on a bipartisan basis. That's what this bill does. Ranking Member DeLauro, perhaps you can explain what that $2 billion would be spent on if House Republicans were not working to deprive the agency of that funding.
Ranking Member DeLauro, just for the record, Mr. Chairman Smith has now returned, reclaimed his chair, and our colleague from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, is no longer on the panel.
Let me answer this question if I can here. This money is $2 billion. It is veterans' medical care. That would underfund the VA by $2 million for the remainder of the year. $1 billion because of the rescission. Now, let me just tell you that it is, clawing back this funding would curtail the improvements that the VA has made on whittling down the backlog of veterans' claims and appeals that grew out of the pandemic. That means that without the ability to use these funds, and the funds not being there, it's longer waits for claims and appeals. It continues to put veterans' health care in jeopardy. There is a reality there about this, and it is immediate, and it is for the remainder of the year, because it is totally about veterans' medical care. You can try to whitewash it in any way that you like. If I could just say one other thing, Mr. Congressman Neguse, in terms of, now that's one piece. That's in the COVID stuff. You want to deal with a 22% cut overall with the discretionary spending for veterans. What does that mean, okay? Cutting staff and longer wait times for benefits here would require reduction in force of 1,178 staff, limits the ability to fully fund annual pay increases for existing employees. It would delay improvements to the compensation and pension fund. The Board of Veterans Appeals would face up to a $57 million shortfall. That's about 25,000 fewer decisions, reduction of 300 staff in FY 2024. It set back the support for telehealth, which was so critical to veterans during the pandemic. $345 million shortfall there. You know, national cemeteries, $36 million. That's for the upkeep of the veterans' cemeteries, and it would cut back the funding, $565 million shortfall for deteriorating VA infrastructure. Now, if you want to, you want to try to finesse the $2 billion, but the 22, going back to 2022, and the over 22% cut deals with all this as well. How do you get out of that box in terms of trying to explain away what you are doing with regard to veterans' health care with this bill? Thank you very much.
No, look, I agree with the ranking member. You know, in full disclosure, I started with that with Title I, with Section 201, because I thought it would be an easier place for us to at least concede to a common set of facts, because I understand, again, I disagree with it, but I understand the argument that folks on your side of the aisle are making about irregular order consideration of the appropriation bills. I disagree with it. I think for all the reasons that the ranking member stated, it's very clear that if this bill were to ultimately become law, that veterans would face pronounced cuts. Pronounced cuts. But at a minimum, I thought that we could at least concede again to that, or rather not concede, agree to that same common set of facts with respect to the $2 billion withdrawal, the $2 billion rescission, because it's so clearly stated in the text of the law. And I think we now are at least in agreement that the Republican bill does what it says it does. It ultimately would rescind $2 billion from the Department of Veterans Affairs. And look, that's ultimately, you know, your prerogative. That's the choice that you put forward to this Congress, to the People's House, and to America's representatives, right, is to either give in to the demands that you have set out, to say nothing of all of the draconian cuts that, I mean, we could spend all evening tonight talking about the 22% cut to Meals on Wheels, the cuts to American seniors, families that are struggling to make ends meet. The list goes on and on. Either we give in to those demands, or alternatively, we're told you will default on America's debt, and unemployment will double, stock market crashes, prices go up, costs go up for everyone on everything. And that is a Hobson's choice that I do not think the American people should be compelled to make. And it boggles my mind that that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have put us in this precarious position in the first place, particularly when so many of you voted to increase the debt ceiling without any conditions under the prior administration. Not all of you, and I know there are colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have voted against the debt ceiling in the past. So I'm not, you know, I'm talking to the folks in the room who know, who were here when President Trump was in office and when this body voted to increase the debt ceiling without conditions. Let's talk about tax credits. So I appreciated the thoughtful debate between Mr. Beyer, Mr. Harrington regarding some of the tax credit provisions of this bill. I wonder, Mr. Byer, you're very knowledgeable about these provisions. Actually, I'll ask for unanimous consent, a request to enter a Department of Energy letter into the record. It's a letter from the Department of Energy which states that the reductions of this magnitude, these are with respect to the tax credits that Mr. Reschenthaler was asking about, would have significant setbacks on U.S. competitiveness to adversarial nations like Russia and China, including by eliminating funding for over 5,000 scientists, students, and technical staff at our national laboratories and universities. Perhaps the chair might be willing to consider that unanimous consent.
Objection.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Byer, talk a bit to me about the biofuel credits, because I was surprised that this bill included a repeal of a variety of different credits as it relates to biofuels, some of which have existed in the law prior to the Inflation Reduction Act. And I can't for the life of me, I represent Colorado. You know, we've got a thriving solar industry, thriving wind industry. I understand that the Midwestern United States, home to a thriving biofuel industry. And it makes no sense to me how someone could argue, who represents that part of the country, that these provisions should be eliminated from the law. I just don't get that. But maybe you can expound on it for me.
Congressman Neguse, thank you for the question. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. They don't actually grow any corn in Northern Virginia, so I'm not deeply invested in it. But I do know that very red states, Kansas and Nebraska and Iowa and others, grow an awful lot of corn and have fought very hard for the biofuel provisions. I know there's been a lot of debate in the environmental community about whether the biofuels are a net gain for the environment, and I don't have a scientific opinion on that. But I do think it seems to be one of the many arrows in our quiver to try to make our vehicle fleet ever more greenhouse gas resistant and also more independent. Moves us in the direction of energy independence. We don't have to import corn, although I think we actually do some from Brazil. But I think this is a credit that made sense at the time, and it's surprising that they would want to repeal it.
Well, I'd be happy to yield any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for a colloquy. For those, I don't know if they grow a lot of corn in Pennsylvania, and I know our colleague from Minnesota isn't here, but maybe when she returns, because I just would love to get a better sense from the folks who come from that part of the country, how they could justify supporting a bill that repeals those provisions. It's obviously every member entitled to their own views and reaching their own conclusions as to the propriety of the provisions of this bill, but it just, to me, doesn't really comport with, I would think, our goals as a country and certainly the goals for those regions. Mr. Reschenthaler seems like he's tempted to weigh in, but I'll let, if he'd like.
Right, we have a lot of abundant, clean natural gas in this country, too. We also have options for nuclear energy. We don't have to necessarily use our food source for our fuel source because we're so blessed with all the natural resources we have. Just the counter argument there, but I'll yield back. Thanks for the colloquy.
The last thing I will say is, we'll return the call. I'd love to engage with, as I said, someone who comes from a region that's home to the industry that ultimately is going to benefit from, or rather will be greatly damaged by the virtue of repealing of these provisions. The last thing I guess I would say is this. It doesn't have to be this way. I don't think anybody in this room, I suppose maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's some of you who ardently believe in the bill that you've put forward. Perhaps there are a few, but I'm not sure that's the case. I think that there are far more prudent ways to approach our nation's fiscal health than putting forward a bill that defaults on every promise we've made to America's seniors, to America's veterans, to America's families. It just doesn't make sense to me that this would be the approach that my colleagues on the other side would take, but I'm sure we'll continue to debate this through the night and expound. Well, sure, I'll go to Mr. Byer, and then I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. Harrington, to respond.
Congressman Neguse, before you give up the floor, I just wanted, if it was appropriate, to make a few comments about Mr. Reschenthaler's thoughts on the IRS.
Sure. I'll concede, someone was in my ear, so I missed
Okay,
the
and-
first
and-
part of his statement. But go ahead.
Okay, well, just with respect, first of all, thank you for all those numbers. I think I want to write a letter tonight at the IRS chief about how many agents actually carry. It'd be interesting to see the difference between those that are packing heat every day and the arsenal that you've described. The second question I have for him is why that arsenal? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense. Because the last thing any of us want are pistol-packing IRS agents beating down people's doors. Also, on the 87,000, we prefer to call them staff rather than agents, because many of them, most of them, will not be knocking on the doors of businesses. And I thought there were 734 billionaires. Thank you for getting that number right one more. Rather, the 87,000 is intended to pick up for the 10-year retirements and the replacement of staff. As we know, I don't know what the exact number is today, but some whopping percentage of our federal workforce is within 10 years of retirement. And we have to plan for that, and that's what the money does. And you see in the enforcement that 45 billion, so a little more than half of it is for enforcement. And a huge part of it, 25 billion, is just for operations, to rebuild the systems that are running on COBOL, where the people that understand how to code in COBOL are rapidly dying in this country, and they're teaching it nowhere. That enforcement is our best attempt to look at the tax gap, which at the low end is 500 billion, at the high end is $1 trillion or more. That is not the 1099s and the W-2s that all of us do, where 99% pay their taxes on time, but all the unreported income, as taxes are due, without having to raise anybody's taxes, just collect the taxes that are already due in our democracy. And if you know a better way to get it, I don't know. Maybe we only need 25,000. Well, I agree with that.
I'm going to reclaim my time here. But
Agree with that, too. Yes, and I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Harrington.
Well, I appreciate my colleague.
One Republican at a time.
Look, I heard a lot of stakeholders in our great country who you said we have a promise to keep. But you didn't mention our children. You didn't mention our children. And quite frankly, it's not just you. I'm not picking on you. Nobody has mentioned our children. That is, look, $6 trillion has been added to the national debt in 2 years by this administration, and mainly my Democrat colleagues, although some of it was bipartisan. But the preponderance of the $6 trillion came from Democrat vast expansion of the government in some form or another, whether it was government-run healthcare subsidies, Obama subsidies, or it was climate-related. But, and listen, this isn't a uniquely Democrat problem, but over the last 2 years, we have never in the history of this country seen that amount of deficit spending ever. And on top of that, the president comes in with a budget, and he's going to spend 25% of our entire economy every year for 10 years, and we haven't spent that kind of money since we invaded Normandy. Now, here's what's wrong with this problem. Nobody's paying for this stuff. It's a deferred tax on our children, and they're not here to talk. They're not here to vote. Can't call on any of them. So we have to say, is it really that courageous to promise all these people all these things when we're really not going to be the ones? Maybe you and I will. Maybe we'll be stuck with some of the bill, but I don't know if you have children or not. I like you a lot. You know that. I have 3. They're going to inherit the whirlwind of our reckless and irresponsible budgeting and fiscal management. I'm okay with taking things to the American people and saying, do you want this climate package? Do you want these taxes? Do you want this government-run health care? Do you want these things? And we can go through the litany of them. But you got to put a price tag with it. And you either got to cut or you got to raise the revenue to do it. But we take the path of least resistance. And that's my biggest, what troubles me the most profoundly, is that, and it's not a uniquely Democrat problem, like I said, but we've seen a record accomplishment of deficit spending where there was no offset. There was no revenue. There was no cut. We just will wait and let our children take that on. I think that's, I've heard immorals mentioned. That's about as close to, that's weak. That is weak leadership, is what I would say.
Let me say this, Mr. Harrington, because I consider you to be a friend. And I think you are intellectually honest, certainly in all of our interactions. But you mentioned children. Let's talk about children. I have a 4-year-old daughter. My wife and I are expecting our second child in a month. Very exciting. What I'm thinking about tonight are the millions of children who will be faced with despair that you and I can't contemplate if this bill becomes law. 3,500 preschool and child care slots in Colorado, gone if this bill becomes law. I know you've been to Head Start programs in your district. I've certainly been to Head Start programs in mine. 2,400 children in Colorado in Head Start, out if this bill becomes law. Food assistance. 19,000 women, infants, and children would lose WIC benefits. 19,000. So those are children. Children in my state, children in Texas, children across the country who don't have enough to eat. These are kids, same age as my daughter, who go to bed hungry, who won't have the ability to access WIC benefits. Why? Because the Republican budget plan proposes cutting it. I just, I hear what you're saying about deficit spending. The president, I know you disagree with him, he's put forward a plan that would reduce the deficit over 10 years by $3 trillion. That doesn't result in the kind of harm to America's children that I just described. To me, that seems like a place that we ought to be able to find some common ground. So,
May I respond to that? Just-
I got to give Rosa, because then, I already owe
I
her
didn't get in trouble with
an
her.
opportunity, and then, she's my ranking member here, Ranking Member DeLauro, and then
Thank you,
back to
thank
you.
you. And I appreciate what you've said, except that I've not heard the depth of feeling. And it may be that I can't recall if you're here, but I was here when it was $2 trillion in a tax cut to the richest 0.1% of the people in this country, and the biggest corporations. And when we were talking about revenue, you talked about the millionaires or the billionaires. We have corporations today, because of the complexity, and they have all the lawyers in the world, they pay zero in taxes. We need to do that. We funded the Iraq War, did it? No, there was no outcry about adding to the debt. It was okay. That is, let's talk about it for what it is. You can't only have this dark night of the soul about the deficit when it is a Democratic administration. Then further, with regard to children, I honestly, and I said this once to the Secretary of Education at the time, was Betsy DeVos, that the cuts that are being made to education would not harm my grandchildren, my kids, not anyone else's here, but as Mr. Neguse pointed out, the millions of kids out there that will suffer. We are talking about, it is 300,000 kids with Head Start or with child care. I read the numbers before. In Oklahoma, 3,300 children lose access to Head Start. 1,700 lose access to child care. We're looking at a kid, rental assistance. That doesn't sound like kids. But if you can't find a place to live and you have kids, it affects your kids deeply. We do not seem to be that concerned about what is going to happen to the millions of kids in this country that are not either our kids or grandkids, who are well taken care of, and they will continue to be. And we will not they're deign to look at as a revenue source, raising revenues on those people, as Mr. Byer pointed out. Let's just collect what they owe. We're not adding anything to it, but they certainly owe us, in some instances, as has been said, over $1 trillion. That would help us do what we need to do. Thank you, Mr. Magoo.
I have what I've referred to as a parade of progressive Democrat earmarks. I could run through them, and I could ask you, what's more important, Head Start or the LGBTQ Museum in New York City? What's more important, Head Start or the B360, a group that promotes dirt bike culture in Baltimore? What's more important, Head Start or the Michelle Obama Trail, with all due respect to the First Lady? Like, we're acting like we're spending other people's money here, not just taxpayers, but our children. And we're not making any trade-offs. This is total fantasy. So what you can do is
But you're not cutting the trail, you're cutting Head Start. I don't understand the argument.
No.
It's Head Start you're cutting in this
So
bill.
here's the-
I don't see
here's-
anything about
here's-
the Michelle Obama Trail in this bill.
But here's the, well,
What
listen.
about the Blood
there's
Institute
nothing
in
about Head
Alabama?
Start in the bill either. It's saying, come to the negotiating table. We need to right-size the bureaucracy. We're talking about going back to 22 levels. We haven't put any caps for non-defense or defense. Come to the table and let's talk about how we prioritize for our country in the way that protects those vulnerable folks and programs that we think are important and critical, and let's look to the future so our children don't.
I want to take a step back
That's
on that.
why this is an appropriations issue. It is not the aligning of the debt ceiling and appropriations. We make these decisions in appropriations all of the time. What are the trade-offs? What can we do and what we can't do? And with regard to community projects, you picked out 2 or 3. As the person who brought back community projects, I will just tell you, if you take a look at the community centers, at the Blood Institute in Alabama, if you look at the healthcare clinics, if you look at the Boys and Girls Clubs, et cetera, and what you would do with your 2022 numbers, you will cut back the community projects as well. Very dramatically cut the funding for community projects as well. Let us deal with appropriations as appropriations and not as part of holding the government hostage, the country hostage, with combining the debt ceiling with appropriations.
I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield just a minute to Congressman Rushenthaler.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So some of the remarks I made about the IRS were questioned. I just want to say that the question isn't the exact number of firearms that's being issued to the IRS. The question is, why does the IRS need firearms to begin with? And I find it absolutely rich that the party that wants to send social workers to answer domestic police calls, that party, they want IRS agents to have fully automatic weapons. Let me just put this in perspective. When I was in the JAG Corps, I was in Baghdad, sent in the red zone. You know what I was issued? A 9mm Beretta. And that's what I got to go in the red zone. And your party wants agents, IRS agents, to have fully automatic weapons. Just completely out of touch.
We have to find out about that.
It just totally out of touch. So again, my question is,
What's your
why do we
citation
need
for that
87,000?
information?
Why do we need 87,000 IRS agents? And
What
why
is
do
the
they need to be
citation?
armed
Where does
as
the
if they're going
information come
into a
from?
war zone?
Where does the
I think
information
it's a fair
come
question,
from?
if I may.
Well, out of respect to my good
okay.
friend from South
Gotcha.
Carolina, I'll yield
Where
back.
does the data come from?
Thank you, Guy. You know, I've sat here for going on 5 hours, probably a couple more hours, to hear basically a filibuster, and I've heard disadvantaged children, I've heard the rich, the poor, I've heard, you know, the reducing treatment for opioids for our youth. I've heard Ms. Moore when she was here talking about an ad of a white child. And I just wonder, on that particular comment, why not an American child? Why not? We're all Americans. I've yet to hear anybody on the opposite aisle talk about this debt problem as a real problem. It's like you sit here, you're picking apart a pie, and you can take any part of it that's a bitter ingredient. But folks, we're losing the whole pie. We're not losing just one ingredient. Now, I guess y'all are scoring, you want to score political points for TV. I get all that. We have got a serious problem in this country. And you can either ignore it or deal with it. And I keep hearing about regular order. I was one of the 20 that insisted on regular order. You know what's different about this? One, this bill accomplishes pretty much what we asked the Speaker to go with cuts, with getting our financial house in order. It's a start. Now, Jody, you know I would double these cuts. I would not. I've never voted for a clean debt ceiling or any debt increase, Mr. Geese. I will not without cuts because the cancer in this country is spending. And I keep hearing, everybody is a victim in y'all's opinion. Well, the American people are a victim. Jody, you hit it just right. Where's our children? Where's our children's seat at the table? They're not going to have a table to sit at that's not controlled by China or some foreign country if it keeps on. Now, the regular order, we hit the debt ceiling in January. We've got to deal with it in June because Janet Yellen will call 911 and say we got to have it. This president has called, he's on record, is calling for a clean debt ceiling, which I think if my memory's right, a clean debt ceiling is no cuts. There is no business, there's no family that can operate the way this federal government operates. And I'm sorry, when you look at, Jody, you named some spending that's been basically dropped out of a helicopter is what I would compare it to. But what about the student loans that are given? How is that not a giveaway to the wealthy? Paying college tuition, and you're spitting in the face of those who work hard and pay for their college education, or those who don't even go to college. I've heard about you're jumping all over the work requirements. Well, the work requirements under this administration have not been enforced anyway. And 20 hours? Give me a break. The American people are not on your side. You can wordsmith it all you want, but it's not. You talk about taking away some of these tax credits. I'm on the solar panel caucus. I'm more in favor of doing away with these tax credits. You know why? How many, on a solar panel, how many of the parts come from the United States? Maybe 15%, maybe 20%. 80% comes to China, who, folks, is our problem. What about, you talk about the poor and how this is going to put people in recession, put this country in recession. We've already headed toward that. We're in a recession. And what about those poor families making, I think, Mr. McGovern, you mentioned the SNAP program, the average $6 an hour. Why are they paying the double price of gas? Why are they having issues with getting any kind of supplies on a timely basis? Why are they having everything in a grocery store, if it's there, paying triple because of this administration?
Will the gentleman yield?
Not yet. I'll yield it in proper time. Y'all have filibustered, and, I don't mind 5 hours, but really, and I'll sit here all night. But it's really, it's disingenuous to do what you're doing by picking things out. And I don't, with the crisis this country faces, and Jody, I appreciate you and Jason's work on it. It's not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. What about the tax credits for electric cars? Who can tell me a poor person that can buy an electric car? Name me one. People don't want them. Now you can use the climate. You can use the climate argument all you want, but with China building a coal factory every week, what about that? And so, Miss Rose DeLorean, have you been to the border?
Yes, I have several times, Mr. Norman.
Have you seen what's happening to our 5 million children and adults that are coming across unfettered? that this administration has done?
Well, let me just tell you this.
No, answer, it's a yes or no. Have you seen what?
It's not a yes or no answer. I will tell you that I am for border security. What this bill will do is to
What bill
really
have you put up
decimate-
for securing the border?
I say.
Okay, so you're not for border security. I'm yet to hear you
Don't
talk
tell me
about
what
it.
I'm for or not for. I am for border security. I've dealt with it in the Appropriations Committee, year in and year out since I have been there. I've been on the Appropriations
Okay, I'm not going to let
Committee
you
for the
filibuster.
last
You've been
32
filibustering.
years.
It's yes or no. You're
No,
for open borders.
it's not-
We're
I-
looking at
don't
15.
tell me what I
We're
am
looking at,
for,
no,
Mr.
your
Chairman.
administration you're looking at 15 million coming across this border.
Well,
I've
let me
seen
just
the
tell you
rape
this.
trees.
What do you
I've
want to
seen,
do with getting
as
border-
I'm reclaiming
border
my
control?
time, Ms. Rose DeLorean,
Border
it's not
control.
your time.
This bill
It's
cuts
not your
border
time.
control. But you addressed me.
It's not your time.
You
Well, you're
addressed me.
filibustering. I'm not going to allow you to do that.
You
My
addressed
issue
me.
is, okay, I'm not letting her filibuster, Mr. Chairman. You want to try to answer a yes or no on that?
I said to you that I have spent a lot of time on the Appropriations Committee where I have been.
Okay, I get that.
No, if I could, because I have, in fact, helped to appropriate funding for security at the border, including the technology, the support of.
Okay, I'm
the-
reclaiming my time. I'm
Well,
not going to
you
put
don't
up
wanna
with
hear
that.
the
I'm not going.
answer.
Let me ask you another question, Ms. Rose DeLorean. You know what the interest, if you compute 3% on 1 trillion, you know what that comes to?
You tell me.
30 billion on 1 trillion. You know what it comes to when you multiply it times 32? Close to $1 trillion, just the interest, no principal. What your administration is offering is nothing. Continue on, and this country is bankrupt. I wasn't sent to Congress, and I don't think you were either, to be honest with you, to bankrupt this country, and that's what's going on.
Well, I
1
don't know
trillion,
how
and
long
hold
you've been
on.
here, but I've been here a long time, and I've worked very
You have been here a long
diligently
time, and how's
to
that been
see-
working for the debt ceiling?
Well, listen, as I said to you, we get I don't know how you feel about a tax cut that went for $2 trillion to the richest 1/10
Okay.
of 1%. And what about?
Okay,
the
reclaiming my
funding of the
time. I got
Iraq
another
War?
question.
Well, you don't
Reclaiming
wanna
my
hear the answers to the
time.
questions.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Rosa DeLorean, does the corporation?
I know what
do-
my name is, you don't have to keep repeating.
Does the corporations pay tax?
Some of them do not,
Name me one that does.
and they paid at a much lower rate than they're
Not the
supposed to.
corporation itself, the people, the shareholders. The shareholders
Some of
pay,
them
it's
do, some
normal
of them
people
don't.
that work there.
Some of them do, some
And
of
if the
them don't.
corporations themselves do not pay the tax. But the only solution y'all have is tax and spend and keep going like we're going.
Thank you.
And the
You-
problem
you have-
that we've got in this country is that kind of thinking that I think is, we're headed toward bankruptcy, as Jody mentioned. And what about the American people? What about, who's taking up for the American people? It's time for
I
us to
am.
face it. Well, and it's time for us to deal with it. Either we're going to deal with it or we're going to pick this thing apart. I could pick a lot of things out of it because I want to double it and triple it because I'm not, American people are tired of, we're going to do this in 10 years. No, 10 years never comes. It never has. I want to do it. What are we doing this year to do something? That's what this bill starts off. Jody, you want to go into, have they offered anything as far as, or this administration on his State of the Union, where did he have anything about the debt ceiling? Or where did he have anything about getting our financial house in order?
There's a lot of hypocrisy in this town, and probably every politician's guilty in some respect, but this president has negotiated debt ceilings before. He's been in the driver's seat of negotiating them and had laudable things to say about
How many
the
years
outcome.
ago?
This was when he was vice president. He supported him as senator, but the last spending cap for discretionary spending, by the way, same thing we're talking about, or let's just say a similar, comparable thing, he negotiated. He said it was great. It was an honor to do it. Because at that time, and by the way, the debt was like 13 trillion at the time. Today, it's 31 trillion. So this president has done this. We haven't defaulted in 100 years, but what we have done in the last 25 is to have 8 of the most significant fiscal reforms come out of debt ceiling negotiations when we've had a willing partner. Now, it's going to be after we put our 218 on this and pass it, the American people will ultimately make this decision. They're either going to put pressure on my friends and colleagues that it is reckless and irresponsible, that they have to tighten their belt, that they have to cut, that they have to make trade-offs about, they can't say they want it all. They have to say, I got to shop differently. I got to put different food on the table if I can. We've got to figure out how we're going to pay rent. They're living paycheck to paycheck. They've got to do that. I suspect, Mr. Norman, that they're going to expect the same out of their representatives and their government. So that's how this is going to be resolved ultimately by the American people.
And let them make the choice. It's their money. It's not the government's money. People are sick and tired of government ruling in this administration. Government is his God, and that's a sad day in this country. Jason, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I'd like to just chime in. We've heard a lot of comments about the Tax Cut and Jobs Act in 2017. A lot of untrue statements in this committee, and I think it's corrected for the record. Under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, if you are a family of four and you made $64,000 or less, you paid zero in federal taxes because of the Republican tax cuts. So when any member says that it only helped the top 1.5%, they are lying. Because I can tell you, representing a district where a family of four makes $50,000 in southeast Missouri, under the doubling of the standard deduction and the doubling of the child tax credit, which we did in 2017, delivered a zero tax rate of $64,000 or less for a family of four. So anytime anyone says it only helps the top 1.5%, they are absolutely lying, for the record. And also, when you think about the Inflation Reduction Act, it's quite interesting. The Democrats put the minimum tax for corporations on there, but you know who they excluded? They excluded green credits. And that's what we're repealing in here. And you know what? Those green credits are to help their wealthy friends. Those green corporate welfare tax subsidies, it's going to cost over $1 trillion for working class Americans. They don't want green corporations to pay taxes. That's why they excluded them in the Inflation Reduction Act. But they won't talk about that. They want everyone else to pay taxes, but not their friends.
But not their friends. And can I tell you, one of the tax credits was from Proterra, which is in Greenville, South Carolina, in my home state. Ms. Granholm had some stock interest in it. They want tax cuts for their friends, but not for the American people. And that's what the American people are tired of. And I hear the 87,000 IRS agents. Do y'all realize what this is going to do to the IRS? It's bigger. Listen and check these numbers out. It's bigger than the Pentagon, the State Department, the FBI, and the Border Patrol. The current employees of the FBI are 78,000. You add 87,000, makes it 165,000. Those agencies, those four agencies, it's going to be bigger. Now, Guy was talking about the guns. Do y'all know what the qualifications are? They're not accountants. They're not accountants. They're just out there like this administration has done since they've been in office. They've weaponized every part of the government to go after honest Americans. And it's time to face it head on. It's not time to continue just to give lip service. We either face it or we go under. That's what every American family does. That's what every American business does. And this business of making victims of everybody, the hardworking people want government out of their lives. And this starts the ball, starts the trajectory of downward spending. And it's not what I want. I could cherry pick it, but I'm not going to do that, because as long as this is what the Senate passes and we reject anything they don't pay, if they start cutting this, then we've got a problem. Mr. McGovern, you asked me a question.
Yeah, no, this was something you mentioned about SNAP in your remarks, and I really think it kind of illustrates kind of a real difference here between the way we think and I think the way you think. You seem to imply that $2 a meal was okay, and that if only gas were a little bit lower.
I didn't imply that.
You said if only gas were lower, it would be better for these families. $2 per person per meal. That is what we provide people on average on SNAP. That's the benefit. And what should offend everybody is that the benefit is so measly, given not just what is happening with our economy recently, but what has been happening with our economy over a period of time. The deal is you are piling work requirement upon people who are vulnerable, who are in complicated situations, and you don't see a problem with the $2 per meal.
Mr. McGovern.
I think we don't share the same values.
No, and I think you have values, I really do. I like you. Your thinking is wrong on this. And I will tell you that the very people you're talking about, that's making $2 or $6, they're being hurt by the policies that you have that you have let go, that this administration has. I mean, name me,
you're
go
gonna
to,
throw
hold on,
millions of
Mr.
them off the
McGovern, it's
benefit.
reclaiming my time, I'll let you speak. Go to Main Street USA and ask any American on the street, do you like the direction of the country? Do you like paying what you're paying for gas now versus what you were not paying 2.5 years ago? Do you like the growth in the economy being anemic 1%? Do you like the inflation? Do you like not having, paying the price you have for everything, eggs? I'm in the construction business. We cancel projects because of this administration basically shutting down oil and natural gas, which is killing this country. There are not too many dump trucks that operate on batteries. And the flight that I came in on did not operate on a battery. It's gas and oil. And by the way, if you take the refining of oil, I think gas is 42% of it. It makes a lot of other products, plastics and others that this country needs. But I'm amazed that we spent going on probably 5 or 6 hours. No one other than Jason and Jody and our side have taken this head on and said this is a coming tsunami that's going to sink this country if we don't do something with it. Jody.
Mr. Norman, just to address my friend, Mr. Govern, I know you've got a big heart for the SNAP recipients, and in particular, we served on the Ag Committee together in the 2018 Farm Bill. I'd say, number one, the value of the benefits isn't on our term sheet as our first offer. Let me just, please. It's about able-bodied adults working and following through on the intent of the Bill Clinton 96 Welfare to Work Reform Act, which more than half of Democrats supported back then. I would also think, and this is a problem, Mr. Norman, and it's what makes it challenging, and it is a mentality issue. It's a value issue. If you think Washington is the answer to every problem we face, I don't think we'll ever have a willing partner to try to prioritize, look for trade-offs, serve the most vulnerable, and the things that we can collectively agree are priorities, and consider our children's future. If you think Washington has the answers for everything, it's like SNAP. There are churches, there are local governments, there are state governments. Nothing precludes Massachusetts. Nothing precludes Massachusetts as a sovereign state to come up with any number of benefits. But here's the difference in Massachusetts and the federal government. They got to pay for it.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I mean, when you bring up churches and charities as somehow a substitute for SNAP or WIC or any of these programs, you know, it just, I mean, talk to the churches and charities. They lobby here all the time and they beg us, please do not take away these benefits because we can't make up the difference. And all I'm simply saying is that, you know, we're talking about a benefit of $2, on average $2 per person per meal. No, but you are putting in work requirements that will affect the most vulnerable of the vulnerable, and and 1 million of them will lose their benefits. That is just a fact.
Mr. McGovern.
That is a fact.
No, it's not a fact. No pregnant women, no disabled, no elderly.
People with undiagnosed mental illnesses, veterans, people graduating out of foster care, I go right down the list. That's why I asked you whether you did a hearing on this so we could identify.
We've had a lot of hearings
Well,
on the Ag
obviously,
Committee.
nobody
You and I had a lot of
knew,
hearings on
nobody
that.
could identify who this population was when I asked you about it before.
Reclaiming my time. Let me just say this. You know, if in the real world, the people of Wisconsin, which is a blue state, 80% is aware of the problem we have with able-bodied adults not going to work. It's the same thing as this administration paying people not to work, what it's done to this country, and to trying to make a living in
in the business arena of hiring people. But I guess getting back to the debt limit and the debt crisis, you know, numbers don't lie, but liars put numbers out that are wrong. And I applaud you for finally facing it. Hopefully we stick with this and don't vary one bit. When you get another bite of the apple on the appropriations, we take a look at these things. You mentioned some of them. The American people are tired of $783 million worth of checks to federal prisoners. The American people are tired of stimulus checks, $1,400 sent to 70,000 Japanese citizens living in Japan. The people are tired of $15 million to build a sports complex for the 2026 World Cup. I could go on and on. Americans are fed up with it. And if we don't get a handle on it, we lose our country, pure and simple. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. Certainly. I mean, people are talking about calling out lies. I mean, it was said that the president did not talk about the debt in his State of the Union. I want to submit for the record the section of the State of the Union in which the president spoke quite specifically about.
What do you do about it?
Yeah.
What action
Well, if
plan?
we want to engage, I'm happy to read the whole.
No, what's he
speech to you.
done about it?
Yeah.
Please yield back.
Yeah. You said he didn't say anything. I'm responding to
He
that.
said words. He said words.
No, without objection. Gentleman from Texas is recognized for questions.
I cannot agree to vote for a full increase in the debt without any assurance that steps will be taken to reduce the alarming increase in the deficits and the debt. Joe Biden, 1984, when the debt was $1.5 trillion. Here we sit. Here we sit. Heard a lot about the process. Make no mistake about it, as I think the Chairman Away has said and others, it'd be my strong preference for the provisions of this legislation that have not gone through committee to go through committee. That'd be my preference. What we have right now is a President of the United States that refuses to sit down and do anything serious about the debt ceiling at all. Gives vague notions of a, quote, clean debt ceiling, as if that's remotely responsible for the American people. We know full well it is not. It's a sham. So it is Republicans who are having to do the work that Democrats refuse to do. Period. Full stop. And when we are doing that, yes, there are some bills that have not yet gone through committee, despite that having been my preference. But let's remember what the legislation is in front of us. The text of the bill has been available since last Wednesday, certainly publicly available since Friday, more than 72 hours per our rules. Of the 20 debt ceiling increases since 2000, only 2 have been reported out of committee. Not saying that's a good or bad thing. I'm just saying those are the facts. H.R. 1 went through full regular order and is, in fact, passed off the House floor. The REINS Act, which did not go to committee, and I would have preferred that it would have, passed this body with bipartisan support in 2017 in its current form. The spending repeals are effectively cuts, just straight up clean cuts. For the IRA, which, by the way, when we passed the IRA, there were 158 proxy votes jammed through in August when we were forced to fly back because the speaker didn't give a damn about regular order or process. I had to leave for my vacation, come back and leave my family, whom I barely see, get on a flight and come here because I wasn't going to proxy vote. So I came up here, did my job, and voted against it, but there were 158 who did God knows what and didn't show up here to do their job. We passed the IRS repeal in January. It went through this floor. And we're repealing something that was in that IRA, which was passed with that awful process last August. The COVID funds are a simple, clean repeal, which we've talked about and I'll come back to in a minute. The caps are simple. These are things we've done repeatedly. The work requirements are based on the 1996 welfare reforms that President Biden supported under President Clinton. He said then, the culture of welfare must be replaced with the culture of work. The culture of dependence must be replaced with the culture of self-sufficiency and personal responsibility. And the culture of permanence must no longer be a way of life. The fiscal year 23 omnibus was a $1.7 trillion bill that was 4,100 pages long, released in the dead of night at 1:30 in the morning before the Senate voted and 226 members voted by proxy. It is under litigation now because of its dubious constitutionality. So I don't want to hear people crying me a river about process. Because what we're talking about is undoing the damage of an irresponsible Democratic House of Representatives that jammed through legislation without a whit's concern for those of us who are trying to have a say in what it was. This legislation's available. There is hardly anything new in it. And if you don't like the cuts, vote against the cuts. And that's fine. But what we're trying to do is return this to the American people. Our options in front of us are pretty simple. You can tax. Lord knows my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would love to tax more. Borrow, print money while pretending that you're saying that it's borrowing, or we deal with discretionary spending or mandatory spending. Those are our options. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like to tax more. Well, guess what? Right now, we're at 19.6% of GDP in tax revenue. Only 3 times in history has it been that high. Right now, 2000, at the end of the dot-com boom, after Republican control helped create an environment where we were constraining spending and creating economic growth, and President Clinton worked with us to do it, and World War II. 3 times where revenue has been where it is today. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say we have a revenue problem. Bull. They think we have a revenue problem because they think government creates jobs. It doesn't. People create jobs. Small businesses create jobs. Big businesses create jobs. Government does not create jobs. And at 19.6% revenue, I don't know why we would be saying we need more taxes for more revenue, other than the irresponsibility of a government out of control spending money we don't have. That's the actual fact. If we do nothing, we're on track to have a $1.58 trillion deficit this year. Is that correct, Mr. Arrington?
That's correct.
Interest on the debt. In 2024, we're going to be at $739 billion of debt, interest on the debt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When are we projected to spend more on interest on the debt than on our own national defense? The primary obligation under the Constitution of the United States. When is that going to happen? Do you know?
The projections that I've got is 2025.
And whether we get there at 2025 or 6 or 7, depending on interest rates in the economy, the point is we're staring down the barrel of more on interest on our debt than defending the United States of America. Is that correct?
So I see it.
Now, your counterpart on the Budget Committee, respectfully, was talking earlier, said, quote, we've got in the Biden budget $3 trillion in savings. But what does that leave out of the story in terms of how much that spends over the next decade? Where would that leave us in terms of debt, Chairman Arrington?
Well, let's start with it's half of the $6 trillion that Biden and our Democrat colleagues put onto the debt. So you have $17 trillion remaining, and in next year's proposal, the president's asking for $100 billion on discretionary and trillions of dollars in mandatory over the 10-year window. It is the largest sustained spending, taxing, and borrowing of any 10-year budget in the history.
In the history of the United States, correct? It would spend an additional $17 trillion, would be $50 trillion in debt, right? Another question here. There's been a lot of conversation in here, one in particular conversation exchange about the supposed impact on veterans, okay? We're trying to create a big political issue on the impact on veterans with respect to COVID, unobligated COVID dollars. I want everybody to understand this. Unobligated COVID dollars. After the president has said the COVID emergency is over, after we voted to say that we should end the COVID emergency, after so many issues have been exposed about our COVID spending, that supposedly because we have $50 billion of unobligated COVID dollars we would like to get back out of the hundreds of billions of dollars that I assume the chairman would agree with me have been obligated and are unspent in states and in agencies across the country. Would he agree?
I agree.
And would it surprise the chairman that according to USA spending on the VA, that as of February 2023, for the current fiscal year, the agency's been granted authority to spend $5 billion out of this federal account, i.e. the COVID account. They carried over a balance of $5 billion from last year. To date, 9.1% of the total $5 billion has been obligated. 9.1% had been obligated. They're not spending it for COVID at the VA. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want the American people to think we're somehow, because we want to take COVID money back, undermining veterans. Mr. Chairman, think that that's a fair characterization.
I believe that is exactly the characterization.
So, given that, there's been a lot of conversation about what we're going to do with respect to spending, that we're going to be slashing and burning 22%. Does the chairman agree that when we talk about spending at 2022 levels, the first point is we're talking about spending levels that existed 4 months ago?
That's correct.
Now, I see some head shaking. That we're talking about spending top line 2022 levels, $1.471 trillion, that we would be spending across the board for discretionary spending at levels in place 4 months ago.
That's correct.
Chairman agree with that?
I agree with that.
And that therefore, then, if you put said caps in place for 2024 to cut $131 billion off of the 2023 levels, that we would then have discretion. Thus, the whole concept of discretionary spending. That we, the august members of this chamber, the people's house, would have the ability to decide and use discretion on how we would spend the $1.471 trillion. Is that true?
That's true.
And therefore, we could decide to spend $1.471 trillion on all non-defense discretionary and just zero out defense.
Yes.
We could spend $1.471 trillion on defense and zero out non-defense.
It's open.
We have a choice, because that's what we do. The question then becomes is, what would we do? And what I've heard is, well, there's going to be slashing of programs. If we were to take 2023 defense spending and keep it flat, so we can, I don't know, beat China, make sure that our Navy isn't rusting to the bottom of the sea, make sure that we have a ready military, that we could then have non-defense spending at 2019 levels, the levels pre-COVID spending levels for non-defense discretionary, a mere 4 years ago, that we could have that level of spending and we could meet the obligation of the 2022 levels, give or take.
That's correct.
That the chairman agrees with that? And if we did that, we would be, again, returning to pre-COVID levels of non-defense discretionary. So is it the chairman's view or the chairman of Ways and Means, either your gentleman's view, that the government operating in 2019 was so incapable of providing services for the United States, was so efficient, so effective, that we must have the additional spending, that we certainly had no room to cut spending or make it more efficient or more effective, or just, hey, let's just keep the 2019 level of spending? Do either of the gentlemen have a comment on that?
Well, I think that will answer itself with COVID, $50 or $60 billion unobligated unspent. That's 2 years later. I would say that's very inefficient execution if there were in fact needs. Secondly, in 2021, we had the highest levels of improper payments, that's waste, fraud, and abuse, at $281 billion. So I agree, there is tremendous inefficiency.
Chairman of Ways and Means, have any thoughts on that?
You know, when you look at the funding levels that's in this bill, exactly what you said, it was 4 months ago.
Right.
That's the only people that decide what's going to be cut are the members of Congress. And that's not actually what's being cut, it's what's decided to be appropriated. But you look at 2019 levels, there was a lot of spending there.
Right.
A lot of spending. So.
Would it surprise either of the two chairmen that if you kept the fiscal year 23 defense level, the $858 billion number that we just agreed to and was just passed through the omnibus spending bill, jammed through by Democrats at the 11th hour in December, that if we keep that level of spending of defense and add it to the non-defense level that President Obama proposed for fiscal year 24 in his last budget, that you get exactly $1.471 trillion?
That's my understanding.
Is that true?
That's my understanding.
So that MAGA extremist Barack Obama wanted to slash and burn the bureaucracy so much that we would be cutting off firefighters and cutting off veterans' benefits. That crazy MAGA extremist Barack Obama just wanted to thwart the ability of the American people to live happily, to pursue happiness without the benefit of government funding. Is that what we're hearing? When Senator Manchin in a February 23 op-ed in the Washington Post called for, quote, capping the annual growth of discretionary spending at 1% for the next 10 years, is he a crazy MAGA extremist, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, who was that?
Senator Joe Manchin from West
I don't
Virginia,
believe he's
Democrat.
I'm not a good judge on MAGA extremism, but I don't think he would be one.
Okay, well, I was just curious. When we're talking about work requirements that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been talking about, the horrors of the Democrat-Republican agreement led by President Clinton and welfare reform in the 1990s to ensure that we have work requirements, to ensure that people can work while we're still providing benefits for those who might need it. Would it surprise either of the two chairmen that there are over 3.5 million workers missing from the workforce, according to the Federal Reserve Chairman Powell? 3.5 million workers. Does that seem right to the Ways and Means Chairman?
Seems very reasonable.
Millions of workers who dropped out of the labor force during the COVID-19 lockdowns have yet to return. A lot of them are working-aged men. Over 7 million prime working-age men, that men between the ages of 25 and 54 are not working. Almost 11% of prime working-age men in the United States. Does that sound correct to the two chairmen?
Yep.
Bureau of Labor Statistics has found that men are spending around 7 hours a day doing leisure activities such as watching television and playing games instead of working. That while there are 779,000 open jobs in manufacturing, 500,000 jobs in construction, and in 2022, the trucking industry needed a record 80,000 drivers. Does that sound correct, Mr. Chairman?
I'll tell you, there's help wanted signs all over the country, so that has to be correct.
NFIB also did a survey, and they have the highest percentage, almost half, of all the small businesses cannot fully staff up.
Well, and if the chairman would allow, there are some other things that we have that we believe that in addition to having spending set to reset the baseline of discretionary spending, I just had a curiosity. Could either of you two chairmen detail, in specific detail, the proposals by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to reform mandatory spending, to save dollars, to ensure that we can find a way to balance the budget and deal with the current debt crisis? Can you talk about the legislation introduced by my Democratic colleagues, the hearings that they've held, the speeches that they've given, or the press conferences they've done on the front steps of the Capitol, proposing strong reforms to mandatory spending in order to ensure that those benefits will exist for our seniors and for those who might need them?
Mr. Roy, I haven't heard a single item in the budget, neither mandatory or discretionary, as an option for reducing spending since I've been here for 6 hours.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, nothing jumps to my mind. I'm sure there's probably, I mean, out of the thousands of bills proposed, there has to be something, but nothing jumps to my mind, so it's definitely not being pushed by the majority of the other side.
My friend, Mr. Byer, you raise your hand, so I think you've got the solution to mandatory spending for me.
Not a solution, Mr. Roy, although I've worried about it for many years. But in two things that do jump to mind. Number one is John Larson has gathered over 200 co-signers of a Social Security 2100 bill, not the one that was presented at the end of the last Congress, but one that made it secure through the rest of the century and was unable to get a vote on it. But he has worked hard on it. I've been a co-sponsor with many others. The second thing is Mike Thompson, who had chaired the tax subcommittee, now ranking on Chairman Smith's Ways and Means Committee, has been pushing hard for much more telehealth, which is a part of the solution for Medicare and Medicaid.
Sure, and I appreciate the gentleman for that fairly fractional solution with respect to the Medicare problem, albeit I support it and I support telehealth. And by the way, that was a product of getting regulation out of the way in the wake of COVID. What I would though suggest is that those proposals, including Social Security, I still don't see them as a front and centerpiece for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the president's budget, but in particular, ones that would reduce the fiscal demand over the next 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, right? In other words, what is the actual solution that we try to figure out on how to manage the reality of the mandatory spending issue? And the only reason I bring it up, because we're touching mandatory spending here with respect to Medicaid, with respect to work requirements, and trying to handle that approach. Fully conceding that we, on a bipartisan basis, need to sit down and figure out what we're going to do about mandatory spending broadly, including the burn pits that the gentlelady talked about before, which we created as now mandatory spending last year, which now just put another $600 billion of mandatory spending into the queue. So I think what I was throwing out there, and I'm going to try to interest time to hit a few more issues. You've got the Internal Revenue Service of the $80 billion. Well,
Raise the cap on Social Security.
well, if my Democratic colleagues are going to, run on these various proposals, then I'd like to see that and have them go out and put out all their reforms. That'd be great. But the American people, with respect to the IRS, I've heard a lot of stuff about how this is trying to save fat cats. But I would ask the chairman, New York Times article headline from January 23, Black Americans are much more likely to face tax audits, study finds. Quote, Black taxpayers are at least 3 times as likely to be audited by the Internal Revenue Service. Here's a March 22 CBS article, IRS audits the poor at 5 times the rate of everyone else, analysis finds. My colleagues agree that, Mr. Chairman, that typically, especially Ways and Means, the IRS is more prone to audit folks who are at the lower end of the spectrum.
You know, the administration has been crystal clear that under the $80 billion that they received under the Inflation Reduction Act to the IRS, that they are projecting to be at the audits that they were at their peak. And their peak was in 2010. And if you do those calculations, that means that there's going to be over 1 million additional new audits from this $80 billion. But what's even worse, Representative, is more than 650,000 of those new audits are for people making less than $75,000 a year. It's not the billionaires who have the overpaid tax accountants. It's the mom and pops that do the standard deductions, and they're the ones where, for example, the American Rescue Plan had the 1099 aspect. If you have more than $600 in and out of Venmo and PayPal, that it has to be reported to the IRS. Why would you do that? And wondering if you're selling a couch to a neighbor unless you want to track it to make sure you're paying your fair share in taxes.
And that's precisely what they want to do. And to not to go back and repeat too much, but the point about revenue, the gentleman's very well aware of the tax bill that is often derided that was passed in 2017. Did revenue as a percentage of GDP and revenue to the Treasury go up or down after that legislation was passed?
It absolutely went up. And what's also important is last year we had a record amount of revenue, $4.9 trillion. And it was more than $1 trillion. It was almost $1 trillion more than the Congressional Budget Office and Joint Tax projected upon passage of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. And I think being off by $1 trillion, that's quite amazing. And so it's clearly our revenues are at 19.6%, like what you said.
And so, again, given that our efforts with respect to the debt ceiling and the absence of any actual effort by the President of the United States or our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to save $4.8 trillion over 10 years, driven significantly by obviously an $131 billion cut, to reset the baseline and try to hold that growth in place, while hopefully we could actually get our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to sit down and work on mandatory spending reforms to be able to constrain that, while trying to create economic growth in an environment where we currently have stagflation, where we have banks cutting down on their dollars because interest rates are skyrocketing, because the Fed had a policy of not pulling rates back because they knew they couldn't heading into a political cycle, and then ratchet up interest rates so quickly that we now have a massive problem where banks do not have dollars flowing to projects. People can't get those dollars to then go do construction, which means you don't have economic growth. Are my colleagues concerned about that, both in terms of economic growth and jobs, but also in terms of revenue to the Treasury?
Absolutely. You look at interest rates have, in the last year, have increased more than the last 15 years combined. That is a huge impact on our economy. That's a huge impact on our future interest expense. It's a multiplying effect. One thing you didn't mention in that whole conversation of everything, the work requirements, if you look back to the welfare reform in '96, child poverty has been cut in half in the last 30 years after following those work requirements. Child poverty has been cut in half.
So is the gentleman familiar that the CBO estimates the United States will see a dismal 0.1% growth rate in fiscal year 2023? Is the gentleman from either Ways and Means or Budget familiar that with that CBO estimate of 0.1% economic growth, other estimates of
year.
0.5 or 6% economic growth?
They project 0.1% next year and an average of 2 over the next 10.
Is it remotely feasible for us to have a strong society with people at work, with strong families, or remotely possible to pay off $32 trillion of debt, or forget paying it off, manage $32 trillion of debt if you don't have economic growth?
The way our fathers and grandfathers and the leaders of this country who had the political will to bring the debt to GDP down the last time we were at this level of indebtedness, they grew the economy, they put pro-growth policies in place, and they reduced spending. And we emerged as the only leader of the free world, the sole global superpower. I would suggest that same Texas two-step of growth and reduction in spending has to be applied today, and it has to be applied in a meaningful way and immediately, which is why we're having this conversation. I would also mention to my colleagues, many of you already know this, but 1% in GDP growth on average over the 10-year budget window is $3 trillion in deficit reduction. I would suggest that the 2% that CBO is projecting is actually overly generous. I think if you're going to tax and you're going to regulate and you're going to pay people not to work and you're going to have relaxed work requirements and welfare programs and you have a labor shortage, we're already seeing the economy recede, interest rates continue to climb, inflation hasn't gone anywhere and probably won't anytime soon. I think the policies right now are disastrous, and I don't think you can yield economic growth even at 2% with the current policies, but with pro-growth policies, pro-work policies, pro-energy policies. Get back to trade and executing on the trade deals that we've done and other pro-growth initiatives, we can grow to at least the 3+% that we were growing prior to COVID after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Staring at a stagflationary environment with high interest rates, high inflation, and low economic growth, with considered concern for decreased economic growth, and therefore a real possibility of a stagflationary environment, what options do we have for economic growth? Would it make sense, for example, to increase taxes in order to create economic growth? Would it make sense to, for example, have a high regulatory environment with increased regulations, for example, through the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which strangles our ability to have abundant American energy? Would that make sense? Yeah. Would it make sense right now in a stagflationary environment for them to be in a situation where they'll be able to use interest rates and monetary policy? Are they going to be able to juice it, or are they going to cut rates to get economic growth, which will then potentially result, depending on the situation, on more inflation? Are the gentlemen concerned about these things? With respect to the Inflation Reduction Act, heard a lot about that. You know, Goldman Sachs had a study recently that said that the Inflation Reduction Act's so-called climate subsidies, that is, subsidies for unreliable energy, will cost $1.2 trillion. $1.2 trillion, which is over 3 times the original estimate of $391 billion, $271 billion of which are subsidies. Can you subsidize economic growth, or in fact, are these subsidies actually payments to fat cats and corporations who are making money on the back of so-called green initiatives in a crony capitalistic system in which they get enriched in the name of so-called green energy? Would the gentleman from Ways and Means like to talk about that?
Yeah, 90% of all those green handouts that was in the Inflation Reduction Act are to companies with sales of more than $1 billion. And financial services is 3 times more to financial services than it is any other industry. It's not to working class families. It's not to small business. 90% of the credits in the Inflation Reduction Act goes towards businesses with more than $1 billion in sales. And in regards to the Goldman Sachs of $1.2 trillion, just today, Joint Tax, official scorekeeper for Congress, revised the Inflation Reduction Act, and they said it is at minimum $570 billion. And this was a bill that passed 8 months ago, and that's excluding the EVs, which is projected to be almost another $200 billion on top of that. So it's showing that even joint tax was off by more than double. And Goldman Sachs is saying 1.2 trillion.
With the Goldman Sachs estimates of costing 1.2 trillion, they gave the reasons, quote, "This is driven by higher estimates for all categories, especially our significantly higher estimates for advanced manufacturing tax credits and EV tax credits," like the gentleman just said. The IRA would provide uncapped subsidies to EVs, while the Biden administration is literally using the EPA to eliminate the internal combustion engine. Now, that's not hyperbole, right? Is it hyperbole to say that the Biden administration wants to eliminate the internal combustion engine? Is that not the goal?
I think they've been pretty clear.
And
it
in
was
fact,
amazing that the president in his State of the Union actually claimed that fossil fuels will be used over the next couple years. That was, I thought, at least a step, but only a couple more years.
it also subsidizes every new wind and solar project, while the Biden EPA is issuing rules requiring power plants, most recently this last week, to cut or capture nearly all of their carbon dioxide emissions by 2040. Now, the gentleman from Texas knows that in Texas we have a lot of wind and solar. The grid is perilously close to being about 50% wind and solar. What happens on a windless, cloudy day? Where do we get the power?
Better have some roughnecks punching holes in the ground, or you're not going to be able to keep the lights on. I mean, it's as simple as that. I hail from a district that leads the nation in wind energy production. We produce more wind energy than the state of California 3 times over. But I'm also in the largest oil and gas patch in the world combined. And, I think all the above is, I don't have any problem with that aspiration. But you've got to be careful not to distort the markets such that you cause even greater damage to our baseload production and raise cost even more than we're seeing because of the uncertainty and the lack of oil and gas production, not to mention, like somebody had said earlier, about 90% of every product, laptops or iPhones, glasses, shoes, 90 to 95% of everything we use has some hydrocarbon connection. So there's a way to do it in a smart and strategic manner, and then there's a way to just throw a bunch of money and hope in hopes that we end up better on the other side. I think it's very dangerous, and I suspect if we continue down this path, it will be a ruinous path, and we will be weaker, and we will be more vulnerable as a country, and the planet will be more polluted because China will be happy to fill in the vacuum.
And these subsidies, the solar subsidies, tend to go to China, not the American people, correct? Here's a February 24th, 23 headline from Forbes. Quote, China's solar companies qualify for benefits under Inflation Reduction Act, where at least 6 Chinese solar equipment manufacturers announcing plans to take advantage of the IRA credits. According to the International Energy Agency, 80% of the world's rare earth minerals and 60% of lithium is in China. According to the World Economic Forum, of which, I'm no great fan, China's share of all the manufacturing stages of solar panels is now over 80%. 8 of the top 10 largest solar equipment makers are headquartered in China. 10 of the 15 largest wind equipment makers are in China. That surprised either of the chairmen?
We had the Coalition for Prosperous America that they just released a new analysis finding that Chinese manufacturers could earn up to $125 billion from the green credits in the Inflation Reduction Act.
Electric vehicle credits, $7,500 per to subsidize wealthy donors. According to 2019 CRS report, 78% of the electric vehicle tax credits are claimed by filers making $100,000 or more per year. Is that surprising?
Nope.
According to Kelley Blue Book, the average EV costs over $17,000 more than its gas-powered counterpart. So if we go to all battery-powered cars by 2030, what the administration wants to do, how are the people that are supposed to be the beneficiaries of those $2 meals supposed to pay for a vehicle? According to Bloomberg, more than 76% of electric vehicles were in states Biden carried in the 2020 presidential election. Even Joe Manchin, who supported the IRA, is criticizing recent Treasury guidance that would funnel the EV tax credit into nations that hate us. It is a pathetic excuse to spend more taxpayer dollars as quickly as possible that further cedes control to the Chinese Communist Party in the process. Here's the title of the 2021 New York Times article, "Electric Cars Are Coming. It's the nation's grid up to it. If every American switched over to an electric passenger vehicle, the United States could end up using 25% more electricity than it does today." Back to those grid demands, which if they're all wind and solar, where's the power coming from? Is it coming from all of those nuclear projects that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are approving on a daily basis so that we can have unfettered, non-CO2 producing, reliable nuclear power? Either the gentleman aware of significant nuclear projects being promoted by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle or the president?
I'm not aware.
I'm not aware. I thought CO2 was killing the planet. Well, I'll ask the gentleman from Virginia, sure.
There is a huge initiative, the Department of Energy, on small nuclear reactors.
Sure.
Trying to be permitted all over the country.
And all of that was started, for example, under my former boss, Secretary Perry, former Governor Perry. What I would suggest is that the last time we've done anything was permitted in the 1970s in Georgia, and it still isn't even off the ground and running. Meanwhile, China is producing how many nuclear-powered plants? China's got 1,100 coal-fired plants. They're producing 2 per week. They're producing wind and solar. What are we doing? We're not producing squat. We're producing wind and solar. Also, can people feel good about themselves? But we haven't launched any nuclear power plants. I'm glad those projects are going on over at the Department of Energy. But we could unleash them if we just get the regulatory state out of the way. We could get nuclear power going in next Friday if you unleash the entrepreneurs of this country. I've got 1,000 more things I could say about the absurdity of the complaints, but I defer to the gentleman that seems to want to say something here.
Mr. Roy,
Close
I
out.
made a comment earlier that we operate in a fantasy world in Washington when it comes to allocation of resources and budgeting, because there's just little consideration for paying for things. And I mentioned that all parties present, or at least the 2 parties, have in some way made their fair share of contributions. I think that there is one exception to the American people paying for programs and policies that were not offset by revenues or by cuts in expenditures. And that's the price that Americans are paying at the pump today.
That's right.
It's the price that Americans are paying to heat and cool their home. It's the price of the cars that most people drive who are working people. So, as I said before, I like our chances to present what I think is a very reasonable set of provisions to rein in spending responsibly. And one of those happens to be these tax credit for green industry. And the second is unleashing conventional resources that have been gummed up because of the constraint on supply, mainly through whole of government regulatory assault. You do those 2 things. In just this small debt ceiling proposal, and the American people will see the difference, and the prices will come down, and they will see that their quality of life is tied to the hydrocarbon. It is tied to the cleanest producer of natural gas in the world, and that's our American energy producers from West Texas and throughout the basins in the United States.
Well, I'll just say this. The president is irresponsibly refusing to negotiate. That's it. Plain and simple. Each of the 8 major deficit reduction measures implemented in the last 35 years were tied to a debt limit increase, because you got something you can actually use to have a conversation about what we're supposed to do. We always talk about balanced budget amendments. Well, if you can't use a debt ceiling to figure it out, you're sure as hell not going to use a balanced budget amendment either. Because right now we have a decision to make. Are we going to borrow more money, spend more money we don't have, or are we going to change the way we do things in this town? In 2004, President Biden announced he would have voted against a debt ceiling vote he missed, saying today's fiscal mess is the inevitable outcome of policies that consistently ignored evidence and experience. My symbolic vote, because he missed the vote, against raising the debt limit would have been a protest of the policies that have brought us to this point and a demand that we change course. In 2011, President Biden literally led the debt ceiling negotiations that led to the Budget Control Act, which enabled 10-year caps on discretionary spending. It is his job to sit down as President of the United States. It is Senator Schumer's job to sit down as a leader of the Senate with Speaker McCarthy. We are putting forward a proposal here that lifts the debt ceiling. Many of us have never voted to raise the debt ceiling or to move or suspend the debt ceiling, and are doing so because we believe it's critically important that we move the ball down the field, but we must have transformational change. We are proposing simply returning spending, discretionary spending, to levels that were in place 4 months ago for top-line discretionary spending, non-defense discretionary in that to pre-COVID level spending before it was bloated through COVID, making sure that we repeal student loans that are unfair to those who didn't take them out and that favor one versus another, repeal IRS spending that's going to target poor people more than rich people, go reclaim unobligated COVID dollars, repeal IRS subsidies that favor the rich and corporations, not hardworking Americans, and to pass things like the REINS Act, which would get Congress back in the game of ensuring regulators don't constrain economic growth. The American people deserve to be able to go out and create wealth for themselves and their families and their communities. And the best way to do that is get the government out of the way. We should shrink Washington, grow America by passing this legislation. And at a bare minimum, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle ought to sit down and work through something. But I can promise you, a so-called clean debt ceiling ain't going to happen. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, is it a process question?
Certainly,
Yeah, no, I just left the hearing briefly, and I had two reporters come up to me and basically say that the votes aren't there yet for this package on the Republican side, that there is still infighting with the right wing and the extreme right wing.
I prefer the word negotiate.
However it is. And I guess since we just received this bill 5 minutes, it was introduced just a matter of a few minutes before we actually had the Rules Committee meeting, we're just kind of concerned about not knowing about what the changes might be that might be incorporated in the bill at the last minute. I mean, we're clearly not part of this process. We weren't asked to be part of the process. So, but I think we would like to know.
We weren't asked to be part of a couple of.
What changes might be, and are they to be substantial?
If I had anything I could tell you, I would, but I really don't know. I've been here as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for questions. You are my favorite member of the night. Okay. That is not to put pressure on my friends at the end who have been extraordinarily patient. But no,
just don't
believe
shout.
Me, they have been extraordinarily patient. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for your length of sitting in this room today. I think we're over 5.5 hours now, and I know at least 2 of you have been here the whole time. So thank you, or at least largely the whole time. So thank you. So I've been concerned at some of the comments that I've heard today about what Republicans are trying to do with this piece of legislation. And I've heard things like, can we have a debate? We'd love to have that debate, but the debate can't start with accusations that all we want to do in this bill is hurt children and veterans and people with disabilities and seniors, and probably any number of other things that the Democrats could think of to throw accusations at us. we've also heard, I heard someone on the other side of the aisle say that Republicans have put us in this position. I beg to differ. I think that we got into this mess in the first place with out-of-control spending. Republicans and Democrats, I think, over the years have been responsible for that, but over the last 2 years, under the Biden administration, it has been on steroids. When he took office in January 21, since then, he and House Democrats have increased the 10-year spending trajectory by $10 trillion. That includes ramming through $2 trillion in the American Rescue Plan, which had $400 billion for policies that discouraged people from working, further hurting the economy. The American Rescue Plan also, after that, they moved on to the Inflation Reduction Act, and on and on and on, including Biden's executive actions that have totaled over $1.5 trillion. I would ask just my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Ranking Member DeLauro, should one person be able to spend $1.5 trillion of taxpayer money?
Mr. Norman, who's no longer here, talked about a filibuster. I've been sitting here listening to a filibuster for the last maybe hour. That's not the question. You asked me a question which I'm prepared to answer. In terms of the debt, 25% of the current debt was accumulated
The question,
under the
Ms.
prior
DeLauro,
administration.
is should one person be able to spend $1.5 trillion of taxpayer money
Well, one
by
person is
executive
not,
order?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by one person doing that.
So Joe
The
Biden-
The Congress voted for these issues.
Did the
Some
Congress-
were
sorry,
bipartisan.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
Well, but you don't want to hear an answer. Bipartisan.
You're not giving an answer.
Yes.
Let me ask you the question. Here's the question.
What's the question? One person?
Joe Biden signed an executive order on the student loan giveaway. That was $465 billion. That was not passed by law. He did that by executive order. He is one man. I'm asking you a question. You can answer yes
Well,
or no.
the executive-
Should one person be able to spend $465 billion of taxpayer money?
Listen, that the executive,
Yes
all
or no?
all executives have the power for executive
So your answer is-
orders.
is yes.
And, you know, we could go back and take a look at what other.
Reclaiming my time.
You can
Thank
reclaim it all you want.
I just asked the question. That's a lot of money for one person to spend.
Yes, well, you
So-
spent a lot of money on the Iraq War and
Joe
about a tax break as one person.
It's my time.
Go ahead.
So the Democrats got us into this mess in the first place with the out-of-control spending. President Biden has increased this debt by approximately $2 trillion. Republicans have a plan. It is limit spending, save taxpayer dollars, and grow the economy. The Democrat plan is raise taxes, raise taxes, raise taxes, and spend, spend, spend. That is not sustainable. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Smith, what happens when we spend more money than we have? What happens to the economy?
It tanks. In fact, if you look back, you've heard a lot of folks on the other side of the aisle that talked about back in 2011, when there was a downgrade in our credit. It wasn't because we defaulted. It's because Congress wasn't serious about our debt crisis. That is why we were downgraded. And this is the problem, is if Republicans and Democrats cannot talk about increasing the debt limit and putting some kind of fiscal restraints in, we are headed in that same direction again. And all that we're doing, Representative, is trying to get the president to negotiate with us. He is in a reckless position right now, refusing to negotiate with House Republicans and demanding only one thing that he can't even get passed on the Senate side. That is what's detrimental to our economy. That is extremism. Those are policies that will hurt working class families, small businesses, and farmers. And hopefully he'll decide to negotiate. And hopefully the president does not want to default on our debt, but his actions shows that that is what he wants to do right now, is to default, and that's unacceptable.
Chairman Smith, if you were to go to get a bank loan and your debt-to-income ratio were upside down, would you be able to get a loan?
Absolutely not.
And our debt-to-income ratio is not great for the United States right now. Is that right?
There's a reason why the Chinese are trying to change the world currency of the dollar.
So all of this spending, and it feels as if we're trying to be all things to all people, money grows on trees, there's no consequence for that, but there are consequences for that. And the cost to the American people of overspending is the inflation that we're under currently, which is making everything cost more. I visited a couple of food pantries in my district recently. They're having trouble keeping up because of the cost of food, and that is because of the actions of irresponsible government spending. So all we're asking for is something in return. It's as if the government, under the Democrats' leadership, they're acting irresponsibly like a child that runs up the credit card debt, and we have to come in as the responsible parents and say, look, we're going to pay the bill, but we're going to ask some things in return. We're going to ask some things in return. Because nobody, no household in America can just keep spending the way the federal government is spending. So we have a solution. We've put forth a reasonable plan. I have not seen a plan come from the Democrat side of the aisle. I haven't heard anything about what they would cut in terms of spending. I know we've heard about Joe Biden's plan to decrease the deficit by $3 trillion. Are there any spending cuts in that plan, Chairman Smith?
In
Joe Biden's plan?
To reduce
the deficit by $3 trillion.
I'm not the budget leader, but I would let the chairman of the budget committee talk about it, but I don't see where his math adds up. I just don't see where he says that he's cutting the deficit by $3 trillion and how that actually adds up.
Chairman
But
Arrington?
Chairman White.
$65 trillion in new taxes. $65 trillion over 10 years, $65 trillion. It's the largest tax hike over the 10-year budget window in the history of the country. It's the 20% deduction for small businesses. It's marginal rates. It's the death tax that will be doubled on farmers and ranchers. I could go through the list, but the spending goes up over 10 years on mandatory by $2.7 trillion. And as I mentioned, after a 13% increase last year in the appropriations on the discretionary side, the president's asking for a 6% increase or $100 billion. So he's asking in the middle of this record 17-month, 40-year high sustained inflation, an economy that's rapidly sliding into recession, the prospect of a debt crisis, whether it's a slow burn or it's a cliff, sort of Greece-like impact. And this president of ours is asking, this is, I think, very audacious, but he's proposing that we increase discretionary spending next year, $100 billion. He's going $100 billion one way, and we're trying to take the country to reduce responsibly spending and right-size the bureaucracy coming out of COVID by $130 billion. That's about as stark of a distinction between the mentality, the worldview, certainly the view of our government's responsibility to our citizens.
What happens to our veterans if we spend more on interest on the debt than we do on military spending?
Listen, if there's a sovereign debt crisis, we jeopardize the dollar as the global reserve currency. We cannot borrow. We have, as I mentioned, $3 trillion in annual deficits in 10 years. Austerity like we've never seen, painful, deep, to the bone cuts. You can't really raise taxes in that situation because the economy is in the tank. You can try, but you won't get much. And so it's a very desperate situation. I can tell you that the veterans that I interact with on a regular basis, they champion this cause of restoring fiscal sanity in this country of ours. And because if just to round off this comment about veterans, they didn't fight and risk their lives for a country where politicians, spendthrift politicians, would bankrupt it, and for their children. That's not the leadership and the sacrifice that they demonstrated on the battlefield, and they expect that we return suit as leaders of the greatest country in the world, that we come alongside of them and do our part to muster the courage to do the right thing. And that's what it's going to take, especially when you have all these false choices of children and elderly and, and veterans. And it's just, that is the resounding noise of people who do not want to do the tough job. That's the resounding noise of people who, in my opinion, are shrinking back from a moment, a window of mercy before the house of cards comes crumbling down. And
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like unanimous consent to enter to the record a report from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget entitled Putting the Limit, Save, Grow Act in Context.
Without objection.
I'm just wrapping up. Chairman Smith, I'm taking this plane in for a landing. So we hear a lot about trillion, billion, million. So when we say words like $1 trillion, I want it to mean something to the American people when we hear those words, because we throw those around, and I want to make sure that that has meaning back home when we talk about how much money we're actually talking about. And you've told me, you've given me an example of what that is in real life terms. Could you share that with us, please?
So the $10 trillion that was an increase in spending that you highlighted earlier, to put that into perspective of what folks back home, when you hear trillions and billions, if you spent $13 million every day since Jesus Christ was born, you still would not have spent $10 trillion. And that is just the increase in spending that the one-party Democrat rule did over the last 2 years with Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer leading the ship. And people wonder why inflation has gone up 14.9% in those 2 years when inflation was 1.4% before all that spending started.
And that's what put us in this position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentleman from New York is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Smith, in a statement regarding House Republicans' common sense proposal to raise the debt ceiling and to cut spending, the White House accused House Republicans of threatening to kill thousands of manufacturing jobs. So I'd like to ask you this: what effect will continued runaway inflation have on manufacturing jobs, or just jobs in general?
Well, let me tell you, let's talk about the green credits that we're repealing in this bill. These green credits are helping with manufacturing jobs, but manufacturing jobs in China, because the policies that this administration, with fake agreements and changing of rules, is violating even their own language in the Inflation Reduction Act, which will allow those tax credits to go to China and will not help the American worker or American manufacturing. So by us repealing these incentives will help us have more manufacturing jobs in the United States.
And on that thread, what could continued adherence to these Biden energy policies have on manufacturing jobs or jobs in general?
Just reiterate what I said. A lot of these green credits, the way that they are changing those rules through Treasury and also in their fake trade agreements, they are using it to help manufacturers in other countries, especially China.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's true that many economists, analysts, and others at this point believe we are on the verge of a recession.
Many economists will tell you that we are in a recession.
And what effect would a recession have on those same manufacturing jobs or just jobs in general with the economy right now?
It would have a devastating impact.
Okay. And if you can, Mr. Chairman, would you mind remind us all here, how did we reach this point on the verge of a recession with anywhere from 5 to 6% inflation?
It's called reckless one-party Democrat spending, a $10 trillion in new spending over the last 2 years. Inflation was 1.4%. 1.4% before they passed the American Rescue Plan. And then we've seen it rise 14.9%. And if you put that in perspective, an increase of 14.9% is the equivalent to every American losing 2 months of their paycheck over the last 2 years. That is their cost. And what did they get for that? They got $783 million checks to federal prisoners. They got $1,400 stimulus checks to Japanese citizens living in Japan. $140 million for a luxury resort in Florida. I could go on, which was in the American Rescue Plan, of a lot of waste. And that is why every American's paying more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very insightful. And to my colleagues across the aisle that have been clutching their pearls here all night, and this administration who has repeatedly claimed that this legislation that we're discussing today is reckless, it's irresponsible, it's dangerous. We've heard every piece of hyperbole there is here this evening in the last 6 hours. Overheating an economy that was already recovering nicely with $1.9 trillion stimulus package, that was reckless and irresponsible.
Who are you yelling at? I don't understand what.
I didn't interrupt you. Okay. Thanks. Rocketing our national debt to $31 trillion, that was reckless and irresponsible. Throwing off the last remnants of accountability when it came to our nation's safety net programs and trapping Americans in a cycle of dependence on the federal government, that's reckless and irresponsible. Demanding a clean debt limit increase without even a review of public spending habits, that is reckless and irresponsible. I strongly support this legislation, and I look forward to others doing the same. If one cares about the future that they'd like to leave their children and grandchildren, a future that isn't crushed by debt, by inflation, and by paying the price for today's excesses, then they should have no problem supporting this critical step forward, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Before I dismiss the witnesses, I just note that 6 of you began, only 3 of you have finished. So to the 3 survivors, congratulations. I also note that Mr. Smith was gone for a while on important business and has to be here later, but you had a lot of time away. It was really close between Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member DeLauro. But I think he nosed you out by about 10 minutes.
Like 10 minutes, right?
When Mr. McCall, but, so, you sort of get gold, the silver, and the bronze here tonight, and I thank you for your patience. I genuinely do. It's an important debate. I know we took a long time. My friend have a question?
You know, I just, that Ms. DeLauro tried to be recognized a couple of times. It was not allowed to be recognized. She had her hand up again. I don't know.
Well, to be fair, when people control the time, they control the time. So if they don't want to engage, that's up to the individual member. So, but again, we tried to be generous with the time. I don't think very many people didn't get an opportunity to say whatever it is they wanted to say over the course of 6 hours. So, and if I would fail in that regard, my friend has my apology. But we do try and keep it moving within reason, but and also allow all of you to get your points in. So with that, thank you again, all of you, for your time, your patience, and your expertise, and you are excused.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome our second panel. Chairman Smith, in an effort to go after the record, I'm sure is staying with us. I think Representative Byers, you're staying. Representative Byer, my notes say you're staying here as well? Yes, yes. Okay, you're shifting around, okay. So Chairman Smith and Representative Byer are both obviously from the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you, Don Byer.
Thank you, Rosa DeLauro. I'm going to call you Rosa DeLauro from now on.
Okay, please. I want to
Ms.
make sure
Rosa
I know what my
DeLauro.
name is.
All right, we will.
What do you think? Can we do this fast, Mr. Chairman? I'm getting hungry.
Still this competition between Delora and Arrington. Escape while you can. Thank you very much. Again, we're welcome our second panel. Chairman Smith, you're recognized for your opening comment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for holding this hearing today. I'm glad we're able to spend some extended time together. It is a welcoming reception. As we sit here, China continues to cheat the United States through its predatory trade practices. Just this past December, the Commerce Department determined that China is circumventing U.S. tariffs by shipping solar products through Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. These tariffs on solar imports from China have been in place since 2012 to provide a more level playing field for American manufacturers in the face of unfair subsidies and pricing by Chinese exporters. By circumventing them, China is cheating American workers and consumers. Unfortunately, ahead of the December determination by Commerce, the White House made a misguided decision to prevent additional tariffs on Chinese solar products routed through those 4 countries for 2 years. Those actions send the wrong message to our trading partners and competitors, and worse yet, they hurt American workers. We need more, not less, accountability for unfair trade practices that have given China a dominant position in solar production. It is all the more important given long-standing American innovation in this sector. American workers should enjoy the fruits of that innovation through expanded U.S. manufacturing and jobs, but unfair imports will prevent this from occurring. The bipartisan resolution before this committee today would reverse that decision. By advancing House Joint Resolution 39 Congressional Review Act legislation on solar tariffs, we will be agreeing with the findings of the Department of Commerce and halt the implementation of the proclamation that has given a free pass to unfair solar imports from China. This resolution will help ensure the United States maintains crucial protections for American workers and our economy as a whole. I'm grateful that there is support on both sides of the aisle for this resolution, including Ways and Means Committee members Dan Kildee of Michigan, Greg Murphy of North Carolina, Nicole Malliotakis of New York, and Bill Pascrell of New Jersey, and Terry Sewell of Alabama, and Claudia Tenney of New York. We are all deeply concerned about China's behavior, and Congress must hold accountable bad actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Beyer, for your testimony. Before you do, I want to thank you for the lovely area I'm privileged to live in. You're sort of my congressman when I'm away from home, so.
I was hoping you'd vote for me.
Well, I think it would be illegal. That'd be double. I have to make a choice between you and me, and I'm choosing me selfishly. But
I understand.
I prefer to keep my legal residence, but I certainly love being in your district. So you're recognized for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and Mr. McGovern, Ranking Member, thank you. And it's a delight to be with my Ways and Means Chairman, Mr. Smith, tonight. You know, it's appropriate that we're considering this measure the same day as we're talking about the GROW Act and unwinding all the climate provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act. That resolution before us would go a long way on its own towards rolling back the most ambitious bill to fight climate change in our history. I confess, I think it's the most important bill I've ever voted for in the years of public service. And the biggest, the most boldest thing we've done to try to fight climate change on a global level. And I appreciate the concerns of my colleagues, including a couple of Democrats, who support this measure. But to me, this is a straightforward issue, and I urge you to oppose the bill. First, this proposal would directly harm our ability to meet our climate goals. U.S. solar manufacturing is just not sufficient to meet the current demand, and this measure would dramatically slow down solar installation. The UN IPCC report came out last month and underscored that we simply don't have time to lose if we're going to avoid the catastrophic effects of climate change. We must not lose sight of the urgency of the situation in America and everywhere. The U.S. Secretary General said, quote, "Our world needs climate action on all fronts, everywhere, everything, all at once." And pulling the rug out from under a key renewable sector at this point is in direct conflict with what I know is a key priority for many of us in this Congress. Every year, every month, every day matters when it comes to climate. And if this measure passes, future solar projects will be canceled or delayed, and carbon emissions will increase by as much as 42 million metric tons. Now, even the short period of uncertainty we had last year before the president issued the pause in tariffs contributed to a significant drop in solar deployment in 2022. All the businesses I know are saying, we can't do this if we can't get the solar cells. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory reported large decreases in utility and residential scale installations in 2022 compared to 2021. And given that some companies should be hit with new and retroactive tariffs, it's retroactive to day one on installations that are already up and running, I can only imagine what the ensuing chaos would do to future deployment. This, in short, could be devastating to our climate goals by delaying solar deployment. But number two, this measure will actually harm the economy and reduce jobs. According to the International Union of Operating Engineers and the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, policy could eliminate up to 30,000 high-quality jobs, including 4,000 manufacturing positions and billions of dollars in domestic investment. The International Union of North America opposes the measure for similar reasons. The root of the issue is the small size of the domestic solar manufacturing sector. I respect what our chairman has said about trying to change the supply chain from China. We don't want China to be producing this. But right now, our domestic manufacturers are sold out for 2 years in advance, and the backlog only continues to grow. So the much larger insulation industry is forced to look elsewhere to make up the difference and fill current demand. Elsewhere, Cambodia, Malaysia, Vietnam, where the majority of the work is not based on the Chinese solar cells. That's the very smallest part of it. Fortunately, we addressed the imbalance in the Inflation Reduction Act, but the pause on tariffs and imported panels the Biden administration puts into place complements the IRA because it gives the industry time to transition away from the suppliers in China, build the factories here, source the factories here, build up the supply chain that onshores it, which is what we all want. We're 8 months into the 24-month pause. They said they are not going to extend it, so only 16 more months to go. And even if they did, the administration wouldn't give the solar installers to do it. It's an imperfect solution to a difficult problem, but it's one that recognizes the reality that we're in. Domestic capacity is not going to rise any faster if this passes and goes through. But if we dramatically raise the cost of imported panels with no transition period, installations will decrease, jobs will disappear, and I can't support a measure that's going to reduce U.S. employment for no perceivable gain. If it really made an impact on China, that would be great, but it doesn't. It just hurts us. And lastly, the CRA is going to do the exact opposite of what your H.R. 1 had hoped to do, which is increase energy prices and hurt consumers. The measure will lead to a cancellation of 4 gigawatts of solar projects, which could not come at a worse time for our constituents who are only now beginning to see relief from our high energy prices. Our inflation rate was down to 0.1% in March. You know, we're on to 0.9% the last 6 months running. We're moving in the right direction. We don't want to go in the opposite direction. So I question the wisdom of voting for a measure that goes against the goals of your flagship bill, H.R. 1. I'd also note the solar installation has grown fastest in the traditionally Republican districts in the Southeast and Southwest, and that these measures will face the sharpest negative impacts from this measure, not just in energy prices, but in jobs. And so if one of the primary goals of the IRA was to increase the supply of renewable energy and reduce prices to consumers, this bill would undercut that effort. It also undermined the administration as it works to manage the transition away from our critical supply chain from China. And that's why the president issued a veto threat on this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank you both for your thoughtful comments. In the interest of time, the chair will forego questions at the moment. And so, Dr. Burgess, you're recognized for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Chairman Smith's CRA and look forward to voting for it. Go back.
Distinguished ranking members recognized for questions.
Let me just briefly, Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record the Statement of Administration Policy for HJ Res 39. And the statement says, quote, the Commerce Rule provides a short-term bridge to ensure there is a thriving U.S. solar installation industry ready to purchase the solar products that will be made in these American factories once they are operational. Given the strong trends in domestic solar industry, the President does not intend to extend the tariff suspension at the conclusion of the 24-month period in June of 2024. So if Congress were to pass this joint resolution, the President would veto it. end quote, and I thank both gentlemen for their testimony. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for questions. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for questions.
Yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions. I just love this growing momentum. Yes, clearly did. Yeah. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Well, since I'm at the very end, I would just note, Representative Byer, that there is a connection between the bill we were just talking about, which is intended to spur manufacturing, but if we cut it, if we actually cut, as the Default on America bill looks like, we're going to actually harm our ability to compete in that area, so that we'd be even further behind. Would you agree that that is part of the problem, is we need a transition?
And we're just trying to make it happen as quickly as we can.
Yeah. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized. Okay, gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to talk for 45 minutes. I'm just kidding. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from New York is recognized for questions.
Mr. Chairman, no interest in yelling. I yield back.
Well, I thank our guests. This panel was a little quicker than the last, but again, it's been a long evening for both of you. We appreciate you being here, and you're excused. Didn't get the other sheet. Chair, I thought, without objection, the committee stands in recess.
Mr. Chairman, do you have any idea how long it's going to take for you guys to work out your problems?
I would stick pretty
Okay,
close.
all right, okay, good.
If I were you, I would stretch my legs, but that's up to each one of you to make that decision, or anybody that, as the food's gone though, right?
But yeah.
So no
But
food
but
left.
we're thinking within the next hour?
I would think we would, yeah, we would certainly be back within the next hour.
I'm not sure. We should be able to have an update in probably the next 10 minutes or so.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
and then you and I will
All right, okay.
consult. But, you know, so again, we stand in recess. Committee will be in order. Chair has an announcement. We will be in at 1:45 this morning, a.m. I will look forward to seeing you then.
We'll be here. I think I just want to point out for the record that we've heard all day today about how Republicans are frustrated that Democrats aren't negotiating with them. It's clear that Republicans can't even negotiate with Republicans, and so we're going to be getting back at 1:45, and we will have amendments, and we will be willing to, looking forward to engaging in a debate, and hopefully we'll get the text and see what's changed. But we'll be back at 1:45.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry for the inconvenience. Appreciate the cooperation. Chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant H.R. 2811, the Limit, Save, Grow Act of 2023, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides that the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 2 hours of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 39, disapproving the rules submitted to the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation duties and estimated duties in accord with the Presidential Proclamation 10414 under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Ways and Means or their respective designees. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgess. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment
Yes,
to the rule?
yes, Mr. Chairman. So our Rules Committee hearing on this bill started at 4 p.m., and it's now nearly 2 a.m. I think it's probably prime time in Guam right now. We have been waiting for hours and hours while Republicans negotiate amongst themselves. We heard all day that Democrats are the problem, and yet we are here at nearly 2 a.m. in the morning. Not because Republicans were negotiating with Democrats, but because Republicans were negotiating with themselves. I mean, seriously? Maybe if this bill had a hearing, maybe if it had a markup, maybe if it wasn't changed in the middle of the night, even though the GOP leadership swore it wouldn't be changed at all, maybe we wouldn't be in this position, but here we are. We are here for 6 hours. We were here for 6 hours. Chairman Arrington was here for almost all of that 6 hours, if not all of it, and never said a single word about this amendment that has been added. Our side of the dais literally sat in this empty hearing room for 45 minutes while Republicans met behind closed doors. But Democrats don't want to negotiate? Give me a break. My analysis of this new plan is that it is even more draconian, even more devastating, even worse, even more mean. Kicking poor people off of health care wasn't enough. Now the GOP wants to be able to do it even faster. I mean, your problem with this bill was it didn't screw people fast enough. Gutting funding for PFAS cleanup at the EPA wasn't enough. Now the GOP wants to make it even harder to clean up pollution. I mean, are you kidding us? Our constituents deserve better than to have this bill pushed through in the dead of night. We should have come back after both sides had had adequate time to properly examine these changes. I mean, we received these changes, but to be honest with you, most of the expert committee staff that we would rely on, they're already asleep, and the other committees of jurisdiction. We should not do it at 2 a.m. after we have had less than an hour to review the text. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none? Pardon? No? Questions on the motion to adjourn? Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? No. Appears the noes have
I
it.
ask for roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike the language in the rule self-executing the manager's amendment. You know, we've heard endless complaints from some on your side of the aisle and in this committee about self-executing language. Yet here you are at 2 a.m. in the morning, self-executing something that went out at 12:45 a.m. So an amendment that was introduced when everyone was asleep, except us, is going to be adopted without so much as a vote. So we've heard a lot about regular order today and what that means, and you can't claim that this is regular order under any definition. And so I believe that this language should be stricken.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not
I
agreed
ask for a
to.
roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total. How's Mr. Massey recorded?
Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey votes no.
Okay. Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike the language in the rule self-executing the manager's amendment, and instead make that same amendment, number 22, offered by Representative Arrington, in order for a separate vote on the floor. So if you won't strike this disgraceful amendment that materialized from your midnight seance, at least give every member of this body a chance to debate and vote on it separately on the House floor.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
As for a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? No. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 7 to H.R. 2811, offered by myself, which strikes the section of the bill implementing stricter time limits in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. My amendment is simple. It strikes the provision in the bill that would put food at risk for about 1 million older adults in this country. We know that adults on SNAP without dependents are a vulnerable population of people. Many are homeless. Many are veterans. Some have underlying physical and mental health issues. Most have a high school diploma or less. And we know that they have transportation challenges and face incredible barriers to finding suitable employment. And as I said to Chairman Arrington, if they had bothered to do a hearing on this topic and actually called in people with lived experience, maybe he would have appreciated that fact. SNAP law already includes very strict work requirements and time limits, and the vast majority of people on SNAP who can work do work. This bill cruelly applies the 3-month time limit on SNAP to adults ages 50 to 55, a population that we know is more likely to face age-based job discrimination and have tougher time meeting the physical requirements of many low-wage jobs. During our meeting at the Rules Committee today, the only place we have had to ask questions about this bill, given that there were no hearings or markups in the Committee of Jurisdiction, it was clear to me that the people who wrote this bill have absolutely no idea how this program works. And taking food away from people is a rotten thing to do, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As
The
for-
amendment's not agreed
I
to.
ask for a roll call, Mr.
Roll
Chairman.
call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make order amendment number 8 to H.R. 2811, offered by myself, which prevents cuts to the Meals on Wheels program, which provides home-delivered meals to seniors. If there's one thing we can all agree on, I have to believe it is not taking food away from seniors. Meals on Wheels not only provides nutritious meals to seniors in need, but it also provides them with wellness checks, human contact, and compassion. Sadly, for many seniors, the volunteer who delivers their meals is the only person a senior will see all week. With more than 9 million seniors experiencing hunger in this country, I can't for the life of me understand why Republicans want to cut this important program. But if this bill were enacted, more than 1 million older adults would no longer receive meals. And my amendment merely protects these seniors from seeing their food benefits slashed and prevents this bill from going into effect until we know that no senior will lose access to nutritious home-delivered meals.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The
As for a roll,
amendment's agreed to.
as for a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will read the call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 21 to H.R. 2811, offered by Representative Schreier, which provides an adjustment to the fiscal year discretionary spending limits to protect any appropriations for the Department of Health and Human Services State Opioid Response Grant Program. The immoral bill before us today would force draconian cuts to a whole range of vital social service programs, including opioid treatment. In 2021, over 80,000 Americans died from opioids. In Pennsylvania, there were more than 140 every day. What we're seeing here is the House majority, the Republicans, are not offering solutions to the issues that are confronting Americans. Hunger, student loan debt, climate change. They're taking a machete to the most vulnerable Americans because they're unwilling to make billionaires and the world's largest corporations pay their fair share. So I move that we adopt the amendment.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote's been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern. Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Is there any,
Mr.
gentleman
Chairman?
from Colorado is recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee make an order amendment number 3 to H.R. 2811, offered by Representative Glusenkamp Perez, which prevents the rescission of funding for the Department of Veteran Affairs and extends availability of funds through fiscal year '24. And, Mr. Chairman, I will say, just to be clear, I had 2 amendments prepared. The latter amendment, of which I'm not ultimately going to offer, was an amendment to preserve President Biden's biofuel, climate, tax credit provision of the Inflation Reduction Act, which I thought was very important for us to get done and to ensure that that was preserved in the law. I confess I am surprised because my Republican colleagues, my friends on the other side of the aisle, have done that for me. Maybe perhaps Mr. Massey or Mr. Roy, my friends on the other side of the aisle, could expound about a bit as to their reasoning for supporting that change. But in any event, I'm glad that they and others have reached the same conclusion I have with respect to the wisdom of President Biden's decision to pursue that provision within the Inflation Reduction Act and their decision to preserve that piece of the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, surprised, but I'm glad that they have done that. Unfortunately, I'm disappointed that my colleagues, with the exception of that particular provision, have nonetheless adhered to the massive draconian cuts that are proposed in this Default on America legislation, including the rescission of the funds for the Department of Veterans Affairs, which, as we articulated during the course of today's hearing, is crystal clear. We heard from the witnesses and from the various chairmen, both of the Budget Committee as well as Mr. Fleshman, who was sitting in on the appropriations side, that it is unmistakably clear that the legislation would ultimately ensure that the Department of Veterans Affairs does not have the $2 billion that it is entitled to spend for veterans under existing law. Veterans health care, medical care, a wide variety of different programs to support our nation's veterans, none of which will come ultimately to fruition under this legislation. So this motion, this amendment, is a pretty simple one. All it does is simply says that that rescission of $2 billion for the Department of Veterans Affairs is null and void. That's it. Everything else in the bill stays the same. Voting for this amendment simply says we're going to protect our nation's veterans by ensuring that that $2 billion stays where it is at the VA, so that the VA can do what it needs to do to help our nation's veterans. And I hope my colleagues could join me in supporting it.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment?
I think this is really important.
Pennsylvania is recognized.
Sorry, the lateness of the hour, or the earliness. I do think this is really important. Certainly veterans throughout my community, I think across the whole country, have been very excited to see the benefits of the PACT Act, et cetera, coming forward. And to pull that rug out from under them right when they're seeing relief would be really unconscionable. So I completely support this amendment.
And I just want to point out for the record, we're not asking that this amendment be self-executed. We're asking that there be a separate vote on the House floor so that members could cast their vote, on the merits of this amendment. So unlike what is being done here, we're trying to be as transparent and as open as possible and giving people the opportunity to vote for it. If they don't, they could vote, don't want to, they could vote no. We're not asking for it to be self-executed. So I think it's another reason why this should be made in order.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the questions on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern. Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
Ms. Fishbach? No. Ms. Fishbach, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 11 to H.R. 2811 offered by myself, which protects the Veterans Health Administration from future spending cuts required under sequestration. It is not enough to thank our veterans for their service. We must also provide them the services they deserve. Once again, we are asking the members to place their vote with the veterans so that we can ensure that they do not suffer any cuts to the programs that they need, ranging from assisting with suicide prevention to the PACT Act to housing and health care. So with that in mind, I move my amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
For our veterans, aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 15 to H.R. 2811 offered by myself, which protects the Indian Health Service from spending cuts. IHS is already underfunded. Native Americans are dying because of the lack of adequate health care that the United States has a trust obligation to provide.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call vote, please.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? No. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy?
No.
Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 13 to H.R. 2811 offered by myself, which strikes Section 239, Advanced Energy Project Tax Credit Extension, reversal in Section 240, which would repeal the Advanced Manufacturing Production Credit. Democrats want to increase manufacturing of what we need in America, here in America. Republicans' repeal of these tax credits will cut jobs and manufacturing in states across our country, including in Ohio, Georgia, South Carolina, and throughout our country. And therefore, I move this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair,
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I just want to second my colleague with respect to her amendment. I think this is an important amendment. It is one that the full House ought to be able to consider, and we ought to be able to have this debate. As I said previously, I was surprised because during the course of today's hearing, I heard many of my colleagues on the other side bemoan and degrade the climate and provisions and tax credits within President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act that are now existing law and which served as the basis for their proposal to repeal them. But then we come back and 2 a.m. in the morning, lo and behold, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, apparently all of them, have seen the light and have decided that they now support climate provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act, and they've decided to at least include one of them to take out and preserve the biofuel tax credits. Glad to hear that. Again, would love to hear some rationale or cogent explanation for their decision to reversal, or their reversal rather, on that particular point. But nonetheless, what I would suggest is that this is along those same lines, and certainly to the extent one supports making the change that my colleagues on the other side made to the underlying bill, underlying language of this bill in terms of that particular tax credit, they ought to be willing to support my colleague's very reasonable amendment. And as the ranking member so astutely observed previously, none of these are self-executing. So this is giving our colleagues on both sides of the aisle an opportunity to be able to voice their opinion on this matter in an amendment on the floor. So I'm proud to support it.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I am hoping that we will be able to have at least some conversation and vote on the floor of the House where we can get the sense of where do people stand. We heard earlier today that budgets are about priorities and they're about values. Mr. Chairman, I move the committee to make an order amendment number 12 to H.R. 2811 offered by myself, which protects USDA rural development programs from spending cuts. Democrats have prioritized rural America. We have prioritized investments in rural America, and they are making a difference. We heard today that a budget is about priorities, and I would like to make sure that we give our colleagues the opportunity to state whether they will prioritize investments in rural America.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry, roll call vote, sorry.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern. Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. Mr. Chairman?
Gentlelady's recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendments 10, 14, and 15 to H.R. 21 offered by myself.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. No. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr.
Gentleman from Ranking
Mr.
Member's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an amendment. I just want to make one final point. And that is to again, register our strongest disappointment with the way events unfolded tonight. This is, by my friends on the other side of the aisle's own characterization, a big deal in terms of legislation. And it comes before us with no hearings, no markups, no nothing. And then out of your midnight seance comes language late into the night that really nobody except us has seen, has not been vetted by the appropriate committee staffs and various committees of jurisdiction, and then it is self-executed into this legislation. And we offered a series of amendments here, again, not asking that any of them be self-executed, that they be able to have up or down votes regarding our veterans, regarding food security and nutrition programs for our senior citizens, and not one of them was made in order. And so I just think that I don't want this to end without without expressing our deep disappointment with how tonight transpired, and just what, this is not the way to legislate. And I pass that on for what it's worth as advice. This is not the way anybody should be proceeding on something like this. And we will have this debate on the floor and see where the votes are, but again, we are not, clearly not pleased with how this unfolded, not just in terms of the substance, but the process. And I know this is not all your fault, and I'm not blaming you, but I'm just saying for the record, for all of those who talked about process when we were in charge, let me just tell you, if we're lucky enough to get the gavel again, I don't ever want to hear a complaint, because this really is, this is the icing on the cake. This is something that I haven't seen. So with that, I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
I appreciate my friend, but he's seen it very often because of the way the Democratic majority operated, and I now understand my friend's problems of having a narrow majority.
Not at 2:18 in the morning.
I remember one occasion we did three rules on the same bill. So, these things do happen, and I appreciate my friend and everybody on both sides of the aisle cooperation and forbearance. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the vote's now on the original motion, put to the committee by Dr. Burgess. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have
We
it.
ask for a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman. Aye. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy. Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin. Aye. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Aye. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse. No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. No. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion and report's agreed to. Accordingly, I will be managing the rule for the majority.
And I will manage it for the minority.
Appreciate that. Without objection, the committee's adjourned.
The battle of the Titans.